Hello, chat. It's me. I'm here. Definitely on time. And not late for anything whatsoever. Because I couldn't get out of bed. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, they're totally not waiting for me or anything. And Curse, thank you for the 52 months. Welcome back.
The more that sergeants, lieutenants, and corporals can do, the less that they are super reliant on high commands and commands. And I mean, they can recommend strikes. It's just a formality of letting them do it themselves officially. And I guess I feel it.
My command team, they were worried about they're like, well, what's the point of us being sergeants essentially? And I know that there still would be like a difference, but if we're giving corporals the ability to strike, then it does. Oh, sorry, hang on.
My dog is very upset. And I don't know why.
Sorry, I could feel my alarm going off from my
No problem.
pockets. Yeah, they were worried about that. And then the other thing was as well, like, people are going from officer without the ability to strike to corporal with the ability to strike, without even having that stage of recommending strikes. Like, it's just a big jump.
Mm-hmm. I guess where I'm coming from is it seems like a low risk situation where worst case scenario, someone issues strikes that we don't agree with. We see it in the action log and we talk to them and say, hey, why'd you issue these strikes? And worst case scenario, it was wrong and they're undone. And either that corporal is reprimanded or spoken to or removed entirely. I think, so like the risk is really low. And then on top of that, if a sergeant is only a sergeant just to issue strike points, then they're not doing anything at all. They need to do way more than that. I think sergeants should be organizing daily meetings. They should be checking up on officers individually. They should be issuing suspensions instead of strikes. They should be counseling people. They should be watching over calls to make sure that corporals are still doing their job day to day. I view sergeant as a more administrative position that like regulates corporals than more of like a punitive action in the field type thing.
I like the old watch commander.
My sergeants have been holding corporals to a lot of those standards, like the running meetings and whatnot. That's the responsibility of the sergeants, of the corporals, and then they're just doing the suspensions and like the watching of the corporals.
The problem I have is, the reason I want it is, I think I kind of know what the answer is going to be, but I think it's a lot easier to expect corporals to deal with stuff in the field if they have the ability to deal with it right away rather than having to ask, to make sure it gets done. And the line is very thin. It's not a huge deal either way, but I guess I feel like corporals are kind of already recommending strikes a lot. So there's like a motive, like they're doing it, right? But it would be easier if they could just do it themselves. And I think sergeants have more to do than just strike people, hopefully.
I'll have the conversation with him again. But I mean, if they don't agree, because I want my command team to agree on it. If they don't agree, is there a reason that we can't do? Like, I know that people might complain about it. I don't think any of my corporals will. But is there a reason we can't do the PBSO does it and LSPD doesn't?
Well, because you can strike across command structures, and I don't want there to be any miscommunication, or I don't want there to be if you don't want to do it, we're not doing it, because I don't want there to be any rift between us where, a PBSO corporal thinks I'm going to strike an LSPD officer.
That would cause a lot of
issues. And then the LSPD officer is like, fuck you, you can't do that, or whatever. I don't want any kind of like fallout. So it's either all or nothing.
Feels like they don't have much responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. It's an all or nothing type thing. Same as the rank thing. If like all going to corporal instead of being senior, it's an all or nothing, because I don't want either side to feel any kind of way, because we're united.
Yeah, that's fair.
So if you guys don't want to do it, that's fine. I'll bring it up again sometime later, but
I'll have the conversation with command and see if their opinions have changed on it. Like I said, I just don't want to implement it without them all being on the same page as well.
All right. I'm a big proponent of it, but I understand.
1 second, let me read that for everyone real quick. Suspect rule. Yeah, all right. Perfect. Okay. Gary's on top of it. All
Okay.
right. Thank you for showing up, everybody, of course. The only person I believe we're missing is Toretti.
Yeah, you said he quit though, boss.
He doesn't
Yeah,
work
so
here.
He doesn't
to
work
give
here
you
anymore.
to give you context as far as what happened 2 days ago, I was having a conversation with Toretti. We're talking about the prison and what's going on, and obviously the senator was around, and Toretti shares a different opinion as far as what happened in St. Queen, and him and the senator went at it. It was a dick measure in context as far as what happened. And obviously, Toretti said that if the senator's not Walter fired, then I'm done. And he dropped his badge and gun and he walked away. I tried to talk to him multiple
Wait,
times.
it's about Walter?
Yeah, it's about Walter. Yeah.
Toretti's quitting because Walter's not fired?
Toretti is quitting because he believes that Walter should be fired, but the senator disagreed. And I tried to tell Toretti that regardless what the senator has to say or not, that's our conversation that we can have. And him saying that's just his opinion. I'm not going to let him kind of
Skarn, thank you for the 43
what we
months.
do here. And as far as how we see things, he can recommend things, but that is my problem to deal with. So that was one of the main reasons. Of course, there's more to it, and obviously Toretti can share his opinion with y'all if he wants to. But I'm trying to make him come back because the way he did it, in my opinion, was immature. It was heat in the moment kind of thing instead of just cooling off and talking about it afterwards. Because him and I share a lot of similar opinions. It's just the way we want to go about it is a different way.
If I can add to that, I had a conversation with Toretti about it. And I mean, what's been said is true, but Toretti's basically saying that if I'll put my phone on silent.
Yeah, Sam, sorry about that.
What Toretti was saying that if he wanted bear in mind it's a deputy of the SCSO or sorry the BCSO fired as the commissioner, he should be able to do that. So I guess he felt that because the senator was saying no, and I guess Axel, I don't know what you said specifically, but obviously it wasn't also fire him. Otherwise, I guess he would be fired. But Toretti felt that given he didn't feel like he had a voice as a commissioner and didn't exactly feel like he was wanted or needed. So he quit.
What I told Toretti is we're having a panel. My vote would not be to fire Walter solely based on the EMS thing. It would be more about the actions that transpired afterwards.
Is panel like the new buzzword? Are we just using panel for everything?
No, the reason why the panel is happening is because things happened that were not in Los Santos. It's more what happened regarding St. Queen. So the reason why we're taking this approach because it's uncharted territories that we're trying to make sure that we're on the same page moving forward. And that's what I believe in because I was right there with everybody else. I saw what Walter did. I saw the difference that he made. And he saved a lot of lives doing so. Was it the smartest idea? No. Did it get a lot of EMS, a lot of heat and attention afterwards? Absolutely. But they were already attacking the EMS prior to that anyways. They attacked triage point. They've been trying to hunt down EMS anyways. Walter came in and he made a massive difference.
I mean, does anyone even have a problem with what happened over there? With what Walter did? I mean, someone's explained to me what happened. I don't have a problem with it.
I have a problem with it.
I did worse in my own time.
That's not in question right now, though. He wasn't a police officer at the time, right?
Yeah, but we're not police officers in our official capacity over there. Soldiers.
Right. That doesn't mean that we can't have an opinion on it.
You can have your opinion. That's right.
Right, and our opinion on whether they're fit for a police officer is also valid.
So, what I want to see is a panel for Brian Knight and Walter, of course. And I know there's some questions and concerns as far as me and my role, and I'm more happy to answer those questions. Happy to clear anything as far as what you guys are looking for. And afterwards, I do believe we need to come out with a statement to the public, so we can get our truth out there that is needed, the facts as far as what happened, what transpired, what we found.
Yeah, I agree. I think I don't think we should just like wait until it's all over with to do a press. I think we should we should be doing them actively, really, to keep communication up and running.
Yeah, I mean, I had the
I
press
think beyond
release
that,
ready.
we should just establish a new role in the PD, a tiny little department, maybe of like 3 people or less. Call them public information officers.
I like that. Yeah.
And they don't have to be high commands. They don't have to be commands. They could be deputies, as long as it's the right person for a job. Someone who has a direct link to high command through maybe an email chain or whatever. Someone we can trust, someone who's good with their words, someone who thinks about what they say before they say it, someone who is hopefully on board with what's happening and won't, speak out of this, someone who speaks with the best interest of PD in mind. And we could do interviews for it or whatever. I think interviews for it would make a lot of sense, considering it's a job that's about speaking. But maybe 1 per shift, 1 per department, whatever. 1 for BCSO, 1 for LSPD, 1 for state. And then whenever something for UPD happens, they all 3 go together or whatever. Obviously, whoever this is, wherever these people are, would be working closely with all of us. They would have like an email chain with high commands so they could run stuff by us. And they would be hopefully someone we trust enough to speak on anything they wanted to. And if they were unsure of something, they could ask us through the email chain and we could all answer. That way they wouldn't be like separate answers from different people. I mean, we could just open interviews for it and just have a public information officer. And that way, anytime there's any press or anyone wants to know anything about what happens, we just say, have you talked to the PIO? Have you talked to the public information officer? And direct them towards that person and they can speak on it. I think that would stop a lot of issues in terms of Commissioner Justice. Maybe you'll forgive me for saying this, but maybe a foot in the mouth situation.
1,000%. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we definitely do better job of, when it comes to the presentation side of things. And obviously, I've seen myself, I failed in that a couple times, and I want to make sure we do better going forward. So I'm all in for that.
Yeah, and I think it also pertains to stuff outside of the war. Like if we ever fire someone or there's a controversial shooting or action, it would be better for us to brief a public information officer about it, and then they can release a statement publicly to LSPN or whoever. And that way, because right now, to be blunt, we're fighting an information war from the terrorists in prison. They lost their guns, they lost their bombs, they lost their hand grenades, they lost their whatever, their RPGs, and now all they got left is Twitter fingers, and all they're going to do is sit in prison and tweet and dial through in one and
Marlon,
try to
thank you for
spread
the 6 months. I
misinformation,
appreciate
spread
that.
lies, whatever the way they see it. And we don't have any way to combat that effectively other than go to Twitter ourselves, and that's just not really solving anything. But if we had a position directly for this, we could release statements directly to the press, and we could get out in front of some stuff. Like, for example, if Dark were fired for, misconduct, let's say it's a rights violation, we could say through our PIO, Richard Dark has been released, pending a lawsuit involving a civil rights violation. And that way there's no speculation about what happened. And that way, in this hypothetical scenario, Dark, who's now fired, doesn't get to go around to 7 different people or 15 different gang turfs and spread lies about what happened.
Which always happens. There's always 2 sides.
Yeah, because we're always reacting to we're always reacting to misinformation and lies spread by criminals. We never get to put the statement out first.
I'm happy for it as long as I'll be honest. I think having someone being in constant relations with the press is great because it kind of takes that burden off us and not having to contact them all the time. But that being said, I think we do need to ourselves be answering questions, directly, and not it just being, somebody else. It's gotta, if the people have questions for the PD, then they should really be asking in a press conference or something. They should be asking the commissioner, not a PR guy.
Maybe I can see an argument for it. I mean, we could do a press conference, but I think the key focus would be the PIO would organize it and get the right people there and keep out people that we can't trust, and then they would brief us on what we're going to say and how we're going to say it, and then during the meeting, Axel or Dark or myself or Stubble can speak if we want to, but the main focus is that it's being organized and it's through someone else. It's not all.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of stuff that we got to do, to be honest, and communication with the press is usually last on our list. It'd be nice to actually have someone do it for us and recognize it, and all we got to do is just show up and they'll tell us what we got to say, or we can say whatever we want, really, but easy to go through that.
I think it's a fantastic idea. Like I said, they, not only can they also release press statements to the public, but also they can help out with information gathering and making sure the representation as far as what we need to say is out there in a much better form too. So, and that could be their job. That could be.
Does anyone have any objections to creating this role potentially?
Yeah, I was about to say eventually is a good idea. If we sort of come out saying we're looking for a PR person right now, that's just bad. That's bad PR.
I think we just regard it as a public information officer. Either way, it's just a way to release statements to the press. But it'll all be internal hiring.
Yeah, I mean, we'll say going forward that we have a new role now today in the PD. I do think we should do interviews for though.
Yeah, absolutely. The only question is, do we want to do one per shift, one total, one per department? And obviously, whatever we did, they would work with all of us. They'd all be on the same team. But is there any preference towards how you want to set it up? Like one for LSPD, one for BCSO, one for state, and then all three of them work together when it's a UPD thing, or one per shift, or one total?
Probably should do it per shift. We don't need separate department stuff when that kind of thing, So yeah, probably per shift.
Okay,
would be a good idea.
You want to do it like this? We could just have for shift one interviews. If Dark and Stubble and Reed want to, because I'm not around shift one almost ever. I'm around during and after the tsunami, but for the most part, I'm not. If you guys wanted to conduct interviews and do that, and then whoever's around shift two, Stubble, myself, and Tessa, and Axel could come up with their own, you know what I'm saying? Not because we want to exclude anyone, but just because we're the person they're going to see the most. And then when we've done interviews, we suggest names in the email chain, and we can just vote on whoever, if that's cool.
Tessa, Elizabeth, Stubble, what do y'all think?
And then shift three would obviously be Reed.
Yeah, it's good. It's needed.
Yeah, I agree.
You go on the LSPN app right now. There's a lot of articles. There's a lot of things, and it's painting the picture from one side of the coin. And as Owen said, it is an information war, and there's not really a lot coming from our side to, we don't need to try and explain and justify every single action, but there's still a lot of things that people hear about that, without context, it's really bad.
I mean, I think a lot of our problem in this particular situation was that we couldn't all get together.
Yeah,
we had somebody who was out on vacation. We had two people who were in ICU, and everyone was trying to gather their own information, and we didn't meet up, and that wasn't anyone's fault. It was just, we got delayed, and that just is what it is.
Yeah. And on top of that, I wasn't there on the day of on the invasion. Reed wasn't either. It was, I don't know if you were, Tessa, but I think it was basically Axel. Mainland. Yeah. So, but on the aircraft carrier was Axel, Dark, and Stubble, and two of the three were in the ICU until this weekend. So it's really hard to have a conference about stuff until the people are awake that saw it.
And I don't know about you guys, but I haven't had a chance to talk to Brian or Walter. I haven't seen them.
Yeah.
Same.
So
Brian called me just about 40 minutes ago and said something about he had spoken to most of you individually about he thinks Divine is on the mainland and has bombs and is going to bomb stuff.
There
He
was a
told me he
subpoena.
told Axel and Dark at least in this room.
I had not been told that.
Okay.
Me and
uh-oh.
Stub have been informed about the subpoena that we recovered, MCS recovered through Jonathan Devine's information, the phone check, where there was basically a PowerPoint presentation on how they're going to destabilize the whole entire Los Santos during the
They
act
made
of
a
conflict.
PowerPoint?
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
a. It
I
was,
thought the whole point of being a terrorist is he didn't have to do that shit.
it was an 8-page PowerPoint.
Good
you
lord.
Mm-hmm.
It was a,
People they want to go after, who they want to recruit, what
it was
they're
a
planning on
counter
doing.
plan.
So I spoke with Aurora and Sergeant Lance Moulton, and we're trying to push for treason on that to get him caught and send him for 30 years and make sure that he's tried off the highest degree for his actions.
Okay, well, Brian also said he didn't think Divine was doing it on his own will.
That is also a problem. They believe that he's being controlled, and he has to do this as a matter of survival. I just don't know what exactly their plan is and what they're doing with him. We don't know
Well,
yet.
the way I see it is, to be brief, is it's one thing if a criminal kidnaps a cop and doesn't want to be found. We know where to check. We know basic places to look, right? And criminals know that too. It's another thing if a cop knows exactly where we're going to check. And it's an entirely different thing if the former director of MCU and a detective wants to hide, he's not going to be found. I don't think there's any point in. There's a certain element of maybe we should let people know, but it's also, it could cause a panic. And if he doesn't want to be found, what are the chances we find him? And I don't want everyone to lose their collective shit over something that could happen and we have no real way to find him.
There's also a good reason to believe that he might have bombs made from San Queen. And
That's the first thing I said, Axel.
I would also just kind of like to point out that they quite literally mailed us his eyeball.
Oh, that's news to me.
Yeah, it was found next to a bottle of whiskey. I took it back to forensic. Confirms Jonathan Devine.
Okay.
If he's put in prison, he needs to be put in a separate area. That
Yes.
needs to be set in plan. It needs to be a set plan before he goes in. Then he needs to be separate from the other prisoners.
My fear is he's not going to
there'll
make it
be
to
no
prison.
point. Yeah. Well, if he is put in prison, there's going to be a plan ready to go because there's no point arresting him and then sitting on our hands because we don't know what to do with him.
As long as he, I think he needs to get a psych eval as soon as he's in custody.
Liquid Electron,
he's
thank you for the
got.
10 months.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
we're coming to that too as well.
How are you scheduling it if you don't know where you're going to catch him?
Well, I mean, as soon as it's caught as part of the
It's
process. right?
prepared. Okay.
It's just one of the things on our list to go down. As soon as it's caught, decide exactly what to do with him. Is it going to be Parsons or not? Because we know that he's mentally compromised. They turned him into a cannibal. He was forced to eat human flesh and do things that he did not want to do.
Well, I guess we'll just cross that bridge when we get to it. Just whenever we capture him, we need to keep him separate from other prisoners.
Okay, if I may, because this is the first time we're getting together, I don't know how much everybody knows in the room. So perhaps before we get into any nitty gritty, that we should, if we have been informed of anything that has happened that is questionable or we are concerned about, should we start by just informing everybody of what we have heard, and then we can move on to what we want to actually tackle?
Sure, I actually got one thing that I don't know if you'll look to the interfaction from High Command, but Crane's bringing up, why is Carmine actually in prison for treason? I was at the very early stages of the operation. Carmine was on the boat of the aircraft carrier and took a selfie of himself with all of our equipment and all our stuff. And I can't remember who he sent it to, but
Mr.
they
K.
put it on Twitter. So Mr. K, leader of the Chang gang. And Mr. K put it on Twitter. and I can't remember who gave the order, but someone said get Carmine in cuffs, and he was sent up to prison 24 hours, and that 24 hours was bumped up to the 30 years. Carmine
Sounds
is
like
a
he got what he
colossal fuck up.
deserved.
But is he deserving to get the same 30-year treatment as the people that were on that island and fought against us and killed people? As he was a government employee at the time, Department of Corrections.
It's even worse because he's an insider. He's a mole. Should get like more than that. Should give him 60. He should never work for any State Department again.
That isn't the law. That, like, you know, maybe he should get more, but like by the law, should he be in for treason or sedition?
I mean, shouldn't the DOJ decide that? I thought
Didn't he help them?
By DOJ.
So the argument is basically, is he guilty of treason because he helped the prisoners or the fucking treasoners or whatever, right? I think sending a photo of our equipment would absolutely be help.
He leaked our uniform as well. Nobody had an idea what our uniform looked like till Carmine posted on Twitter, and I'm surprised they didn't false flag as well, and take out a lot of us because that could have easily happened. I mean, the whole entire city knew our uniform, what we had in the aircraft carrier, and how many people were there.
I think the question was more whether or not there was a charge that was more fitting than treason, like the sedition charge that was introduced.
I'm just bringing it up. I wasn't involved at all. I don't know which judge approved it. I don't know if a judge approved it. I was very much in a coma when this all happened, so Crane's.
Yeah, I mean, what I told them is to place him on 24-hour hold and deal with him afterwards. But it seemed like a lot of things got bumped up to treason, so I was under the impression that DOJ was involved in getting that done.
Well, considering Crane's asking questions, I'd imagine maybe that was a miscommunication.
Yeah. I think I wouldn't be surprised if the DOJ feels completely out the loop given the no due process part of the thing here.
What's the difference between treason and sedition? Like, where's the definition at?
Sedition, as far as I'm aware, and I could be wrong, was introduced as a charge for people who were, I guess, helping the Sanguinians. So through their actions and communications, were assisting them, but weren't necessarily on the island fighting.
Yeah,
where is that? Where is
that
at? Like the
most recent legislation tab.
Okay.
It's very simple, short and sweet paragraph.
Definitely sounds a little bit more fitting for what he did.
Yeah.
As much as I hate Carmine and want him to suffer,
Yeah.
Well, this says it's openly encouraging their actions via communications.
Yeah, that's the problem.
This isn't encouragement. This is assisting. This isn't just like, hey, go treasonous. This is, hey, here's some information. This is what they look like. This is what they're wearing. This is what they're driving. This is what they're preparing. This is how many we have. This is, that this is beyond just encouragement. It's aid. So I guess you could argue it's aid against the Sanguine Isle.
It's
but
like
do we have a
accessory after
definition
fact,
of
basically.
treason?
Well,
I don't know if we have an official definition of treason.
In the penal code.
Hold on.
Sure.
Penal code?
my question is, did he send that picture to a treasonist?
He sent it to Mr. K. He never got treason.
So, technically,
So he's not an accessory.
If anything, you should probably push for Mr. K more than Carmine.
that's kind of what
Two
I...
wrongs don't make a right. Just because Mr. K didn't get charged doesn't mean Carmine gets dropped. If anything, we should charge him both, not neither.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should push for 30 years on K. I do agree with that. Actually, you're right. Especially if you're reading what it says about treason.
Oh, God. That's not where I was going with that.
The due process is that things slip through the cracks, or everybody has a different opinion on it, and then who's right in the end.
No, I meant...
Well, the senator. That's who needs. I mean, that's the only person that can go through, right?
We should also talk to a lot of the officers who are involved in the due process, but the due process of
who cuffed Carmine and all that, because that's probably the best person to talk to.
I did
We
this.
should probably.
Erin would be good. She did 5 hours of just paperwork.
Carter?
She did a lot of paperwork. Yeah,
Okay, so we should have Carter speak with
from the DOJ's because They're saying Petey did not do any paperwork, but I got Erin calling me saying she stayed up till like 5 o'clock in the morning, pushing out all the paperwork and documentation needed for DOJ. So I'm not sure where that's coming from.
So let's have Carter talk to us, I guess, for lack of a better term, and see what she thinks about what happens if she's the person that dealt with it firsthand. And if she feels like it's sedition over treason, we can go to sedition. And then as for who makes the judgment call on this stuff, because there's no due process, it's going to be the senator, right? It can't be a judge because there's no due process.
Yeah, Crane is currently also saying he got the outline by a judge, and he's trying to understand why it's treason, not sedition. So,
Well, how biased is the judge? Because I know a few judges are sitting on the other side of the fence right now and should probably be getting sedition themselves. There's a lot of judges that are pretty fucking encouraging of the treasonous behavior themselves. So I don't take that word very securely.
Okay.
What else is next, Dark?
Oh, okay. Let me put out the list. I mean, there was the. Okay, I'm just gonna go
Just
through
come
the
out
list.
with it. Come out with it. All of it. Just.
Yeah, that's why I
spit it
think
out.
going one by one is gonna be way too long. So if I just say it all, then at least all the information I've got, you guys have got too. Okay, so first on the list is Brian. Apparently, when instructed by the senator, but Brian, I guess, read this manga, which is a Japanese comic book, I was told, and without prior experience, built a bomb using the manufacturing facility they found in the villa and proceeded to blow up the island while we had officers MIA still. So that's point one. Hold on. We had Walter Christmas dressing up as an EMS with Class 2 weapons, and I assume in combat, and then snorting cocaine on the radio and saying, I understand now why the criminals do this. Right, that was that one. Then, I mean, I think most people know about this one already, but the sending of an EMS armed with a C4 under the guise of giving sanguine, or the remaining sanguine defenders, medical aid and food, but instead planning to blow them up. There's that one too. On that one, when a officer overheard this and decided to question it, supposedly Brian Knight pulled a gun on that officer and said, "If you tell anybody about this, I will kill you." Then we had the prison shooting a few nights back, where Kyle Pred was unarmed and shot from the catwalk by Senator Davis and I learned today possibly Axel Justice.
That's a lie. Never shot Kyle Pred.
All right, let's focus on the stuff that happened on Sanguine Isle first and foremost, because that's kind of like one group that we can tackle at one time. Stuff that happened after we can tackle after. I know people are calling it war crimes, and we can debate the terminology all they want. People are going to call it what they're going to call it. So let's just move on with that argument already. First of all, we may be officers here in Los Santos, and before we went, we're officers, and now that we come back, we're officers. But over there, it's soldiers. It's a war led by the Senate. It's soldiers. So it may seem like a very minor adjustment in terms of speech, but that's what they're acting as. That's what we got to call them. First thing, so Brian blew up the island. What does that entail? Like, what was the damage done? Like, where was the bomb placed? How big was it? Like, what did it blow up? Because I thought we've had people over there recently that weren't really supposed to. But what is actually blown up?
So what I got told, obviously, when I woke up from the hospital, is the bench was blown up. That's where the bomb was planted.
Okay, well, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, Brian's words initially to me were he blew up the island, and then when I asked for clarification, I guess he then said the room, but then apparently the villa's destroyed, so it was probably the whole villa.
I mean, Sweets is saying he was over there as recent as a couple days ago, and the villa needs to be searched, so it seems to be still there.
Okay. Regardless, we had officers MIA.
Mm-hmm.
Last noted to be in the villa. Right.
Okay. Well, let's just ask. We'll just ask Brian during the panel. Did you see anyone in there when you planted the bomb? Did you look
What
around
the
before you planted it?
What does that matter?
How is it not incredibly important if you saw someone or not? Where you
I mean,
planted
if
the
we had
bomb?
information that officers were last seen inside the villa and were missing in action, why would we blow up the villa?
We didn't blow up the villa. We've already established that. Sweets was over there 2 days ago and said the villa is intact and he needs to search it for radioactive material. We need to first assess what size was the bomb, what did the bomb blow up, and was anyone in that area? So we should ask the person who planted the bomb, no?
I think we should say that for the panel. That way we can
Yeah,
have
that's what I'm
facts.
saying. I think we can speculate about this all we want, but until we know what the person saw who planted the bomb, it's kind of speculation at its most, right?
Right. Okay. I'll carry on with the things that happened on Sanguine. The apparently the senator and Axel, you know, quite possibly, but given the footage, we know that the senator at least, I guess, threatened Ursula Leichenberg to delete the footage that she
What did
had
they
filmed
threaten
on the
her?
island.
Like to kill her or arrest?
As far as it's made aware, it's to they would drop the treason charge if she deleted the footage. But then I guess when she informed them that she had uploaded it to the cloud, or at some point, the senator shot in the direction of Ursula Leichenberg.
Okay.
Good.
I mean, I'll be honest. I was there. Out in the second part of the conversation, I was helping out, speaking with Jaeger, who's just been getting treated. That's when the senator called from me, and when I showed up, she was in handcuffs. I was very livid at Ursula because I told her to not to come, and I told her if she came down there, she could have been seriously hurt. And I was telling her, "What are you doing? This is not a good idea. You're about to go to jail for treason." And the senator was very livid. He was not very upset. He was very upset with her. And I did everything I could to save her life. And I'm glad she's alive today.
What did you have to do to stop him from shooting her? Just was he like going to do it, or was it like a kind of like? I mean, okay, let me.
The senator was convinced.
What I'm trying to
that,
get to is, was it like I'm gonna fucking kill her, and then he took out a gun and was like, I'm doing it, or is it like, man, I really want to kill her for doing that? Because I think everyone in this room would be behind bars if we talked about if we went to jail for trying to kill someone. You know, I've definitely said I want to kill Harvey Holden at least a dozen times this week alone, and if that puts me in jail, that puts me in jail. You know.
Yeah, I mean, what really sucks about the whole thing is I tried to defend Ursula and save her life, but I got thrown in the same sentence with the senator. He was very livid. He was seeing blood. I pulled him aside. I said, "Listen, enough bloodshed has been had. There's no reason to do anything here. Let her go. We're not going to push for treason. Enough people have died. Enough people have been hurt."
I think you should have pushed for treason. If she was there on the island disobeying direct orders from the state, the senator, high commands, commissioner, PD, EMS, doctors, every orifice, the state was saying, if you go over to that island, you will be charged with treason. It's beyond me why she didn't get charged with treason, to be honest. I don't care if she's trying to report the news. I don't care if she was objective. I don't care what she was trying to do. Going over there to report anything is, by definition, treasonous. By going over there, that's all it is. It's all it can be, and it's by the grace of God and the senator himself that he didn't charge her, because he could have.
1,000%.
I agree.
And I'm glad she's okay. There were definitely shots that were fired above her head, and that's the honest truth. He said, "Do you trust me?" I said, "I trust you. I just fought a war with a man. I've been there for 14 hours, hearing the sound of fucking drones going off, and we're just taking out 50 bodies out of the goddamn villa." So there was a lot going on, and all I wanted was for nobody to die anymore. Enough is enough. Enough bloodshed has been had, and it had to be stopped.
Was she armed?
She was cuffed.
So you had to save a woman from being shot in handcuffs from the senator? Are we hearing that right now?
I did everything I can to save her life. And that's
No,
all I have to
you're
say.
such a hero, Axel. But why are we?
I
why are we
am.
having to? Why are we having
I
to
am a
save?
war hero. Thank you.
Why are we having to save from the senator? Why are we having to do that?
Because the Senate is the law. That's why.
No, it sounds like the Senate is a murderous, dictatorous bastard.
And I'm gonna have a conversation with him because I do believe he's unhinged. I do believe that he has lost his mind slightly. I know that he means well and he wants to help out, but I feel like this conflict has definitely really affected him as a whole.
I don't care. I'll be
Okay.
honest.
Well, the senator is your boss's boss, and if you don't like it, then you should quit. That's how it is.
I'm not gonna roll over and quit to a dictator. I'll be honest.
Then we should come together and start pushing for legislations and laws within our city. So one can have absolute
Are you
power.
guys crazy? We're talking about a man who has absolute power over our entire department. This isn't a game of like, oh, maybe we can. If you want to start a movement, a public movement and protest, such as you're right. But in this police department, we have bosses. And if you expect a deputy to listen to you without question, how can you say the same? How can you talk like this to a senator? How can you sit here and say, I question what the senator does, when you would be downright offended, and you are, about Brian himself, Dark? That's hypocritical. I don't care.
Because when we go out and face the consequences, the senator's not going to be there. When those people get out of jail and start killing officers over and over and over again, it's not going to be the senator on the front line fucking taking the brunt of the damage. It's not. It's
not,
going to be us.
but it's
every
always been
single
that way.
fucking
And this
day.
is the job we signed up for. There were people trying
And
to kill
cool,
us
we
before
have the
that
right
warden,
to not be
and there's
happy
gonna
about that and try and do something about it.
You can do what you want, but you can't speak ill about your superior officers. That's always been a rule in this police department. You can be frustrated, you cannot like the job, but the door has always been there. You're not here by force. The reality of the situation is we have bosses. That's my boss right there at the podium. He's your boss too. But his boss is saying do something. I'm not saying no, I'm saying when. If I don't have to like it, I can go home in my personal life and moan to my friends. I can go home and express my that I don't like it. But as long as I work here, I have to be okay with what I'm doing, or I should quit.
Then I
I'm
guess I
not
should
sure. Okay.
Good luck.
Libby,
Chief of Police,
please.
Elizabeth, come back over here. Elizabeth.
I'm not sure I agree with that, Owen. Honestly, if I did something psychotic, I would fully expect my rangers to question me. I would fully expect them to hold me accountable for my actions. And I would not fuss if they tried to hold me accountable for my actions. And I don't expect them to just up and quit if I start acting like a psychopath.
I guess the question comes down to, do I think what he did was unreasonable? Do you think he was acting like a psychopath? And from what I've heard, I don't. I think shooting over the head of someone it's stupid. I wouldn't do it, but it's not to the point where I would be insubordinate.
What about sending the EMS in with a bomb?
I think we should have done more. I think we should have taken a fan and put chlorine gas down there. I think if it makes you feel better to send 100 soldiers in there to die, to 7 of them, that's great, but I'm not doing that shit. I think we should have taken more extreme measures. We should have collapsed the entire villa on them and everybody down there. I think as long as holdouts are happening, we're talking about a war, right? If a holdout happens in Bays Bank Tower, we're acting as police officers, and our rules of engagement are different and separate. I think when a holdout happens in a war, what do you expect to happen? How many officers' lives are worth not breaking what is a moral rule to you? To me, not a single life. I'm not going to sit here on my high horse and the high ground and say, I think we should have sent 100 people in, 50 people in, 30 people in, 20 people in. Tell me what number you're okay with dying to get 7 people out of a holdout with Dark, and I'll tell you what I think. How many people are you willing to sacrifice? How many soldiers are you willing to send in to die to their death to get 7 people out of a holdout?
Oh, and I
What's
think
the
you
number?
I think you might be missing some information. Can I clarify?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what I was informed of, and this is directly from the EMS in question, Veronica Mars, when she was asked to volunteer, she was not given the information about what she was volunteering for. She was brought to the location. She was instructed that she was going under the guise that she would be giving them medical aid. But she would be given a block of C4 to bring in to the compound. Now, the issue with that is that when they were telling her what she was going to do, Bison walked up and overheard it. He opposed it. In turn, Brian Knight pulled out a gun. He did not aim it. He had it at his side. And he told Bison, "If you say anything, I will effing kill you." Veronica was standing right there. What she told me was that she felt that if she declined this request, that she would be killed. And therein lies the problem.
Did she say she didn't want to do it at any point?
Not to them, because she had just heard them threaten someone who was opposed to it.
Was he opposed to it, or was he walking up unannounced into a private conversation in the middle of a war?
I don't think that
Besides the
matters.
point.
It's not. I don't think it is. I think it's entirely reasonable for people to be apprehensive of people sneaking up and listening to a conversation that is very important to operational security. If you're planning an attack on someone, not everybody gets to know. It's that simple. When we conducted war operations, we conducted meetings about the war, was everybody allowed in? Was everybody allowed to speak their piece and to hear? Absolutely not, because we don't know who's a sympathizer and who's not, or who would leak information and who wouldn't. Do I think Bison is a sympathizer? Absolutely not. But can I know that just from hearing footsteps approaching me? I don't agree with Bison. I don't agree with Brian threatening anybody, especially a fellow officer and at the time a soldier. I don't agree with that. To be very clear, it's wrong. He should have said, "Please leave. This is private," like we do in any other situation. However, I do understand being apprehensive about someone approaching you uninvited when suggesting a very important and potentially influential move that could end the holdout. I mean, let's say it's not Bison. Let's say it's a doctor, an EMS, a deputy or an officer, a soldier, whatever, that Brian or the senator don't know. Let's say it's someone completely unknown to them. What are the chances this person might call Kyle Pratt? You know, it's I hate to say this because I am the sheriff of the Blaine County Sheriff's Office, but we have Kyle Pratt sympathizers in our fucking department. I'm working to remove them, and when they're caught, they will be fired. But there are people that would text or call Kyle Pratt and warn him if they found out that they were planning something. I'm not saying that Brian should threaten people. Absolutely not. Don't get it twisted. But I am saying I understand being apprehensive.
And I get that, but the fact of the matter is, he threatened someone in front of the person who he was actively instructing to do something. And that person, at that point, was under duress. She was being coerced into doing what she was doing.
I can see what you're saying, but it's a silent duress where they didn't even know she was in duress. I understand that she didn't feel
How
comfortable.
would they not know she's under... What?
So what the senator mentioned, Gil Morton, is he told her she's not coming back from this, and she still agreed to doing it.
If she was briefed about the whole thing and she didn't say anything about, "I don't want to do this," or "Are you sure?" then how could they know that she wasn't okay with it? She volunteered in the first place. Are they supposed to read her minds? I can understand that she felt pressured to, and that she didn't want to say anything because she felt like there was an implication that she could end up like Bison, who was threatened. But she was asked as a volunteer in the first place. No, there's got to be a reasonable assumption that if you volunteered for something, you can back out.
I don't
mean,
agree. I fully
regardless
don't
of what
agree with
happened,
that.
Sheriff, I was there, and I don't agree with the call, not because of what you're talking about exactly, because we didn't get that desperate. We didn't have to send somebody in there. I didn't think the idea was needed in the time because we had enough people around up holding the angles and ready to take them down if necessary.
Chat, this is
And I
Owen's
wish I was part
character.
of the conversation
He's just this way.
when
Please
this shit went
don't
down, so I can give them
please
that
don't freak
input on the
out
whole thing.
about him or like talk bad about him specifically.
I wish I could have been there to suggest more extreme measures.
He's a
I think
psychopath.
the
Okay,
real tragedy is that we sent
just
someone
understand
in at all.
that.
I wish we could have sent a fucking drone in. I wish we could have sent a
We
robot in and a
we
medic
tried
uniform.
so many
I wish we
times.
could have sent.
It's very
I
on
wish we
brand
could
for
have
him.
sent. I wish we could have, sent a bomb in there. I don't care how many of them have to die. I would rather preserve life in a war. If you ask me, is one person's
What?
life worth the life of 20 potential soldiers going down after her with guns? Absolutely. If she was unwilling, that changes a lot. But from what I'm hearing, it's a wartime scenario. It's a high pressure scenario where these situations, we're analyzing them from the safety of a conference room 1,000 miles away from where it happens. It's hard to imagine that they were as cognizant as, that Brian and the senator were as cognizant of feelings and emotions as we are right now. I'm not saying they're blameless, but I'm saying it's hard to take everything into account when we're sitting here in a conference room in complete and utter safety, and they were in the middle of a war with combatants mere feet below them.
I mean, I understand what you're saying completely, Sheriff. And I see that side completely. I see the other side of, sending an EMS there as well, too. The thing about it, it was war. And
it is war. And
we were in there for 15 hours. 15 hours. And for the 4.5 hours at the villa, the constant shelling and the drones going off and the bombs exploding and the machine gun fire, it's hard to expect people to be completely 1,000% rational or to come up with the perfect plan and preserve the most life possible. There was a lot going on. We tried to make the best out of it. And a lot of people did a lot of different things that most
Addiction
of us maybe
34,
don't agree
thank you for
with,
the 48 months.
but it made a difference in the
And
battlefield.
it's really easy to sit here now after the war and pick it apart and use the words of a literal terrorist against those that did it.
I beg your pardon, I never spoke to any terrorists.
I'm not saying you did.
Who's the terrorist?
Well, I know the terrorist's been pretty active in prison.
I'm taking the word of an officer and an EMS. People who were directly involved.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you are. I'm just
What are you
saying, I know there's
insinuating?
people in PD that are taking the word of a terrorist over words of officers or words of soldiers, people that are on our side, people that aren't even giving the benefit of the doubt to the people that lead this police department.
I mean, I've had a lot of people who should talk to me behind my back without even having a simple conversation with me at all. We're seeing things on Twitter, hearing people talk about what I did without even talking to me and understanding my perspective. It happens. I just wish people would just come to the source and talk to them. But I know not everybody's doing that. Some people are. The people that care about the truth, the people that care about the facts are doing that because they care. Other people, they just want to push a narrative because they're mad at somebody or they're upset with something.
What are we doing here? If people want to talk about us, and they can do so. I don't think we should care about that. I'll be honest.
I mean, I don't. That's why I'm talking to you about it, right? That's why I'm just.
Yeah,
if I really cared, I would have punished people by now, right?
Yeah. Okay. I think we need to get back to the point this was brought up, which was what Brian and the senator did was a war crime, and I do not want a war criminal as a sergeant in our police department.
I mean, like I said, we can define war crime all you want. We can call it immoral, whatever. The whole what is a war crime is going to get beaten to death in the next couple of days if it hasn't already. But
Sure.
The way I see it, the way their uniform was described to me from Stubble, the medics were wearing blue camo, and they're not wearing a medic's uniform. They're wearing blue camo, which is closer to a Navy uniform, if anything. However, I know that there was an agreement made between the Sanguinian terrorists and the state's military force not to shoot medics. However, the way I see things, according to Stubble, the medics were shot at first. If I'm in a war and I shoot at the enemy side, I don't care what agreements are made. As soon as you fire a bullet at the medics, all bets are off. If we're in a war, and let's say, for example, it's a dark versus fenced-in war. My side's wearing one color, your side's wearing another. We've decided not to shoot each other. As soon as one of my people shoots at yours, all agreements are off. All agreements are off. I cannot. It's crazy to expect people to uphold an agreement. Also, for the sake of the matter, these are Los Santos and San Andreas medics, not Sanguinian. There's no oath of, as far as I know, EMS don't even sign an oath of, what is it, like the doctor's oath? They don't sign that here anyway. My point is, we don't owe them any medical help at all. And once they breach the agreement and they start shooting at our medics, why would they ever expect us to hold that up on our end of the bargain? I know if I was a medic and I pledged to, be impartial and help both sides, as soon as the other side shot at me, I would be not helping them anymore. In fact, I'd pick up a gun.
I mean, I even talked to the medic and the senator to allow them to treat the opposition, because in the previous war, apparently, the Sandy Shore was one, and some of them got treason in the past for doing their job.
I remember that.
Yeah, the senator said, like, from pretty early on that the people of Sanguine would be getting treatment and they'd be provided and cared for, like, in 95. That was like a big thing.
But as soon as you shoot at the medics, you have to know that agreement's off.
And are you 100% positive that they shot at the medics prior to Walter false flagging?
According to Stubble, that's what Stubble said, and I listened 100%.
Walter,
I haven't heard Stubble speak.
Walter was some point after I went down, which was the connection of phase 1 and 2. So 2 to 3 hours into the fight. Phase 1, the north side of the island, there was a fishing village on the northeast. And originally there was Jenny Hall and 3 other EMS, all acting in EMS capacity in a Humvee, and they were picking up wounded officers, and they were bringing them from that battle over there all the way back to the triage at the airstrip. And Jenny has said, and the other EMS as well, that they received sniper and RPG fire pretty much instantly. They were taking fire in that phase 1. Now, the word I got from Walter was he was involved in phase 3. I don't know if he was in phase 2, but it's something like a 3 or 4 hour gap.
So how long would you estimate between the first salvo of shots at EMS and then fucking Walter arriving? Like an hour, 2?
No idea. Probably longer than 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
Like, Axel might be able to know because he was there the whole time.
Right? The first time I saw Walter is when we got to the villa,
and that was deep in, right? Like
that was 7.5 hours into the battlefield. So it took us
phase
a while.
1 was the longest phase, right?
Yeah, that
Not
was like
including
3.5
how long
hours.
y'all were in that bunker. Phase 1 was a long time, and on phase 1, we only had 4 medics on the island, and those 4 were getting shot at, and that's when Jenny gave her class 2 to one of the EMS to have on her back as protection in case they needed to defend themselves. She never actually held it in her own hands. And then Jenny had another gun as well. So they had guns on their back in case they got fired at, but they never used them.
We trained them with guns before they left. I know that very much.
We did.
We armed them. We trained them. I thought,
Yeah.
to be honest, before the wartime meetings before the weekends was the plan I heard anyways, was to embed EMS inside squads and they would fight alongside us. I know that changed with the agreement, but I mean, the way I see things is it's the state of San Andreas and every government entity versus the Sanguinian terrorists. If they're going to shoot at our EMS despite the agreement, then why would they expect us to uphold that? And I'll be even more blunt. I think sending an EMS under the guise of medical help in there to bomb them is deceptive. I think it's deceptive and it's an outright lie, but I don't think it's immoral. The only immoral part would have been if she objected to it. And it sounds like she may have silently objected to it, but I'm struggling to find blame for them not to. I mean, it's I see both sides. I see why Brian and the senator sent her in. I can see why she felt pressure to. It's hard to assign blame there because she was a volunteer and she didn't speak up and she didn't say no and they didn't threaten her. But I can
Because
understand that they
Bryson
threatened someone
spoke up in
else.
front of her,
Right.
and he
I
got
can
threatened.
understand. Right. But yeah, that's where I'm at on that. I think we're at a disagreement there. But do I think? I mean, okay, we've all been in holdouts, right? All of us, several times in Los Santos.
Mm-hmm.
For every 5 criminals hold up in a one-way, hallway, where they can shoot down the hallway, how many cops on average you think have to die to get them out of that? I'd say for every 5 criminals, maybe 10, maybe 20 cops. Depends on the day. Depends on how good they are. Depends on how much ammo they have. I think sending one person in with a bomb, it's a mercy.
To die.
To die. But how many cops would have been sent in with guns to die? The alternative, Dart.
We tried that before. So to give you some context as well.
I mean, how many people need to go down that death funnel to make it okay to send one person with a bomb? How many dozens of cops need to go down that hallway and die to make it okay to send one person in with a bomb? How many dozens?
3 times a death cord.
How many dozens need to go down there and die to make it okay to send one person with a bomb?
If you think that he felt he didn't do anything wrong, the senator, then why do I have people from EMS telling me that he wanted to leave them behind when they were going to leave the island? Why did the EMS have to beg?
Have we heard his side? Did he even say that? Have we heard him out? Do we know what his side of events are?
I'm pretty sure that I said when we're taking everybody with us, Game Warden. I said on the radio that everybody, including Veronica, is coming back with us. I don't care. We're not leaving. I said that on the radio.
Because a lot of people.
I said that. I'm not sure what the senator did, but I can tell you that when people thought we're not going to do anything as far as trying to save Veronica when she's stuck in there, I made sure on the radio to tell everybody that we're going to do everything we can to get her out of there. We're not leaving without her.
Okay. The chief of EMS told me that when she was trying to get her medic back, she was told by the senator that they had gotten all the officers out and they didn't care about anyone else. I realize that you said something different, Axel, but the fact that the senator wanted to leave her there tells me something that he felt on his conscience was not right.
I think that's a pretty bold assumption if you haven't even spoken to him, because the 2 things you said so far are both differently phrased. The first thing you said is he wanted to leave the EMS. The second thing is he said he got all the cops. Let's go. Those are 2 very different statements.
No, they're the same thing.
And no, it's not. It's actually not. Believe it or not. Well, you're assuming his intention is to leave everybody who's not a cop, thereby intentionally leaving medics. There is also a possible assumption, one that doesn't carry so much of a sinister assumption, that maybe he just forgot, or maybe he thought they were already gotten.
When he was being asked specifically?
Maybe he assumed only cops were down there.
I think we should really talk to him and get his perspective.
I think we owe our boss's boss the benefit of the doubt to at least explain himself before we're ready to condemn him.
And I think we owe the chief of EMS a conversation as well.
Absolutely.
I had one with Veronica. I tried to get a hold of Kiki. I couldn't find her. And I told her exactly what happened, Game Warden, as far as my perspective. And I told them that I still don't agree with the fact that we sent the EMS in there. Hell, it should have been me. I wish it was me that was sent in there and did it instead of the EMS.
Objectively, it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, I guess it does. I mean, I wouldn't trade the leader of the operation for a soldier. That's just, I hate to be so blunt, but that's tactics. You can't send the general in when you have a soldier ready to do the same, as long as both are consenting. What I'm trying to say is, I struggle to understand the perspective that it would have been better to send 50 cops into a funnel where we know we'll lose 30% of them or 40%, thus killing 15, 20 officers in the process, versus sending one willing participant. The big question seems to be, was she truly willing? And was Brian and the senator aware of that? And did they send her in against her will? That's the only moral objection I have.
I think importantly here, at least from my perspective, is regardless of whether we want to consider this a war crime or whatnot, Brian Knight was complacent in putting a bomb on an EMS and sending them to die. That is a fact. And I do not want that as a part of PD.
Yeah, you should just get him 2 bombs. One should have been a dead man switch. That's the real mistake.
Okay, I'll ask you another question. If Brian Knight had done this on Los Santos shores, would you say the same thing?
It depends. Are we at wartime? Are there 8 terrorists holed up with rockets and guns in a position that is fortified and entrenched, where it'll take 30 to 40 cops that must die to get them out? If the answer is yes, then absolutely.
And if the answer is no, so if he's acting in his capacity as a police officer and he does this,
If he's acting in his capacity as a police officer, then no. I don't think he should have done it. Because we're police officers, we're peacekeepers in that essence, and we have other tactics to deal with stuff. We're not dealing with terrorists that have rockets. Hopefully,
yeah, that's fine. I'm not talking about him as a soldier. I'm talking about him as a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
And I do not feel that he is, given he made that decision and was complacent in it, I do not trust him as a police officer.
Has he demonstrated that he wants to do the same as a police officer, or are we assuming that because he did it as a soldier, he'll do it as a police officer?
That's unimportant.
Because I got bad news. What I did overseas, what Luca did, what Raven did, what Snow did, is way worse than whatever bullshit this is. And I guess we shouldn't be cops either.
Listen, if you don't want to be a cop, that's up to you. But
no,
right now,
I'm happy to be a cop. But I'm saying, I think Brian, much like myself, can separate being a soldier and being a police officer until he's demonstrated the ability not to. I don't think we need to assume that he's broken now that he was a soldier and can't go back to civilian life. And that's a pretty bold assumption.
Right, but it's not about civilian life. It's not about whether he's broken or not. It's the fact that he's done it once.
And I've done worse. Do you want to fire me? Have I ever, despite all my time overseas, despite all I did, have I ever demonstrated the inability to be a police officer to you?
No.
Then why are we doing the same for Brian without giving him a chance?
I guess for me,
is,
for me, when it go ahead.
I need to get you a whole perspective here. So you're saying we as a police department should not consider anything they did over on the island as soldiers, as you say.
As Azazel, thank you for the tier 2 28 months. Glad you're getting scammed once again.
But you can't fire him outright. You can consider what they did, but you shouldn't fire him before he has a chance to prove that he's broken. You know,
I don't care if he's broken or not.
When's the last time Snow blew up a couple civilians with an Apache in Los Santos? The answer is never. But he did do that overseas. I saw him do it.
Civilians?
Do I assume there were arms,
civilians.
But yeah, armed civilians.
Terrorists, you mean?
I wish it was that black and white.
What?
The rules aren't that simple. We're police officers in Los Santos. The rules of engagements are pretty simple. If they have a gun and you shoot them.
No. I think that us, as soldiers over there, should be held to a slightly higher standard than a bunch of terrorists in a hole. Personally.
I agree we should be held to a higher standard. But what you do as a soldier, I'm not going to fire someone for. The rules of engagement are different. Like the senator said himself, if you find drugs on somebody and you want to do it, you have permission to do so if you think it'll help you, right? I'm not going to sit here and fire them for doing that now. That feels... You can't change the rules for the circumstances of war and then change them back to fire them the next day.
Nobody changed the rules. The senators, it was the Senate. Listen, I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, we can judge a person's ability and whether or not we want them as a police officer based on their actions, regardless whether those actions occurred at war or at home.
The question seems to be...
The thing about it, though, Dark, though, I mean, in the same kind of light, then we should have fired everyone in that room that clapped for no war crimes when the senator announced at the meeting. And Bison was there as well, too, who cheered for it, too. So should we fire everybody that has that kind of belief at the time?
Did anybody actually do anything, though? We're not about actions here.
But you're talking about morals and principles and values, right? Isn't that fucked up to cheer for no war crimes? You want somebody who is
what?
Yeah,
Cheering
again,
for no
but-
war crimes?
Well, the phrasing is difficult here, Axel. What he's saying is the senator announced there's no such thing as a war crime. Let's give it to him, and people cheer. Not like they were cheering that there
Okay.
were no war crimes successfully. Bison, amongst the many others, were cheering that the perspective that there was no way they would get charged with war crimes because they didn't exist prior to the war. That's the
Okay, but
perspective.
we are comparing somebody cheering, which I agree is bad, to someone being complacent and placing a bomb on an EMS. That's what we're comparing right now.
You can say EMS all you want, but at that time they're a soldier, and they've been shot. They were carrying a weapon. They were a medic. You can call them a medic if you prefer, but I think
Okay,
calling
medic.
it EMS is doing it a disservice. It's manipulating the language.
Right, sure, but regardless, we're comparing apples and oranges. We're talking about people's actions overseas.
And that's what makes that's what makes the whole thing, messy and complicated. Is because
let me try a more
Senate
direct
war,
analogy,
not a
if
PD
that's
war,
okay.
right?
Let me try a more direct analogy. During the war, our people who are prior police officers, then soldiers, now police officers again, did things over there they would not be allowed to do over here, right? Many of them, almost all of them. They carried weapons they weren't supposed to. They used equipment in ways they weren't supposed to. They engaged in rules of engagements they weren't really meant to. I mean, we were behind the turrets of tanks, blowing people up just for carrying a weapon. Now, are we going to hold that against them over here? Who is the gunners of many of these weapons? Are we afraid that about their judgment now because now that they're a cop again?
I think again we're comparing apples and oranges here. We had people who signed up for a war with armed combatants, and they engaged in that war as expected. Throwing a bomb on a medic, it was not what was expected of them, right?
Maybe not what you expected, but it's a war, Dark. People, this isn't.
Okay, but it's also a war crime.
It's not definitively. I mean, I don't want to get into the
Not
argument of a war
definition,
crime,
yeah.
but it's definitively not a war crime to put a bomb on a suicide. I mean, for lack of a better term, a suicide bomb is not a war crime.
Also, what I remember when they explained the plan, when I asked them afterwards what the fuck happened, the way it explained to me, the EMS was supposed to go in there while treating one of their bodies, was supposed to, next to them, place the bomb, then run out, and then have everybody inside explode. That was the original plan as far as I've been told. And obviously, this is something I heard from Brian, the senator, but we'll have to talk to them exactly and figure out what exactly they think of, what they're thinking of in the time when this happened. Only we don't have that full story yet. We only have the EMS side of things and a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm trying to illustrate, and we may be understanding each other at this point, but just disagree, which is fine. We should just wait for the panel and wait for the senator, because that's probably gonna. Well, we can discuss what we think happened as much as we want, but most of what we have is at best secondhand opinions, and at worst third. So we should get the senator in here to explain what he said to the EMS in terms of we should leave them, or we got everyone we wanted, or whatever. We should get Brian here to explain whether he thought the EMS was under pressure or was coerced or whatever. But as far as do I think Brian should be terminated for something he did at a wartime? No, because I think the standards of war are different. And because he adapted to the standards of war doesn't mean he won't unadapt when he comes back to Los Santos. That's an assumption that I'm not comfortable making to terminate someone. Listen, I'll be blunt. I don't like Brian. I for 3 months ago, he confessed that he had murdered people in the name of the chief of police, Bobby Smith, and he gotten away with it. And the statute of limitations had elapsed. He joked about killing Cody Sharp. He was proud of that. Do I like Brian? No. Do I think he's a good guy? Absolutely not. I think he's a giant piece of shit. But do I have a problem with what he did in this specific instance? I'm not so sure yet. I want to hear his side.
There are a lot of people who have a problem with what he did.
Have any of them spoken to him?
I think some of them have, yes.
Part of the problem You know what? I'll wait for the panel.
Can I say
I
something?
know.
Also, we're
Yeah,
missing
trouble.
the chief of police and Turretti. They both have quit.
It's already quit, boss. I hate to keep bringing it up.
Elizabeth seems like I don't know. I'm trying to bring her back, but it seems like she has quit. So,
All right. Well, can I say some things?
absolutely.
There's been a lot of jumping around hoops and metaphors and comparisons and consequences and apples to oranges and all that bullshit, but it really isn't like black and white. It's really fucking tough because, like you said, Axel, both sides, right? They got points.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, Owen could say, yeah, a lot of the boys, they used to do a lot of fucked up shit way back, and I think it's very easy to disconnect wherever the NATO operations were, and it was far east or west, it was other side of the goddamn planet. But I think what makes this whole operation so much more like up close is it was a 3-minute boat ride, and it wasn't against random terrorists that we never met before. It was people fighting for Sanguine that are citizens of San Andreas. And it was, we weren't just using soldiers, we were using medical personnel and EMS doctors and whatnot in that fight. We might have originally thought, let's put the medics in the squads, but then we said, let's put the medics outside of the fighting and we'll have them established as medics that are not involved in the conflict. But I wasn't there. Owen wasn't there. Doc, you went down shortly after me, and Tessa, I don't believe you were there. Axel's the only person that can really say what happened. But things got really bad, right? That's why these things happen. And there were a lot of plans, there were contingencies, and a lot of them failed. Whatever happened on the island was not the initial plan that I spent a long time trying to get in a certain way. It all fell apart. And I don't know. It's very easy to say, yes, Brian, he did a colossal fuck up and it was very wrong. And it's hard to keep him employed because it's like, yes, he's acting as a soldier, but he's still a sergeant in the PD. Because it's this weird gray area where the Senate decided to militarize the police department and send us over to do an operation on a foreign soil when that should have been the job of the military. We never should have been asked. Actually, you and the Senator never should have come to me as an undersheriff and the leader of the HVTU and said, I need you to run an operation. We're going to militarize the PD. We're going to get a bunch of equipment and we're going to invade a foreign soil. This never should have happened.
Yeah, I mean, I had that conversation with him. I mean, I didn't agree with
the
the
military
time.
should have done. You shouldn't have been on that island. I shouldn't have been. Bobby Boulderman shouldn't have been, right? But the shit reality is, that's what the Senator decided to do. And here we are. We're going to pick up the fucking pieces. And it's were we operating as members of the PD in a military operation, or were we operating as soldiers of the military? And I don't think we have that answer right now. So it's kind of hard to say, can we fire Brian and Walter? I'm very, very tempted to push for their firing because they're fucking psychopaths, but were they psychopaths in that operation? They did what they needed to do to survive. Like Axel said, Walter, he changed the tide, but he saved a lot of lives. He got rid of a lot of people that shot at our friends, shot at our co-workers. But it's like, did he do that as a soldier that was false flagging as an EMS? Or did he do that as an officer in a police operation that's false flagging as an EMS? Because like Owen said, half the things that they did over there, we'd never do here. It's not the Lost War where it's on San Andreas soil, it's somewhere else. So we have to do what Owen said and do that panel and hear those sides. And we need to, as High Command, decide, what was this? Was this a PD operation where we were militarized, or was this a military operation? Because right now we have a lot of different opinions. That's just on the internal punishments on a few of our members. I'm not even going into the whole shit with the Senator that we were talking about earlier. And the shit with the public and the DOC. The entire government, as it's built up right now, is in a colossal shit show. And if we make any mistakes over the next few weeks, it could all crack and fall apart. I don't know if you've noticed, but instead of us being unified as San Andreas against the terrorists, it's kind of everybody going at each other.
Yeah, they may be behind bars, but their tendrils are stretching between us.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of people are trying to heal the divide right now. In fact, they're trying to make it even bigger so they can conquer. When people are divided, when people are weak, they're not really strong and united. They can attack much easier.
The way I see it is they may have lost the war, but they're trying to win an information one. They're trying to break us apart. And I regret Reed leaving. I wish I hadn't been so confrontational, but I stand by what I said. The senator is our boss's boss. And if we don't like it, our recourse is to quit and protest, not undermine him. It's unprofessional.
I don't agree with that. I'm gonna have to say, like, I kind of agree with Reed. Like, yes, the legislation says he's all the power, and the legislation says he can fire and do whatever the fuck he wants. But at the end of the day, if he's acting kind of like outside his purview as a sane person, then it's kind of our responsibility.
But
to
do you think
everybody
he
below
was
us,
acting
right?
insane? I haven't seen any information that makes me think he's
Well,
acting
we're only
insane.
talking about things that
I haven't
sound
heard him
worse.
out.
Why was he on a rooftop with a machine gun and he gunned down unarmed people inside a gem pod? I had a sergeant in the DOC do that.
Didn't Axel
Somebody
just
threw
say
a
that's
shoe
not
at
what
her.
happens?
Axel said that he
Axel?
didn't do that.
Axel said he didn't
So
shoot.
no, hey, the senator definitely shot Kyle Fred.
Why?
Okay.
Because Kyle Fred said, "What are you gonna do up there? Sit there and shoot me?" And he shot
Oh
him.
no.
Yeah, he got
Got baited.
definitely- He got baited 100%. I
New
only
Iron
shot
says, by the way, thank you
person
for the
that I
7
told, if
months.
you throw a shoe,
And Dingus,
that was
thank
on
you for
edge. He started
the
knocking me off the edge.
12
I'm gonna
months, the
shoot
whole
him.
heckin' year.
And I warned him multiple times. He said, "Fuck you" for saying Queen. Threw the shoe in my face. I shot him.
Oh, so you shot one too?
Yes,
Ah,
that's not the
Fred.
same situation.
In the same situation, yeah, because they're throwing shoes up there.
Shot someone because they're
Right.
shoes.
I mean,
I
I mean,
I was about to
we
bring up
have
how I fired
preached
a
that.
DOC sergeant for doing that. So that's
Yeah, that wasn't a very good point, Axel.
I've shot someone for someone to shoot me
I
in
mean,
prison before.
it was
but
that
it was during a
off the
riot,
goddamn fucking
and I wasn't on
ledge.
the roof.
If I fell down there, they would have ate me. They would have fucking all
Okay,
ate me.
were
for
you
sure.
gonna fall down
I was on the
if
edge.
you got
Yeah.
hit? Was there
I mean,
like a railing or anything?
I got fucking whacked in my head. Yeah.
Was there a railing, Axel?
I mean, there was, but I was on the edge of it because.
you stepped away from the railing.
Well,
You think you could have maybe like stepped back from the railing so you wouldn't have fallen in when you saw the shoe?
What are you trying to say exactly?
Like, I'm just thinking, if the threat is getting hit with a shoe and falling into prison and getting beaten up, wouldn't getting away from the railing just negate that entirely versus shooting the person?
Yeah, that's some wishful thinking, Sheriff.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've definitely shot a prisoner for throwing a shoe, but I was on the ground. It was there to breach in the showers, and it looked like a fucking tear gas grenade. So I think the situation needs a little bit of examining. If the senator's shooting people from a rooftop with a machine gun for simply speaking to him, that's something I don't agree with. But again, I'm going to wait to hear it from him and question him on it before I'm willing to speak out against him, especially to subordinates.
I mean, I haven't seen him since then. Ever since that incident happened, he told me to drop him off, and that's what I did. So I'm having a conversation with him one-on-one regarding everything as far as what happened. So I'm hoping that it can lead to something good, because and all this bullshit has been going on. I think the most important thing is we need to learn from this and learn from either the mistakes or things that happen so we can build a better government, in my opinion, in the future that is more well-equipped to handle something like this if it happens. So people just don't turn on each other, and then somebody has to fall on the sword for things to get better.
Out of curiosity, I'd like to get the room's opinion on this. Did the senator, through his actions, attempt to murder Kyle Pred?
I mean,
Not
wasn't
during
looking-
wartime, not on Sanguine. In Los Santos, did he try and kill Kyle Pred?
that's a question you have to ask him. He did
Well,
say
we're
give him
asking
medical
you.
after.
I'm going to side with Dark here and say he's asking you directly. In your opinion, as a police officer, was it murder? You saw
But
it
he's
happen,
not
right?
here, so we can't speak out against him.
Who isn't here?
The senator.
No,
No, but
Dark is asking Axel if what he saw looked to be attempted murder.
yes.
If you want to go by the law, I would say yes.
Right. So we have. This is. Listen, I really want to be on the same page as everyone, and so this is my perspective coming through here. We have a senator actively committing crimes in Los Santos.
I don't think we're gonna be able to talk to him.
Why?
Why?
What have you seen?
Libby just texted me and said a senator just died to PD.
2 PD?
What?
Like,
I
What?
guess? I don't know. I don't have
What?
context. I don't even know if it's him.
Why is Cap Terranova saying
400. What's the status of Mr.
long
Rowe?
live the Senate? What the fuck just happened?
Yeah, what happened?
Is that the report from 40 minutes ago? Senator in like quotation marks stabs Hale.
Maybe Libby killed him.
It's a fake senator.
I've been in a meeting.
You sure?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. People are false flagging the senators nowadays. Holy shit.
Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, Temple, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, apparently it was a
It's a fake senator. It's not Pumbig.
Okay, so, all right.
Anyway,
I thought it was unusual that a senator got attacked and didn't hop into a tank.
yeah. My point there being, if we have a senator committing crimes, you know, at what point do we at least start questioning the guy? Listen, I understand.
I'm happy to question him at this point.
I'm on about questioning
In fact,
him
if I
as
were
a-
there, I
as
would
a
have tried to
leader.
arrest him.
I wanted to shoot
Yeah.
him, but I'll be honest. He is the law by definition, legislation, and I would have been committing attempted murder myself, and I would have been thrown in the
You don't
prison.
have to shoot him to place him under arrest, Axel.
Well, when I saw him do that, I thought to
could put
myself,
it
how
to
do I
document
stop
on
him?
it.
How the fuck do I stop him? Because it says in the legislation, the Senate is the law.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he can break the law.
Well, when I've been told they've RPG'd and tanked people in the past and got
Yeah,
away
they-
with it.
Barossi did take a tank to. You remember that, right? Dark Jamestown Street.
I heard it again today. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a historical basis that the senators can't just kill people.
So I think.
I don't know
actually
if
what
he
you-
can.
We've never challenged it, to be blunt.
I'm
I
reading
guess.
it, and it does not say he's the law.
I just want to make a point here.
It says he has unlimited power. But...
The commissioner himself has just said, essentially, actually, I don't want to speak for you here, and it's not. I'm not trying to put
I mean,
you down
I'll
here.
tell him that to him. If I get fired because I've told that to my boss, by all means.
No.
I mean,
Listen, what I'm trying to say is, you were afraid to do anything against the Senate because of this legislation and the way he's been acting. So we have the commissioner of the police department who is afraid of the Senate and their actions because you were afraid that you could get killed by the Senate.
I mean, I've read the legislation just now. I think Stubble's going to say the same. There is nothing that exempts him from the law. It just says he can make the law and terminate any government employee at any point. You know.
Yeah.
He could change the definition of murder to no longer include him, but as he hasn't done that, he is still subject to it. The way I read it.
What if he says, if you try to arrest me, you're fired, and he fires all of us? What happens
Well, isn't
next?
that? I mean, that's something that I think we had. Who did that like 4 months ago, right? Didn't that happen literally? Like, who was it? It was someone in high command, right?
Huh?
They fired someone for trying to arrest them.
Ooh. Yeah.
Didn't that happen? Am I wrong?
Dog thing. Yeah.
Was it the dog thing? Was it
Yeah.
Wrangler?
Yeah, I think it was Wrangler. Yeah.
Right?
Oh.
Yeah. So I guess we
Pretty sure
have.
that whole thing. Yeah.
How did that go? What was our decision there?
Restructure.
Oh, so we didn't really get an answer.
Yeah, we get it. Yeah, book closed. Train crash.
Well, generally speaking, I think if you try to fire someone who's trying to arrest you, they probably still arrest you. I think that's. I wouldn't listen. If I went to, let's say, Axel tried to murder Dark right here, right now. I saw it happen. If you tried to fire me, I would still arrest you. I mean, I guess that comes down to like, if you took my keys while I was doing it, then it becomes a little complicated. And I don't know how I'd handle that, but I would still arrest you until I was no longer capable.
So, do we arrest the senator for attempted murder? I know Bundy took some evidence.
The way I'm reading the law, we should. I'm basing this all off of
It
what
was
you
Harvey
said.
that took the evidence.
Yeah, he's got
Alright.
the report.
Okay. Well, there's a report up. Even better. What is your report number?
If you type in Pred, then it's typed like Pred gets shot. Investigative report, not incident.
Like the key would be to get him in handcuffs so fast that he couldn't open the MDW and write a legislation to exempt himself before we got him, you know? Because if he did that, then technically, I mean, this sounds very childish and very like silly, like the rules are made up, but that would be what he's allowed to do. He's capable of, given his power. But as long as we prevented him from doing that, I don't know if there's a precedent for being able to speak stuff in the law. He'd have to write it down first. I don't know. I'm honestly just trying to feel this out as I'm talking.
No, yeah, it's I think, to be honest, that the shooting was one of the first things I heard, and then the bomb situation, and then the Ursula situation. So, from my perspective, obviously, again, I haven't spoken to the guy, but from my perspective, from what I've heard, the senator is it's not a very professional word, but unhinged. So that's why I am judging more harshly any actions that officers took over there, because clearly the guy that sent us over there and was, I guess, leading over there was is either not in the right state of frame of mind or is just a psychopath. And so,
I mean, it's not as I don't feel as comfortable saying that because he did something wrong, he always has been broken. I mean, I've known Pumbig or Senator Davis for more than a year, and he never seemed off to me. He seemed aggressive. He seemed brutish, brash, even very direct. But I've never considered him like unhinged or unstable until I heard he tried to murder someone over the weekend. I guess it's not for me. It's not like because of what he did on Saturday or what he did on the weekend makes everything in the war questionable. It's more like we should handle things as they happen, as individual scenarios, and we shouldn't jump to conclusions about the whole situation before we know we have him in cuffs. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, we should have a conversation with them. And then, based on the report, the statements, everything, we push for a charge.
Yeah.
What happens
I
if
mean,
he gets convicted?
Then he goes to jail for attempted murder, and he gets back out again. And I assume he's still in his position. So Axel's about to get fired, and so are we. But
Yeah,
what's right, I guess.
I'm probably gonna lose my job doing this, but at least we're doing the right thing.
He can't fire all of High Command, can he?
He can.
Yes,
I mean, he can, but
he's got
will
supreme. He's got supreme power. But
what's he
like
gonna
I
do?
said,
Fire every cop?
we are David setting up to Goliath, and we're trying to do the right thing here. And he's gonna challenge everything. So if you try to take him down, if you're gonna swing your dick at the big boss, he's gonna swing just as hard as back. So get ready for that too.
Well, if he truly is what I believe to be a rational person, he'll submit to the handcuffs or detainment. We don't have to handcuff him if he's compliant. And he'll be interviewed about it and either admit to it or plea it out. And things can go civilly, potentially.
Yeah. We should probably get Corinne involved, unless y'all don't feel like we can trust him in this matter. But I feel like you should know about this if we're going to proceed forward. The next time we're supposed to meet with the senator was supposed to be on Friday for the ceremony for the medals.
What time is the ceremony?
Not scheduled yet. Obviously, I got to talk to.
Because I was looking at
needs to be after the
scheduling
funerals.
Yeah, I was trying to schedule the funerals for Friday.
Funerals first.
And then we should do a Sunday then, if that's the case, or maybe a day where
We could do it like hours after, because I was looking at 4 Eastern for the SDSO funerals.
I don't want to take away from the funeral at all, because
I understand. Yeah.
unless you guys are okay with something like that.
I mean, it's war related, I guess. It wouldn't be the worst. I wouldn't want to do it anywhere near it. I'd like to do the funerals and give an hour break at least until that, but we could just do it Monday. It's not a big deal.
All right, then we'll push for Monday then, being the ceremony. A lot of people will be given medals for their heroic effort, of course.
And you want to arrest him at the ceremony?
After he's done giving out the medals, probably, yeah.
All right.
What? I mean, listen. I
mean, what if we approach this rationally and said, Senator Davis, we suspect you may have committed a crime, and one of us is a witness to it. We're issuing a warrant for your arrest. And just told him to come in and speak with us to handle it versus publicly ambushing him at a ceremony.
I mean, if he shows up before that, absolutely, I'm all for it. I'm just telling you the next time we're supposed to meet. That was well,
I think we should.
Time.
I think if he's going to be the senator either way, after he gets out of jail for 45 months or whatever, we should probably be as civil as possible with him and just say, here's our intent to arrest you. You've broken the law. And if he resists, then we have to do what we got to do. But hopefully he'll come quietly and we don't have to do it publicly.
I'm okay with that. And I'll reach out to him to see when he can show up as soon as possible so we can expedite this conversation. There's also one more thing, the press release that we want to give out to the public. I've, made a statement in there as well in the High Command chat. I know, Dirk, you added your part as well, but most of us are agreeing to not discuss the EMS thing or the false flag and allegation. How do we want to go about that? And this is something that obviously the Public Information Officer department will handle in the future. But for now, what is it we want to say exactly?
All I'm going to say is that if we address the EMS C4 thing in any capacity, we are lighting the city on fire. That's my opinion. I think that there are a lot of people who have a lot of opinions on this situation. A lot of rumors have gone around. And until something happens with the panel, I don't think we should address it publicly. Because anything that we say is going to get completely just blown up.
I agree. I think our statement should be brief, acknowledge that there was a war, acknowledge our results of the war, that we acknowledge the good things that came from it at the very least, and say that hearings are ongoing for other stuff, and then leave it be. I think whether or not individually
thank you
we
for the
agree or
5
disagree
gifted
with
here.
what happens,
Amazing, I appreciate
there's a
you.
lot more people out there that are going to
you.
be a lot more emotional than we are in this room, and that it's going to be, like Tessa said, an issue.
They'll stop listening as soon as we mention it. That's
Yeah.
going to be
So,
all they
what-
hear.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
That was an accident. It was like the cell towers went down for a moment.
So what should be in this public statement or this press release that's going out to LSPN News, for example? What do you think should be in there?
Well, probably not a whole lot. We should probably keep it concise. People don't have a long attention span. We should. What is it right now? Let's look.
Do we want to address the senator threatening Ursula?
Absolutely not. I think we just keep it to the facts of what we know and what we are unified on right now. If there's a disagreement, then we don't talk about it because we're not in agreement on it, And if the senator thing is still unresolved, like we currently are we're talking about literally arresting him, then we should wait for that to resolve if we were comments on it. Just, it's an ongoing case is what we should talk about.
Okay. So stick to the facts that we found, a bench that manufactured explosives. Mention what we saw, what happened exactly. Don't bring up what happened with the senator or EMS or the false flag and allegation. Wait till we're done with those.
It's easier to mention what we should mention than we shouldn't. It should just be I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Stubble or any of the other Dark, Tessa, but I feel like we should just say there was a war initiated by the Senate at this time. PD officers were drafted into the military voluntarily. They deployed on the islands in this amount of numbers. They accomplished these objectives. At the end of the war, this amount of many terrorists were held or captured. This amount of people were killed. This amount of officers were killed. Funerals are being arranged. Sentences are ongoing.
Like
And
actually finding the manufacturing of explosives.
bomb making has
is good
ceased.
things.
Yeah.
And we're proud to announce that, like what was the statement that MCU gave us that was like something like 90% of rockets used in the last 3 months were produced at that site. So also mention that probably.
I have that in the very end is
Can you send it again?
it's in hot command chat. Yeah. On August 28th, 2023, the State Senate commenced an invasion of St. Queen Isle. Following conflict and resistance in the Isle, the forces of State San Andreas look at a bench containing materials required for and instructions of creation of rocket-propelled grenades, C4, planted and timed explosives, and other items. Upon full analysis of the weapons bench, State San Andreas determined that explosive utilized in criminal activity since July 26, 2023, including more than 20 incidents tied back to this bench. The State Senate has conclusively state at this time at this point in time, the St. Queen Isle was primary, if not the only source of explosive in the State Senate for the last 3 months.
Do we have a number for like primarily versus if only? Like, do they
the
give
sheets
us
are up there?
Okay, how much it was?
It should be 90% of probably 20 incidents, I would say, if you look at the sheet.
I worry that if we
I like the
fail
picture.
Sorry.
Sorry, just threw that picture in.
I can try to rewrite it if you prefer, but what I would include is
if you want to add more to it, go ahead. I mean,
I would include that it's related to the bomb. If it is, I'm assuming it is based on what you said. It's tied to the bombing of the courthouse, the apartments, like everything. We should directly name incidents, like a few of them at least, so people know that isn't just like, hey, these guys are making fucking rockets. These people were bombing the apartments, courthouses, hospitals. So there's a bit more of emphasis on what harm these people did and why we went over there.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to add that in there, Owen, try to beef it up to give a better perspective as far as the PD side of things and to have it in better light / presentation, please go ahead. I just kind of wrote with Bundy together something, and then obviously half of it was going to be talking about the allegation with the EMS and what happened with Walter.
I don't think I think a lot of people just want to know why we actually went and goddamn did it. That's what a lot of the talks were before the operation was. We had it was like suddenly out of nowhere, sanguine enemy of the state. 1 day later, negotiation over with the aircraft carrier. Now it's war. You guys didn't follow our demands. And everyone's like, why is this happening? And then obviously the FIB building, terrible. Everybody just got dismissed, belittled. That was a shit show. And then we started talking and, you had the senator and the announcement and whatnot. It got a little better, but people still, we don't have to give them every single line of probable cause and all the details, the investigation, explain every minute just knowingly.
I mean, we should also include.
It helps.
We should also include like who was over there and why we suspect they were over there, right? Like we, to my knowledge, we've arrested several different gangs over there. Trying to struggle with the names. I know Terrence Walker, so BBMC. Who else was it over there?
Gulag Gang.
Okay.
I'm bread.
My phone is on silent.
In any case, the gangs, we can acknowledge like several gangs, some criminal organizations, whatever, came from Los Santos to fight for Sanguine Isle. And I mean,
Wow, what the heck, Effie?
None of us would truly believe they were fighting for
That's
freedom
uncalled
or anything,
for.
right? Like we all know they were fighting for the bomb makers, the terrorists, right? Like,
I mean, that's what I had.
I mean,
a
is that at
conversation
least
with
acknowledged
TJ.
in this room?
Yeah, he acknowledged that as well. That he wanted to keep his favors with Jaeger up as well. That was part of it.
Effie,
Yeah, I mean,
whoever
and
smelled
we should
it,
put that in there.
Warrior.
We should say that
Dealt it.
several criminal gangs known for their violence against police officers joined
That's
the
all I'm
war
saying.
on the side of the terrorists for hopefully better connections to the bomb makers.
Boom.
Like, shouldn't we
Roasted.
include that? Like, these guys are not freedom fighters going, doing what they think is right. They're trying to get in good with literal bomb makers, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna write this. I'll try to.
Yeah, if you can just write it down if you can. I'm just looking at that the incidents that tie back to the bench as well as far as the manufacturer marker.
I feel like if we don't acknowledge, a lot of people are very concerned, PD included, about the things that we did over there on Sanguine. If we don't acknowledge them, then that could cause issues too. And I'm not saying we have to say that we
I'm
agree
not
or
saying we don't
disagree.
acknowledge them. I'm saying we don't acknowledge them yet. We don't even have an agreement on what's going on. And if we're
No,
not if we're not united on what's going on and we don't have a solution, we should not be talking to the public.
Put
I
it
like
in
that.
high
That looks
command as
good.
well, so y'all can read it. But that's from the EMS that they just put out like an hour ago.
Oh shit, it's a little small. I'll read it on my phone.
Yeah, I
It's in
gotta look at my
command
phone.
if you want to read it on your phone.
Oh, let me see. Okay, all right.
Yeah, they didn't mention it either. The TLDR is the last paragraph. We're aware of various incidents that conflict with what role the EMS played during those events, and we have been and are still performing internal investigations regarding these incidents. The goal of LS Emergency Services will always be to help the people of San Andreas. We know this may not be the answer for all your questions, however, due to these events still being under investigation, we are unable to disclose all information at this time. Rest assured, the events of that day are not being ignored or disregarded by our department. The safety of our EMS and the privilege of trust the state has in our department and those within our main priority, and it is not something that we will take for granted. Thank you all for your patience and understanding these confusing times. And then signed it.
I think they basically did what I'm suggesting, which is at least that we acknowledge that we are aware of these incidents and looking into them. And if anyone asks us anything about them, we're saying, yes, we are aware and it's been looked into.
I don't disagree with that at all, actually. That way, it's an ongoing investigation, which it is. Obviously, we're trying to figure out what's going on exactly. And I've
Yeah.
spoken to Walter and Brian, the senator, of course.
I don't have an issue with that. What I was concerned about was how it was worded when it was initially presented, which was that, we took a strong stance on it and everything, and obviously we're not quite as strong in our stances when we're talking to everyone here, so I think until we get a little bit more unified in what we're actually doing as a solution, I don't think we should go into any specifics.
Yeah, I agree.
But we can acknowledge it.
Well said, Game Warden. I got a text message from the chief of police. She's not quitting. She's still going to be the chief of police. She just wanted a minute, and obviously she has her stance when it comes to this whole entire conversation regarding the conflict in the war, and she's not agree with most of it. That's what I've been told. But obviously, we need to come together and trying to find a way to heal the divide between us, so we can get back on track and we can get back to doing the right thing. And that's the most important thing. I mean, if y'all have any questions, anything you want to bring up, any concerns, I'm more than happy to discuss them right here and talk about them so we can fix these problems and address them.
Axel, I would like to. Well, okay. First of all, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, Axel. But Axel, after a conversation the other day on accountability, has volunteered to have his own panel. Is that okay to say so?
I mean, yeah. I mean, ask me anything you want. I mean, I'm not hiding anything. But if you feel like a panel is needed from me, go ahead. But if there's any false narrative, false accusations being made, of course I'm responding back to them.
No, that's fair.
Apologies. Tired. No. In
You're
a good
coaching.
mode. Overreacted.
You're good.
Welcome back.
One of the reasons that there's been some things thrown about yourself, Axel, but I feel like those things the room should be aware of. Do you want to be here when I say these things, or would you rather?
I mean, yeah. If you be talking about me, Dirk, I want to hear them.
Okay. Well, obviously that prison shooting with the shoe has come up today. That could be in question and contention, as we already asked you some questions about it, and clearly, it's not an easy cut and dry situation. Also,
Cardinal, thank you for the Prime.
Okay.
Welcome.
So, I did ask if you wanted to be here for this, and
If you're implying though, right, what questions you have about me shooting my gun?
whether or not it was excessive force.
Excessive force?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then there was the Toretti informed me a couple of days back that when Johnny Devine, the undercover operative, was initially leaked because of our own faults, that in the presence of Toretti and I think it was Bundy, who was armed with a sniper rifle, Axel and Brian discussed killing Johnny Devine to retain sensitive information, or at least not continue any more leaks.
Archaeologist, thank you for the 11 months. Oh my god.
5-second joke. We got back to ageist legislation. Everybody was overreacting. That's my perspective.
Okay. Those are, I guess, the main things, really, that I feel could be worthwhile in having a discussion, perhaps during a panel, as to whether those things were good or true, and your defense for those things, and whether or not you should be held accountable for those actions. That's all, and obviously it's voluntary, as you said. So
I mean, we have everybody right here. Who you missing from this panel? We could do mine right now if you want. Get me out the way right away.
I mean, how does everybody feel about that? Do we want to take some time to discuss it beforehand and do an investigation, or
How about this?
What is the accusation? I mean, we're all here.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
going to be a week or two until we do this again, I presume. So
I just stated both of them.
okay.
But what
So I'm writing the statement still, unfortunately. So
excessive force.
Excessive force for shooting on the rooftop, and then the criminal threats or conspiracy, if you want to paint that picture, for planning to, was it assassinate, kill, murder, snuff out Johnny Devine.
The joke police now.
okay, well, I'll just say right away.
Right? That's
I
your
don't think
side.
Bundy took it as a joke.
Oh, I didn't tell anything to Bundy. Bundy did not come over till afterwards when he had a conversation with Brian. I came in when all three were present, and I got an email from the director. And then they brought a bunch of ideas. We joked about it. We got back to the most important thing, which was getting him back alive using the ageist legislation. So
My phone is on silent.
I don't feel comfortable punishing people for. I don't. I mean, I guess I didn't hear. What did you say about Divine? You're going to kill him. You wanted to kill him. You planned to kill him. How severe were the plans? Did you make plans? Did you go and do it? Did you have the gun? Did you have a location? Did you know where he was? So that's the important stuff. Because if it's off the cuff, man, I could kill Divine right now. I've said worse this week. I talk that way about Harvey a lot. It's a joke. If someone heard it wrong, an apology is in order that someone was disturbed, but it's not. It doesn't shock me that in a job such as this that dark humor is around.
I mean, I don't remember the exact details, but I don't remember even thinking too much about it. It was something that was kind of brought up in a circle of 4 people, and then we just moved past it. Like I said, the reason why you bring it up, I just don't remember much about it than the fact it was a mere just joke.
Who all heard it, by the way? Said Bundy?
I think I was there, Bundy was there, Brian was there, and Toretti was there.
Okay. From what you said, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, it's a panel, I guess, so this is the rare occasion I can tell you what to do. But I mean, I think clarifying to Bundy and to whoever else was offended by it would probably be a good move. But joking about wanting to hurt someone is inappropriate, but it's not really all that bad considering. I don't know.
Okay. So why was Bundy equipped with a sniper rifle?
You gotta ask the director that question.
Can I ask you that question?
I don't remember how he got it.
No. Why did he have it like there?
Why don't you ask the director?
No, I'm asking you.
I showed up afterwards.
So you're saying you're unaware as to why he had a sniper rifle?
I would assume it's for the plan to snipe him.
That's
You
not
said
a
you turned up
joke at that
afterwards.
point.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't even sitting.
What do you mean?
I showed up afterwards.
It's no longer
So you're
a
saying there was
joke
a
when you
plan
bring the
to
gun.
snipe Divine before you got there?
I mean, I talked to the director, right?
Oh.
So how could you joke about it when you so you're saying that Brian had a plan to kill Divine and then you arrived and then joked about it?
I was woken up to the fact that Divine's been undercover and he's been discovered by the Shelby message. Been told about plans, he's trying to get him back. And I came in there to try to think of a plan to bring him back alive so we can save the operation. That's my truth, Dark. I try to save that man.
Right. Okay. So where were you at this point?
I think it was either the factory. What was that place? The scrapyard.
The scrap, the rust scrap yard, the sandy scrap yard.
Yeah, that's where we all met, the 4 of us.
The rust one, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. And okay. And where was Divine at this point?
We didn't know. That's the problem.
Okay.
We only knew before we got there because Toretti had a conversation with him on the phone, and he confirmed it.
Okay. So when your initial contact with Brian, what was Brian's plan for Divine?
Brian was freaking out. He wanted him back. He was worried that the whole operation is ruined and that Divine's going to get killed by Jaeger.
Okay. So was it Brian that suggested killing Divine?
I'll be honest, I don't remember who it was because this happened a month and a half ago. So as far as remember the details, I don't have that. I just know it was a mere joke that was brought up in a kind of laughing matter. We're trying to figure out what the fuck are we supposed to do when something like this happened. We're so flabbergasted and just dumbfounded that a sergeant sent a text message to Jaeger exposing an undercover operative.
Yeah. I'm struggling to put together the situation here because you're saying that you woke up and then Brian had already got Bundy with a sniper rifle, and in your words, so that they could snipe Divine, and then you got there and then you joked about sniping Divine. That doesn't sound like it was a joking matter.
I mean, it was a joking matter. Did it happen, Dark? Did he get sniped? Was the sniper rifle ever taken out and taken to St. Queen? I don't remember that. We all went on a
I-
peaceful mission with diplomacy using the ageist legislation. We want a peace. That's what we wanted.
No, I understand that, but I think that the point of contention here is whether or not the commissioner and the director considered killing a member of the police department. That's the worry here.
There's no worry as far as that, because I can tell you I would never do something like that. I did my job when I first came in this city, rocked by explosives, people getting attacked. I saw Angel lose her fucking arm from a rocket. And I told myself, we got to go find the source. We got to put a stop to this. And that's what we did. There hasn't been any bombing the past week or so. There hasn't been any explosives or bombs going off. But instead of focusing on the good, what we're trying to accomplish, yes, there's a lot of things that went south. Yes, there's a lot of questionable things that went down. But the fact that we found a weapon bench that manufacture rockets, explosives, that have been killing our police officers and civilians is something is huge, something to be proud of. Something is good, positive that came out of it.
Yeah.
If you don't believe that, no, I wouldn't do the right thing, or I wouldn't have the best interest in the police department, then I'm more than happy to have a conversation one-on-one afterwards if you want. But I can assure you, my job here is to make sure that we move in the right direction. And I'm not immune to consequences. That's why I was open to the panel and for y'all to ask me anything you want. But understand that there's also conflict happening in our streets that is going to affect all of us here pretty soon. And as soon as we can resolve our own problems as fast as possible, we can get back on track to deal with what's out there, what is coming, what is brewing, what's going to transpire here in the coming days.
There's another fight.
Hey, listen, not to interrupt.
Fuck.
I think I've made my position pretty clear on the supposed threat. I don't take it all that seriously. I mean, the presence of the sniper rifle is curious, but we ended up using those on the aisle, so it's not that surprising to me. All in all, I do want to get opinions on the statement I wrote, just so I can look at it and glance at it. You don't have to do that now, but just so you know, it's done at some point before we leave, because it's going to be hard to get us all in the same room again.
Yeah, I mean, our doc. So you could say last year or since April or May. That's where the last kind of information that we have is.
Yeah, I think year is probably just sufficient. There weren't really any bombs before April and May, period. So it kind of captures the whole point, anyways.
It looks good to me. If everybody's good with it, I can.
Well, I don't want to put it out yet. I want everyone to have a chance to read it fully, and I'm sure I made a couple spelling or grammar mistakes because I just wrote it. So I'll probably edit it, but I want to make sure that the major beats don't go against what Tessa was saying in regards to releasing info or whatever.
Any other questions you have for me? Anything you want to bring up?
Well, that was about the threat, right? We didn't really talk about the rooftop rumble at the prison.
I
Right.
explain my side, right? Only shot dummies because of I'm worried that they're gonna knock me off the ledge. I warned them multiple times before opening my gun, saying, "Back off. I'm gonna shoot you if you throw that shoe." And I followed through with my threat.
All right. I'm going to question as someone that ran that place and created the actual catwalk SOPs. Were there any DOC currently inside a general population on the floor?
No, they were all on the catwalk with us.
How many DOC were on duty at that time?
I believe 4 or 5 at least.
How many PD were inside the prison?
It was us 3 with the senator.
So a total of 9. How many inmates were inside a gen pop?
18, 20.
Okay. Did any DOC or PD have rubber stick shotguns on them?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So I think I've mentioned it like briefly a few times today. A year and a half ago, the inmates overthrew DOC, and there was the shivering. I don't know if y'all remember that. There was like 18 shivs in a prison riot. We had to have like 30, 40 PD breach in back when I was DOC. It was a whole thing. And at one point, while tensions were really high after the inmates were going hyper-aggressive against the DOC, there was 2 DOC on a catwalk next to the South Box Tower, the one that's in the middle of Gen Pop. And this same inmate kept on throwing a shoe at the DOC to the point that it knocked out one of the DOC. And one of the DOC sergeants got on the megaphone and said, if anyone throws another shoe, they're getting shot. And a shoe was thrown. She got out at M4, sprayed into a crowd of inmates, shot down the inmate that threw the shoe, and also hit a few other people. She was removed from the DOC for excessive force because at the end of the day, yes, a shoe can hurt and it can knock you out, but it's a goddamn shoe. And if you're in a position to get knocked out by getting thrown at because of hyper-aggression from both sides and you're on the catwalk, at what point do you need to look at yourself and say, I probably should have walked away from that catwalk? I could have just got off the roof. Yes, it's kind of shitty and it's kind of humiliating to be a government employee to do that.
Yeah, you have to understand, though, my position, I was out of position because I didn't expect the senator to gun down Kyle Pred from that distance.
What was the time frame in between Pred getting shot and whoever you shot?
Well, first they were throwing shoes. If you actually read the report, they were throwing shoes prior to that. And then I was walking toward the ledge, not knowing what's going on because I was looking at what's happening. And then I heard gunfire behind me. So I get off that little ledge of the other catwalk because I hear gunfire. I'm freaked out. I thought somebody's trying to gun me down from behind. And that's when they all freak out as well, and they start riding, throwing shoes toward my direction. I tell them to stop just so I want to get off the ledge. He kept throwing the shoe. I shot him. So if you want to call it excessive force, go ahead. I'll call it protecting my life. To me, it was a matter of telling him to back down or me getting thrown to the goddamn yard and getting probably shanked and killed.
I don't know. I kind of want to talk to the DOC that are involved, but I really feel like stand your ground is where we were able to fire that DOC because you could have just walked away. So could the senator, so could you, so could everyone else. And yes, it's humiliating to be government employees and have to essentially give up
the same thing,
the officer presence for the prison.
They could not throw a shoe. Somebody tell them they're gonna shoot them, right? What logic
is
is
there a
that?
justified reason to shoot them?
I just explained my justified reason behind it.
But I don't know if it is justifiable.
That's your opinion. You weren't there.
I've been there.
But
I've been on that catwalk and I've had shoes thrown at me.
There's not many people that would be more of an expert on the subject, Axel.
Yeah,
I know you
enough,
don't. I don't know if you know this, but I worked there for 8 months, 12 to 15 hours every single day. I've gone through every single situation you could in that prison, and
you had
getting
a senator
shoes thrown at
shoot
you on the
down-
catwalk.
You had a senator shoot down from behind you like that?
Well, that senator could have walked away, and so could have you. But you could have told him to
but-
back off.
That's what I was trying to do, but I was on the edge. I didn't know the shots were coming from the inside, the outside. You have to understand that
Did you
it
shoot
came
the
from
inmate
behind
down?
me.
Were you shooting to kill, or were you like? Because that's a big
No,
thing that I
see,
used
see,
to
the
as well.
funny-
Is you warning
the-
fire.
The funny part is none of my bullets, I think, land. I don't think he went down.
Should have just argued you're trying to shoot the shoe out of the air, man. Could have gotten away with it.
Shoot the disabled shoe.
Oh my
It's
god.
not about getting away with it. It's about the truth and what happened in my perspective. I mean, if you think it's excessive force, I disagree. I think in that position,
Do you think you should, if we're standing in front of a bank for a robbery and a civilian runs by and throws a shoe at us, do we kill him? Do we shoot at him?
no, this is different. This is different.
Well, hold
because
on.
look-
It's like a collapsing scenario. So
but
let's say
if
there
you're
were-
trying to use
there
the
were-
use of force matrix,
let's
no,
say
you
there were
wouldn't shoot him.
cars driving by on the road and a car could have hit you if you fell into the road and killed you. Should you shoot him now?
I mean, it really depends on the context as far as what's going on, right? It's not that black or white, in my opinion.
I got to agree with Stubble. If, like I said initially, you could have walked away.
I was trying to walk away, but on the ledge, right? And that's the problem.
Well, there's catwalks. They have railings. I suppose you could have fallen down there and gotten hurt, but
I would have. That was my concern, or else I would have not shot. And I try to give him a warning to back off so I can get off the ledge and get somewhere safe.
My question is, would the person who got shot down, would they have any recourse to file a lawsuit?
in prison legally, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I
That's
think because they threw something, they, you know, it's kind of comes down to like, this is what a lot of people have trouble with. It's a procedural issue. I don't think procedurally we should do this, but does it break the law? Is it a civil rights violation? No.
it is a bit problematic if, you know, we're sitting here feeling a bit like he overstepped, right? Would we be able to maybe open that door for them to file a lawsuit?
I mean, they can file a lawsuit all they want.
Well,
I'll have to fight it in court.
Our punitive action doesn't justify any amount of lawsuits. I mean, we also wouldn't make it public, so they, you know, whatever happens, wouldn't leave this room. You know, if Axel submitted to the panel and the panel agreed that he should be suspended for a day or given strike points, then hopefully, if no one else, we can trust the 6 people in this room to make sure it doesn't leave this room, and whatever happens is private, and it wouldn't open us up to a lawsuit because, first of all, they don't know, and second, I don't think the court should consider punitive action as a measure of evidence anyways.
I mean, go ahead, vote on something. You want me gone? You want me suspended? You want me strike? Go ahead. I'm waiting.
I just think if we
so-
saw another cop do this, and a deputy, it's the same thing I'm going to say in the Shelby hearing. If it was anybody else, there wouldn't be a panel. You'd have probably a day suspension.
I mean, I'll take a day suspension if you think that's fair. I'll take whatever strike force you want. I'm not trying to shy away from consequences. I didn't tell you that you shouldn't do this. This is why I happily openly accepted the panel, is because if I'm not willing to take consequence to the top, why else somebody below me should, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if y'all want to decide something, go ahead. I'm
Well,
still waiting.
Like any panel, we should vote then. I would say a day suspension. What would Stubbles? I mean, let's just go around the room. I feel like it's like 3 people talking right now. What do you want done, Stubble?
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm just trying to think
Let's go on to
back
the next.
to,
Dark, what do you want?
you know,
I think it's. I'll be straight. I think it's inappropriate to talk about someone's and discuss someone's punishment when they're stood in the room, especially when they're our boss.
All right,
You're
you
not
can
going
leave
to
the
tell
room
me
then.
afterwards why?
Of course we will. That's what we do.
All right, yeah, all right.
Listen, okay. When it comes to the excessive force, I think it was absolutely excessive. I think minimum 24-hour suspension is worthy, if not more. I mean, I don't know. I think he put himself in that situation and then opened himself up to get hit with a shoe, and then used that to shoot somebody. I don't think it's the first time we've seen a police officer do something similar. And it doesn't surprise me in this situation, especially when the senator, his boss, had just shot someone who was unarmed. You know, I don't want to speculate, but he certainly might have felt, you know, I don't know, like he should do that, or he could do that, or you know, this is what we're doing now. I don't know, but it's certainly not a path I'd want our commissioner to go down. When it comes to the sniper rifle situation, I mean, I wasn't all that convinced. I will, you know, like you said, jokes happen. But when he brought up the fact that the sniper was already there and the plan had already been discussed about killing Divine,
What was the plan though? Was the plan like we should go do it, or was the plan like, all right, we got the boat, let's go, you know?
I mean, this is the thing. He said that the Bundy was there with the sniper. This is why I did ask, you know, did we want to delay the panel or anything? Because I do want to speak to Bundy about this.
The context is that that's Bundy's sniper rifle. That Bundy had that from a prior incident. I don't know why he didn't say that, but that's not like, that wasn't a requisition from the war. The war happened a week after this incident. That was Bundy's sniper rifle he had from home, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Right, but
no one asked him to bring that.
You don't know that.
I think that's.
I do know that it's Bundy's sniper rifle, yeah.
But you don't know that no one asked him to bring it.
Yeah, I don't know that.
We didn't speak with Brian yet.
Yeah.
I did speak to Toretti about this, and you know, from Toretti's point of view, they were serious.
Okay.
So that he like when he said this to me, there was no mention of them joking about it. Like he might have meant I feel like Toretti would have said, "Oh, they were joking about killing Divine." No, he just said they were openly talking about killing Divine.
Yeah, but you also acknowledge that there's a rift between Axel and Toretti to the point where Toretti quit. He's not an objective party anymore. He's incredibly biased because he doesn't like Axel, and they disagree on stuff. Now, I'm not saying like Toretti's the type to lie, but Toretti isn't he does like to, you know, exaggerate.
Okay. But yeah, like I was trying to get out. I was kind of in the same vein as you, Owen, where it's like it's probably just a joke, but then Axel was like, you know, Brian was already there with a sniper rifle. You know, he said you panicking about Divine, and you know, it was Axel who said that there was a plan already to snipe him, and that was his words, before he got there. So that's why I'm finding it hard to believe that this was a joke.
Okay, well, okay. I mean, I could make this simple, I guess. We need to ask Bundy if someone asked him to bring the sniper rifle or if he just had it. And then we also need to ask Brian if the same question. I mean, because it seems like the presence of a weapon is the most real thing about this. But, and again, Tessa's absolutely right. I don't know why Bundy had the sniper rifle. I don't know. No one asked him. I have no idea. But I'm speculating openly saying, I know that officers who kind of have like a toy like that in their locker love to take it out for any reason. So, you know, I mean, this may be miscategorizing Bundy, but I know that if I'm talking about, hey, we got to go and kill this guy, sometimes someone will take out like an old MP7 or something and be like, don't worry, boss, I got you. So like, is it a joke that like Bundy just took the sniper rifle out because he thought it was a cool like set piece for the joke? Or was someone like, hey, Bundy, do you have a sniper rifle? Can you go get that? We need to kill this guy. So that's kind of an important piece of context towards, is it a joke or not?
I think we need a bit more information on this particular incident.
I can call Brian right now and ask him. I have his phone number. I don't know if he's still awake, but if you want me to, if you're comfortable with that, I could just ask him straight up. Or we could wait for the panel. That just delays the decision on Axel.
Sure, you can phone him. Go ahead.
All right.
I can try and get in contact with Bundy.
Yeah, Bundy definitely didn't seem to think it was a joke.
Oh, you spoke to him already?
Yeah, that's how I heard about it.
Okay. I'll see if I can get some clarification.
The warrant for Divine is live, by the way.
Yeah, Brian did kill Cody.
Yeah, he didn't pick up. We'll just have to wait on that. Kind of what I thought.
Yeah, neither did Bundy.
Okay. Well, I reckon the best way to deal with this is just to do what we got to do with the situation we know about, and then wait for the Brian and Bundy information to deal with the second one. So I reckon we just make our conclusion with the DOC incident, because it seems like we got the full story more or less on that, and then we can move on to another one later, I guess, and issue both at the same time later on.
Okay, with the firearms thing, a punishment Mueller actually started pushing when he was fucking around with cadets and officers and deputies is firearm retraining through like the HFTU thing, but for like class 1 That's smart for this kind of situation because we go over like stand your ground and basic use of force is a use of force problem. So we should throw that in, and then also 1 week of Glock duty without the 5.7, and he did this with a 5.7, so it's a big punishment. As well as probably the suspension is like on top.
So we're sorry, just is it so a week of lock duty and this is a 1 day suspension for the DOC incident
and firearm
okay.
retraining.
Okay,
That's
done by
what I'm
who?
suggesting.
Like HVTU?
Sure.
Okay. Do you have an instructor in mind, or just whoever you can find?
It could be just anybody.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't mind. That's basically what I said, more or less. It's fine. Just the Glock duty and the training sounds good.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds good to me. 24 hours and then that extra bit of training. That sounds good to me.
Libby? Sorry, Tessa.
Yeah, I'd be good with that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. And let's just presume that it was a joke. Are we comfortable discarding it if it is? And if it isn't, what do you want done? Or should we just wait till we cross that bridge?
Yeah, I think we should probably wait until we find out that whole situation before we kind of preemptively say anything.
So do you want to issue the suspension now and the retraining so we can start that? Or do you want to do that all at once when we have gotten information from Brian and Bundy?
Obviously all at once, considering we kind of need to be a unified high command this week, and there's a lot still to go through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that sound agreeable?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. We could probably just tell them to come back in, I guess, and we can just tell them, we'll just let you know we got to talk to Brian and Bundy. Yes. And I'm sorry for being confrontational earlier, Libby.
Virtuoso, thank you for the prime.
It's fine.
No one asking Libby. I mean, she can speak up. She has as much of a voice as anyone else.
Do you guys have a problem with what I stated? Do you think it's too much or too little? Doesn't cover anything? Doesn't cover enough?
The statement for the press release?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it summarizes it pretty well. And it touches on everything that it needs to, without being extremely detailed, which I think is what the public needs. We don't need to tell them everything explicitly. Just give them, a reason for what happened.
All right.
Because up until now, they haven't had one,
Yeah, I think I think even our own officers could benefit a lot from knowing why we did it and what we got out of it. So the conclusion is we need to talk to Bundy and Brian to determine the severity of your alleged joke. So we'll do that at a later date, hopefully this week, and let you know. We've concluded the DOC incident and have a recommendation in mind. But as we're needed more than ever as a unified high command, we'll wait to issue that until we know about both incidents, so it can be done at once. So for now, nothing, and then in the coming days, as we talk to Brian and Bundy. Well, nothing's happening to you right now, sir.
But I've given you the opportunity to decide on something right now, right?
Right.
Should we not have the full context going into that decision?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but
we called them both, they just didn't pick up. It's just a simple availability thing where we can't get Brian's perspective. I mean, to be blunt, others don't mind me saying this, we don't know how severe it was, and like, do you mind if I say what exactly I'm trying to get at?
Absolutely. I mean, I've given you guys.
Dark. I'm asking Dark and
Oh,
Reed and Stubble and Tessa.
I don't mind.
I mean, we can be transparent about decision making.
Transparently, the real question with the joke is, why did Bundy have a sniper rifle? That's my question, anyways. Was he told to go get that? Did he just have that? Did Brian tell him to go get it? Did you tell him to go get it? Was it just kind of like something that he had because I think he does. I think he does just have a sniper rifle, and Bundy didn't seem to think it was a joke at all. But the question is, did someone tell him to get that? Like, was that an active movement towards the assassination, or did he just bring it out to like help the joke or something? That's
I
what we're
thought
trying
Dark
to figure
spoke with Toretti and explained that side of things. No.
out.
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
think so.
So what did
no,
Toretti tell you?
Toretti, what Toretti told me was that you and Brian were discussing killing Divine.
Okay, what did he say exactly? What was the discussion?
We were having a discussion about just PD stuff in general, really.
Yeah, but what did Toretti say exactly, though?
That's pretty much it. I can't tell you verbatim.
So he cannot provide exact details what he said, but he said it was discussed. I don't understand. How does that make any sense?
When we were discussing everything regarding the Sanguine situation, Toretti told me that when Divine got leaked, you and Brian were openly discussing murdering him.
Yeah, but how does that? Okay, what do we say exactly then?
Killing him. Okay, I mean, sure. Okay, I get what you're saying. If you want us to get an exact quote from Toretti, we can do so.
Yeah. Until y'all have made up your mind, I'm going to be taking a step back from High Command in general, because I am not going to be the commissioner of police department if you don't feel confidence in me, if you don't trust me.
So you're quitting too?
I'm not quitting. I'm not going to have something being held over my head for the next week or so till we meet. If you decide now, if you decide now, or I'm going to take a step back, because I don't think I can operate as a commissioner of police department.
I'm sorry. Are you you're threatening to step down unless we suspend you right now?
No, I've given the opportunity.
But like, you understand
just
how
say we're
insane
gonna
that
do this
is.
in yeah, but
You're
just say
threatening
to
to
me,
step down unless we suspend you.
I'm not.
So you're going to suspend
I'm not-
yourself unless we do it?
I don't. But you're not hearing what I'm saying. I don't feel confident leading a police department does not believe in me.
Well, I got bad news. It's not just the people in this room are probably your biggest believers out there.
It doesn't feel that way. I'll be honest. It feels like it feels like I'm alone in this, and all I'm trying to do is the right thing. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to bring peace times like this. But yeah, I've been grouped up. I'm not talking about everybody here, of course. I'm just talking about the general narrative I see on Twitter and news and everybody talking.
You can't take that shit seriously.
Can I clarify with you, Owen, when you say we're probably the biggest supporters? Did you mean, and this isn't because I'm like trying to argue it, do you mean as in compared to the rest of PD?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're like some of the
I-
only people actually asking for his side of events versus a lot of the rank and file that are just assuming the worst about him.
I'm not gonna put my time, my blood, my sweat, my tears into something that where I'm just gonna get stabbed right in the back end. I would rather know now exactly how y'all feel.
Do you feel we're stabbing you in the back over?
I feel like I'm gonna have this over my head, and it's not gonna. I'm not gonna be able to operate fully knowing there's a dark cloud on my head. I'm sure y'all can understand if I told you, hey, I'll talk to you in a week and a half whenever I got the results, right? I mean, I'm sure that can affect you, right?
Yeah, no one likes having what is a potential negative decision hanging over them, but I think you have to understand that we're not doing it to like intimidate you. We're trying to fuck with you. We're just doing it because we're genuinely trying to get the other two perspectives we don't have.
And on top of that, if we punish you now, in this time where we need to be a unified high command as a team, we're losing you. If it's a suspension for a day, if it's a couple of days, that's without you for a couple of days. So you just going and saying, I'm just going to step back is kind of like ruining our entire reason of waiting. It's getting all the facts. So if we're doing a punishment, it's the correct one. And then it's also making sure in these very, very trying times, we're together. Like Owen said, we're supporting you as the commissioner. We are high command together.
But we're also holding you accountable. That's the main.
Which is what you want.
It's not like we're stabbing you. Listen, if we thought you were some kind of loose
I do want you to
cannon,
hold accountable. It's not about that. It's the fact that I don't know when the accountability will come, if that makes any sense, right? So it's hard for me.
We're telling you it'll come like tomorrow. We're just waiting to get word from Bundy and Brian. Like as soon as I presume, as soon as any of us speak to them and get their side, we
and
come
that's
to an
fine.
agreement.
Till you come to an agreement, I'm gonna be, you know.
No,
drawn
we
back.
have an agreement. We literally have come to an agreement that we know how we feel about this. We just need to know the one piece of information, and then that decides things for us.
Then I'll be gone for 1 day if that's the case.
That's
Like I said-
okay if that's what you want to do.
I mean, for the sake of just the integrity of the investigation, the whole thing, I'd just rather be.
There's no
away
need
from
for
it.
that, sir.
But that's how I feel, and I'm a man of principle.
Okay.
I believe in that.
I
Not
can't
because-
explain enough that we're not. It's not that we don't believe in you. It's that we're holding you accountable, and I think
And I
we
want you to hold me accountable.
we wouldn't hold you accountable if we felt like you were some kind of loose cannon we couldn't work with. If we thought you were someone we couldn't work with, we wouldn't even bother trying to hold you accountable because you know what I'm saying? Like,
And how about this? I'll make it easier for you. I'll suspend myself until the investigation is complete.
even if it was gonna be like a, all right, you know what? I think I'm digging a hole. I'm just gonna leave it.
I'm just. That's how I see things. Just like how we suspended officers in the past pending investigation. I think
Okay.
it's only fair to do so with me, right? And I'm taking that path to show accountability and responsibility, and the fact I'm willing to accept consequences. I just, for me, I'd
Is this
rather
a
be away
Silas
from.
grammar? Can I just ask her? Have you been talking to Silas?
What is happening?
No comment on
This
that.
is a bit he used to
Chat,
do all
can
the
you
time.
guys
Whenever he'd
please?
get into trouble, he'd just suspend himself
I
as the
get
bigger
that
man
stuff
and
is
walk away.
awkward
before
in
we could
some
even do
ways, but
anything.
please
I'm
don't be
doing it to help
toxic.
you.
Okay, I
Before-
need you
before I
guys
could
to be
even-
positive.
The panel finished. He literally.
I don't
quit
want anyone being
before I
made
even,
to
like,
feel
knew what I was
bad
gonna do.
about stuff.
This is a
I
total
really,
Silas
I don't want to
moment,
see
man.
that.
I didn't know Silas that much. Only met him at
Please,
the
please
barbecue.
try
Welcome, I
to
guess.
refrain
No, I met
from
him at the
like
barbecue. Remember, you introduced him to me. You
pooping
told
on
me about the fact
anybody
that
or
this
just
guy was,
being
LT
generally
of the SDSO.
negative.
Well, he was.
If
before
you
the
could,
restructure,
I'd
yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah. But I do believe
I'm
that is
stressed
the
enough.
right choice. I'm gonna
I don't
suspend
really
myself until
need
this
that
investigation is
in my
complete.
chat.
Whenever y'all are ready to give me the news, let me know and I'll be around.
Just be kind, please.
Okay. Before you suspend yourself,
It's not a
ask
real
everyone else
job.
how they felt about the statement. Are you on board with that?
Yes, I
Okay.
think you've done a really good job with it. I don't see much of a grammar issue in it as well too. And who wants to send that to Ursula, the LSBN News?
I mean, I
You
don't know
wanna
how
do it,
everyone
Owen?
else feels, but considering Ursula was like borderline treasonous, I'm not sure I want to give her like premier access. There's not really any other formalized news service.
That's the
But I
problem.
would
We have a
like
monopoly on
to-
news.
I would like to try to give this to every news agency at once, if there are any other ones. So maybe a better way to do this would be like, I don't know if we can put out an official statement or I don't like twatter, but some kind of way to like say, hey, if you're interested in doing news, we're going to release a statement. Anyone who's in the news can, use this as a quote or something.
I mean, yeah, I'm good with that. If you want to handle it, Owen, I fully trust you. Or somebody here wants to step up and handle it, by all means.
Okay.
But since I'm not gonna be part of the police department,
What if we just did like, okay, is this too far to ask for a state announcement that any formal news corporations can report to Mission Row to receive a statement if they want to publish it, and we just hand it to them? I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you could do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm like not sure how I feel about giving it straight to LSBN because they're kind of publishing total bullshit about like what terrorists are saying literally. So I'm not sure I trust them totally.
We could have Moose Knuckles publish it.
There's also Hood News. I remember seeing that during the Gulag Gang War.
Yeah, well, they're currently in there.
Hmm.
Oh, I see. Okay. That was that guy Dean. What's his name? Quincy?
Shiesty. Oh, that was the cop. No,
You mean Den?
Quincy? Yeah. Den's back, by the way. I'm related. Quincy, I don't know. I
Huge
think he
news.
did it for a little bit.
The most successful assistant chief of all time is back.
Yeah.
Dark,
Be a big
hope you're holding
pickup.
on to your job with both hands. Den's
He
back.
might come back for a year.
Oh, that guy.
We had him run a
he's
shift
just-
one meeting. He said, "My name's Den Shiesty. I'm happy to be here." Like the old days.
A couple things, obviously. Stubble, I've been informed that you had a medic in your AC-130 or a doctor. Is that true?
Yep. It was me, a cop, and I said, "Anybody want to volunteer?" And then I had Tribble say, "Sure, I'll do it." And he got himself in some army like pilot stuff. We got on that plane, and then we got shot down real quick.
So that was the first recorded doctor getting shot down, or medic.
Yeah, maybe. Wasn't the first time a doctor got shot. Ooh, give me a panel for it.
I mean, we could actually. Dark, why am I hearing that, you're telling people at the meetings to skip the chain of command?
What? How did I skip the chain of command?
I don't know. I got officers saying that you're telling people to not follow the chain of command at the meetings. Is that true?
I'm telling people not to follow orders that are illegal, immoral, or war crimes.
I'm
Yes.
talking about the chain of command. Is it chain of command issue or not?
I just explained. I said you do not have to follow the chain of command if you are asked to do something illegal or something that if you don't want to do something, basically you don't have to do it. That's what I told them.
Okay.
Doesn't mean they have to keep their job, but that's
No, I
the
mean,
truth.
like I said, I trust you. If that you said it, I trust you. It should be it from me. I'm just confirming what these people are telling me.
Motion to waive panel for Stubble. The doctor was in a plane, hundreds of feet in the air. I don't think it
3,500
matters.
feet.
Don't think it matters what faction he was a part of.
I mean, I don't disagree, but
But I get decided at the panel.
Was
Motion
he
to waive the panel.
was he dressed the same way as the others?
So it's very, very foggy memory. It was like moments before. I want to say he had actual military stuff and not a doctor.
Yeah,
'Cause
that
it
to me
was-
Was
that's
he
that
even
makes a
visible
bit of a
outside the
difference.
plane?
No, he was in a back room where there was no windows, and I didn't even see what he was wearing. So, Tribble, Tommy Tribble is his name. If y'all want to reach out to him and find out. I heard he's alive, so that's good. And then we were also with John Castle, PBSO.
Pretty sure
solo
I've seen
cadet.
both of them on Twitter today. Yeah.
see a guy in black.
Toretti just joined the Angels. Everyone say congrats.
No way. What is this man doing?
Well, that's just what like Lexi lost tweeting, so probably not true. John Castle guy really likes retweeting stuff, huh?
Real twatter guy.
Sigh, regrets.
FAW.
Yeah. There's a toilet on the Vinewood sign. I gotta see that.
Where?
Okay. Well, in any case,
There's a few other things that
yeah,
I
I'm
want
gonna
to
go. I'm just gonna go back to the first thing I brought up a while ago. Are we all on board for the what do I call it? Public information officer role? Because I think a
Yeah.
good thing for them to do also would be to like scroll Twitter and like see if
Social
officers
media,
are
yeah.
yeah, like have them maybe not police Twitter, but like keep an eye on who's saying what and if they see anything inappropriate.
Misinformation being spread.
community
Yeah.
manager.
Yeah, they're just if they see a deputy or someone tweet something that's like pretty against
Antagonizing.
police policy, then they can bring it to command or something. All right. Well, we're cool with that. We can arrange interviews for that next week or something. I don't want to do it right now. We got a lot going on with funerals and panels and shit. Also, when is the Brian Walter Bison triple panel?
Well, that's what I kind of wanted to find out. I think they're mostly free. Walter's only free after 7 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah, so I can try and contact him to see if we can get anything early on that. But I kind of want to see how is it have
I'm
our availability
24/7,
this
but
week.
the later it is, the more unreasonable I will be.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
So I mean, like I can make anything really. It's just the earlier the better. But is anybody not available on any days at any times?
Friday
I'll
4
come when I'm
p.m. at the
needed.
funerals.
Can't be Friday at 4.
I can't do after certain times, but
I mean, it's only Walter and Brian,
Well,
right? You
so
don't
let's
have to worry
just-
about Bison.
let's just-
Bison's already been handled. I don't think we'll throw with that one.
Has he been
Should be good.
handled?
I mean, I was talking to this to Doc and Axel, and I don't think Bison needs a panel.
Yeah, I don't
And
think he
that's-
did anything
I think
wrong.
the
If anything,
LSPD
he's the
can
victim.
look into that. And
Yeah.
I mean, he disobeyed orders, but it's already been handled.
Okay, fine, fair enough. Then we'll disregard that. Okay, so Brian, let's break this into 2 parts. Brian, Walter. They're not going to be at the same time because Brian is not awake after 7 usually. So let's just do Brian like tomorrow or the next day fairly early. We could even do before Tsunami because I know Brian's kind of early and that works for the most because Stubble, Dark, and Reed all prefer early. So what's the earliest you can do Tessa and Axel? Or the earliest you're comfortable
Before
with?
Tsunami is a tall order for me.
Okay, we could do at Tsunami, just disregard the
I
meeting.
can do before or after Tsunami. It doesn't
we
matter.
do like an hour after Tsunami because I just
That would be better
wasn't that
for
the
me.
best
Waking up
time
to
for
it.
Is that good for
everybody
everyone? We'll just do that
Yeah.
then. Brian tomorrow
What?
or the next day. Let's do the next day so there's much time to. We can do tomorrow. You guys care?
I'm good with that.
Yeah, tomorrow should work. Yeah.
Tomorrow after Tsunami, an hour after Tsunami. Someone let Brian know, or I'll let him know, I guess.
Yeah, I can do it.
Oh,
It's fine.
okay, perfect. Tomorrow after Tsunami, an hour after Tsunami, Brian. And then for his Walter, 7 is a tough time for most of y'all. So how late can he do? I wonder, because like it might wrap around to the point where like I could wake up early or some shit.
But he does like
you know?
shift 3.
Yeah.
Like this-
I wonder. What's the That's gonna fuck Tessa. Dude. How late are you up, Tessa? Usually,
Pretty late.
we're talking like 4 or 5
I am a
a.m.
degen, so shift 3 should not be an issue.
What's the latest you're comfortable with? Top of your head.
Probably like 5 a.m. Pacific time.
Okay. Is that so? 5 a.m. That's like what? Fucking bad at translating.
Honestly, like 9 or 10. It's
8
pretty
a.m.
decent for myself
Eastern.
and Doc.
Are you comfortable with that? On the other side, Dark and Reed.
So 8
I can
a.m.
do
Eastern. Yeah.
anytime 1 hour after Tsunami during shift 3. So that's
Yeah, so-
probably perfect for me.
1 hour after
Yeah, that should be
Tsunami.
fine.
So that's
Yeah.
2 a.m.
Anytime I can
Eastern?
show up to. I should be good for me.
All right, let's do that. Let's do
Plan
2
around you
a.m.
guys.
Eastern on like. Well, let's not do it tomorrow because that's gonna fuck everything up. It's confusing because it's like the day of now. What if we just did one of those? That link Tessa posted with like the what time can we all do it? Let's just do that for that or something. It's too complicated to do math in my head. If that's all right.
I posted one, didn't I?
Did you?
Yeah, I
think I
think it was
did.
someone else. I didn't post it.
Yeah, I can. If it wants to fill that out, it's just a scheduling thing about the next few days, and I can send that to Walter too, and then we can just figure out when everyone's available.
Yeah, let's just do that. That's gonna work better than trying to work it out in our heads. Because what I'm gonna end up saying is like, let's do it Thursday night, but that ends up being like Friday morning because it's past midnight or some shit. I don't want to confuse everyone. So
Whatever time y'all decide on, I'll show up to it. I'm gonna begin my suspension. Let me know when y'all need me. I'll show up these high command panels, but I won't be on duty.
okay.
Good.
Good luck.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, see you, man.
Nothing else to go over.
He's being
Uh,
such
We
a,
can talk about the
I'm
motive.
gonna say it, he's being a real diva about this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, he said Trey was being dramatic about him doing the same thing that he's doing now.
Yeah, total hypocrite for that.
I mean, there is. I don't even know what we didn't actually get around to mentioning. Hold on.
Well, I was about to say, Owen and I talked about motor and what we could probably do with it.
Oh, yeah. So we'd already discussed this basically, right? We're thinking for the motor lead, make them both co-leads, and if there's any conflict at all, they're both out, and we pick someone else new entirely.
We'd give it like a 1 month trial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Or just
heavily
permanently,
monitoring
just
it.
leave them both as co-leads permanently, and if either of them starts it, who cares? If they can't work together, then they're both gone, and we pick a third party, like whoever.
It also creates movement for
Are-
them to have a new shift 1 supervisor, and Muller was kind of like a floater, so
I
someone
was
that's a
gonna say,
degenerate
aren't they
supervisor
both
too.
kind of in the same shift?
Kind of.
Yeah, but
Muller's a little bit later.
Yeah, Muller does post tsunami. He does decent amount of shift 2, while Candace is hard
Yeah.
to late shift 3 into up till the tsunami. So it means
I
they
don't
have really
see
good
either one
crossover.
of
But
them really.
yeah, Muller doesn't.
As long as
do,
they have a
shift
supervisor
2.
underneath them for shift 2 and 3,
Yeah.
it should all work out.
Okay.
I'm not too worried.
Yeah,
That's okay with you guys. We'll do that whenever
Yeah.
we see him next.
Yep.
they
Make
have
them both
Blue and Kurt
co-leads,
for shift
and
2.
the big thing is if either of them start something, they're both gone. That's my thing. Is I don't want it to be a well, they started it, so I get to stay now, right?
Yeah, I think
Sounds good to me.
co-leads, and then they've got to make it work if they want it.
Okay, perfect.
And then
We'll just leave them indefinitely and
Yeah.
don't touch anything. I guess.
that
I
goes
do
into
have
my other thing. Sorry, just really quick to bounce off it. We talked about corporal striking, but what about cert leads like Lovesick? And in this thing, it would be Candace and Muller. And if I wasn't a member of command or high command of HVTU, I think people as those cert leads should be able to strike in that field. So let's say you have Muller as the cert lead with Candace, and Muller sees Wayne Thunder do something wrong with the motor unit, like attached to a B boost, then he should be allowed to strike inside the motor unit. Just like if Lovesick sees someone flying too low and they fly I1 into a building, Lovesick should be able to strike them. It would only be like an additional 6 or 7 people inside the UPD with the ability to strike. I don't think they should suspend, but if the strikes add towards suspensions, then they can reach out to their corporals and sergeants if they want to recommend it.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issue from it. I mean, they're supposed to be, respectable members of the police department anyway. You should be responsible. So,
Yeah, they come to the command meetings. They have, a lot of access. They're essentially command of that cert, or high command of it.
yeah. Tessa or Libby, you got any objections to that? Certainly, it's been able to strike.
No, I'm good with that. I think it makes sense.
As long as it's pertinent to the cert, makes
Yeah,
even more
yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
That's reminded me of something. Do we want to, I guess, for Brian and for Walter's panel, do we want it to just be high command, or should we invite, like, for example, for Brian, do we want Snow there as his like LT department lead, or do we want to keep it to high command? Same for like Willie when it comes
Historically,
to
we've
Walter.
always allowed the lieutenant of the person being involved to be involved, so I would be okay with it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't have
yeah,
an
I'll
issue with that.
I'll let Snow and Willie know then. So when we get a time sorted for okay.
I would prefer if we don't hold up scheduling for them, though.
No, I
I
agree.
agree.
If possible.
Yeah. Snow should be able to make an hour after tsunami
Yeah,
on a
that'd be
good day, so it should be fine. And if not,
one
it's okay.
thing that I learned today, and it's a possibility, and I don't know for sure, but for those unaware, I think it was the warden rights double that was kidnapped and went missing for a few hours, and was found inside the DLC training facility in a torture room with his finger cut off.
Yeah.
What?
Libby put in the high
I saw
command
that. I don't know what to make of it.
Right. Something more concerning, possibly, is I had Harvey kind of look in and make sure DLC were all good, and he kind of talked about the torture room a little bit. And Harvey said that apparently the torture room was commissioned or asked to be there by the commissioner's office for use post-war.
What?
That sounds like a senator thing, if I'm honest, not a commissioner thing.
Right. It's yeah. I just thought I'd let you guys know I'm looking into it. I haven't got anything conclusive right now, but you know it's very concerning.
Pretty bare bones,
who
right? Like,
brought that to your attention?
Harvey Holden, the
Okay.
DLC. I
Yeah,
guess
he's like a liaison
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Liaison. Yeah.
Well, that's
They had a pinky on the
concerning.
floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to have a key card to get in. Maddie gave them the key cards back so that they weren't suspicious that we were investigating the prison.
One got stolen.
how many are there total, the key cards? Do we know? Do they know?
Not sure. She didn't want to
DLC
ask too many questions
Oh.
until we'd come to a bit of a, agreement about it, how we were going to handle it.
I don't know what to make of it. I mean, technically, we don't have an authority to enforce the law on them, I guess. So,
Sort of on topic with DOC, Libby, I wanted to bring up that I spoke with the owner of Siren Radio, Sophie
Yes.
Sanders. She gave me a USB copy of that day that DOC handed out radios. So I have that. I have not had time to review it.
Could you flick it over to me and I'll give it a listen today?
Yeah, here.
I
I'm gonna
spoke
run
to
to
Bayer,
the-
who
to
was
the
monitoring
loo.
the whole time, and he had just told me that, they'd put the $20 million hit out on Axel and told everyone to go kill EMS.
Yeah, that's kind of insane that they had radios. Like, that's contraband. Or it's a piece of electronic that's, I don't know, standards.
Yeah,
huh?
I didn't help our relationship at all.
Uh,
When I
Jace,
found
thank
out
you
it was
for the
happening, I got on that radio
16
and asked
months.
them who the
Welcome
fuck
back.
gave them
And the
radios who
Jackal,
thought it
thank
was a
you as
fucking
well
good
for the
idea. They
6
tend to treat me.
months.
I yelled at them.
Or I'm
and
sorry,
then I
the
yelled
8
at the
months.
warden
Welcome
for
back.
EMS. So didn't help relationships, but I mean,
Sorry, my
fucking
eyes are not
stupid
very good.
Is that?
Yeah, it's really dumb. We didn't get back on the Carmine thing. Crane's gonna come knocking. Apparently, Aaron Carter had him in cuffs and was told by Oxlong to put him in for treason for 30 years. I don't know if any judges actually signed off on it because I don't think they needed to, right? Because no due process. It's kind of like our own doing.
I can email Oxlon. I do need to go though. I have something that I need to do.
yeah, fair enough.
All right.
I don't know.
Right. Well,
I think Carmine dumb, but he's probably gonna have to get out of there because
yeah, we just need to talk
I
to
don't
Aaron.
think he
brother.
needs to stay
Yeah.
in there for the 30 years.
Yeah.
I do want Aaron. I know that there's a complaint that we already let someone out without talking to
I
Aaron.
texted
so we should,
Aaron. Yeah.
get her
Yeah, keep her in the loop.
POV first.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the hell out of here. Take as much food as you want. It's just gonna rot.
Where's the food?
It's on the table. The
Oh.
did you get rid of it? Oh,
Nope. It's just
no, it's behind the planter.
It's on our side of the table.
food table.
Oh,
It's moving.
excuse me.
The whole time they didn't know.
It's just sitting there.
Yeah, it was all our food.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. All right, see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, if it's just going to waste, I'm gonna take a bit of it. Oh, wait. Was there not? Oh, someone took the cheese puffs instead. That's okay.
Problem is we don't have a truck, and so there's not much to talk about anymore.
Oh my god. What a mess this is. Eat. Darn you.
Alright, if you need me, know to reach me. Yep.
Just realized I left that DOC access card down.
Why Tessa did not mention what Buddy told her? What do you mean? Which part of all that? Honestly, I don't know. Bundy told her a lot of things. Being asked to get the sniper rifle and show up, he was the one that told her. Honestly, because I didn't remember that part. I didn't remember the exact explicit story that he said. Tessa had just been blown up. She was in the hospital. He was telling her stuff that she didn't have the mental capacity to comprehend at the time. Or at least I didn't. And plus, they're gonna bring him in, so don't need to remember it anyway. The J-Roller, thank you for the 23 months. Today feels like a Crown Vic kind of day. No, I hate it. Hi.
Hello.
I needed a friendly face, so I came to say hello.
Oh. Oh, it is me.
Are you okay?
Face. Yeah, I'm okay.
I saw your incident counter got reset and I was really worried, but sounds like it was just the clowns.
Yeah. I almost didn't ended until another player walked in and decided, "Hey, Kirk, get out, you're banned."
It really do be your own, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, tell me about it. Sorry.
What are you
Other
up
stuff.
to?
Oh, I'm just making some stuff for the shop. Waiting
It's
on
been
it.
a while since I've gone in. I'm gonna go
Yeah,
see what you
sure.
guys got.
Feel free. We don't have much yet. We're trying to get more, but getting a product designer isn't easy.
Yeah, I get that. I think the last time I was in here, I was in a wheelchair and I couldn't move because the grass was too long.
Yeah, I think it's when we were getting pamphlets saying Hey, change your floor. We can't move. We're just trying to have some new flavors of coffee.
I'm gonna
Soon
try the
PM.
boba.
Oh, did you already get it?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. I could have charged you for it, but okay.
Oh no, you're fine. I'll pay for it and stuff.
No, I mean, if you go to an employee, you get 50% off.
What? Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I should have spoken sooner. That's on me.
That's all right. It was just 75. Not a big deal.
Yeah, honestly, the 50% off is just to incentivize people to come to us instead of this guy.
That's fair.
He's greedy. He's keeping a plushie hostage. Yes, you can sit in the cockpit. It's very hard.
That's okay. I don't need to sit in the cup.
Okay.
Sit right here.
All right.
Merry unbirthday, Patrick.
Oh my god. I wish I still had my costume. That would apply to what you just said. What was the name of the character again?
The Mad Hatter?
Yes. I once had a costume for him.
That's perfect.
I think he had that because of a costume contest one time. But I don't have it anymore.
Got a lot going on.
What? Yeah, well, you know, I wasn't involved in that whole stupid stuff that's been going on the last few weeks, and somehow it affected even me. The whole war stuff.
Yeah. Oh my god. Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Why is someone calling me? I literally just woke up. This is weird. Give me a second. Hello? Oh, okay. I can make myself available in a few minutes. Yes, give me like 5 to 10 minutes and I'll meet you there. Alright, no problem. Bye bye. Ah, somebody must have seen my sign at the driving school. But yeah, I've had a lot going on despite not having a lot at the same time.
Yeah.
Someone from my family died in that war.
Some of your family died?
Well, adoptive family, I guess. I don't know if you know this, but Philomena is my aunt, and her son passed away.
Oh. Bobby?
Yeah. I don't really
Yeah.
know him, so it didn't affect me that much, but still.
Yeah.
It's still family.
It's still a death and it still matters.
Yeah.
I know we're arranging the funeral and I think Friday was sort of the plan. So just prepare for that if you're wanting to come.
Okay. Yeah, if I can, I probably try to make it. And to top it off, two of my friends, or rather former friends, decided to fight on the sanguine side, and they almost screwed over someone before they left. So, screw them.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, we decided to transfer some assets before we left, claiming that we were going to Florida. So when we
Of
found out
course
where
they
we
did.
went, we were not very happy.
Yeah.
I ever went to visit them at the prison to give them my basically to scream at them, and I feel like we just not only did we
I'm sure
lie,
they don't care.
yeah, not only did we lie, but I feel like we used my friend. So they may say, "Oh, we just gave a few, we didn't give it all away." But the fact is, you still gave something away before you left. We're not stupid.
Yeah.
And you know what makes it all worse?
What?
Remember the whole quote unquote war that we had on Rooster with RPGs and bombs with Gulag Gang for a while?
Yeah.
Turns out those two knew about it. And they said nothing. They just lied to us.
Well, it sounds like the trash took itself out.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I know they were maybe your friends or acquaintances, but
were is correct.
yeah,
Very
I
much what
just
I were. I lost all respect I have for them. All of it. Anyway, we did as much as we could with the whole asset that we tried to give away. We got rid of it. So if you want it
Yes.
back, well, go looking.
Well, hopefully nobody comes knocking for financial crimes or anything,
Hopefully.
because it might not look good if an asset was transferred and then just got rid of. So,
Well, I think the main
it's,
worry is what possibly getting charged with treason for getting that asset.
yeah.
Where it was like, we don't want that.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Like, pretty much cutting out ties. It's like, it was like the one person that we all agreed do not ever hurt. We may not have hurt her physically, but it hurt her emotionally. Sorry, I'm ranting. I think I just needed to let it out.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry you've had to deal with all that.
Yeah, you would think that someone not involved at all would not have to deal with this stuff. And yet somehow it all comes back to
Well,
people even not involved.
I think this whole thing has had a very far-reaching impact on everybody in the city. Doesn't matter who you are, what you do, where you come from. I think everybody has been impacted in some way, mostly negatively, so don't
Yeah.
feel bad or, like it's your fault in any way.
Oh, I don't feel bad or it's my fault at all. I'm mad. I'm mad at those two for what they did.
That's good. I'm glad you're sticking to your morals.
Yeah. Like I told everybody, I hope we're making friends instead of the prison because we're probably not gonna have many friends outside when we come out.
Well, if there's one thing I know, it's that when they get out, this is not over. And it's going to have a big impact. So just try your best to steer clear. I don't know what's going to happen, but I know that the fighting is definitely not over. So I really hope you don't get caught in the crossfire. I know you kind of were before all this happened, so just do your best, and I don't think you have much to worry about, but I'm sure it'll affect you in some way.
Yeah, hopefully it isn't as bad as it is now. I guess wait and see.
I better get out there.
Yeah, I should probably get going too because that phone call was for the driving test.
Oh, yeah, I should let you get going.
Yeah, so I think it's a Russian.
Oh,
Yeah, it sounded like a Russian accent, and she said her name was Oksana.
okay.
Oh, I was here for coffee. I should grab the coffee before I leave.
Well,
The coffee I was making.
it's good to see you, and
Good to see you too.
be careful on your test. And if you need anything,
Yeah.
let me know. I'll be around.
Will do. But at least if anything happens, you have her name, Oksana.
Oksana, yeah, okay.
I
Sounds
I
good.
should probably change before I go there. Have a good one, Tessa.
You too. Very cute. Good cat. Good pet. Oh boy. My weekend was good, Darth. How was yours? Oh. Patrick. I don't know if Patrick was the one that blew up or if he saw someone. Let's go check on him. Patrick, I was gone for like 2 minutes. What the heck happened?
Well, I was driving on my side of the road, but this person was on the wrong side of the road, crashed into me, and flew into the gas station over there.
Oh, jeez. Did anyone else get hurt?
What the?
Hey, heck you.
So apparently, for some reason, we're scared that EMS is gonna chop their limbs up. Or explode them with C4.
Oh, brother. Then are you denying medical?
I
She did
want
also
to,
say
but
that-
I am hurting and it's kind of burning.
She did admit to me that it was probably the better option as well, so.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I was gonna let the person that I was going to meet that I'm delayed a little bit.
Well, you're welcome to get going. I think I got it from here. What did we learn?
To not overtake a truck.
Yeah. I bet you were passing on this solid yellow line too.
It was dotted.
Actually, it was right over there.
I'm sure it was.
Actually, it was.
Alright.
It did
Yeah,
actually. I can
I
see
was-
the dotted line over there.
I was going the speed limit.
Oh, definitely
Oh,
not.
yeah, I'm sure you were.
Definitely
what-
not. I was going the speed limit. That
Yeah,
car was
what's
going
your
much
name?
faster than me. I'm Patrick.
He's not getting
what's your
you in
name?
trouble. Relax.
I'm Patrick.
We're just giving you guff. You'll be
Patrick what?
fine.
Patrick Dassault, lead manager of the right-of-way driving school.
Okay. Nice to meet you. My name is Sarah.
Nice to meet you, Sarah.
You're
Sarah who?
I
I
don't
gave you
give
my
my
last
last
name.
name out.
I
oh
gave you
my God.
mine.
You can't even make up a fake last name.
Shut up, Tessa.
No, you shut up.
No, you. It's not fake.
Okay, Miss Adler.
Hey, Patrick, you think you could put my mask on?
Huh.
I'm not dumb.
Nothing. What?
Oh,
Yeah, but these EMS are dumb.
over here.
Ow.
Oh, that's why you're not wanting me to look in it. Oh,
Tessa, I swear to God, I'll
I
make your life live in
see.
hell.
Oh,
even
that person
think
wants
I
about
to-
it.
see. Oh, I'm thinking about it.
Tessa, I'm sorry, I love you.
Oh wow, that don't change.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
What did you do?
I
Crashed into me and flew into
overtook
the gas station.
I overtook a car and I crashed into the thing and it hurt.
Oh my goodness. All right, let me take a look here. All right, sweetheart. It's not looking too bad. Alright, I'm gonna clean these burns, okay? It's gonna sting a little bit, but then I'm gonna put stuff on it that'll numb it up, all right?
Thanks.
I gotta clean them first to get all the yucky stuff out of there.
Yeah,
We don't need no yucky stuff.
definitely no yucky stuff.
Ken Fitz, thank you
No
for the
yucky
26 months. I
No
appreciate you.
yuck.
All right. Okay, then we're gonna put some burn cream on here. This got stuff that makes it nice and numb. All right, sweetheart. Are you hurting anywhere else?
Not really. My ego, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
That's kind of usual, though. anytime I
Alright.
do have to get medical.
I'm gonna run you down to the hospital, okay?
Okay.
And then I'm gonna run you right down to the prison.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Little Miss
Uh-oh.
Warrant.
Nice to see you, Tessa.
Yeah, you too. Hey,
have
can
a
you
good
let her go
day.
for a sec?
I'm a little busy.
Can
I need to
take
put her
you-
in handcuffs.
I'm gonna move away.
No, you aren't.
I am. You had this coming.
uh,
All right, she's good to go.
Alright. Alright, here we go.
Oh, I'm gonna lock the door
I just want to make sure it's
just to
not
be
too
safe.
burn, sweetheart. Just want to have a doctor look at it.
Oh. Hey, she's dangerous. I'm a little worried about you at this point, so please be
Oh, is that
careful.
bad?
It's a little bad. I wasn't too sure if it was her or not.
What's that fake name?
Yeah, so her name is Jessie Adler. Just try to
Oh,
avoid
it's
her.
her. I didn't recognize her at all.
You guys collided, is that what happened?
Yeah, I was on my side. She tried to bypass a truck right over there by the dash line, and she
Okay.
collided head to head on my car, and she flew into the gas station.
Alright, well, she's gonna view it as you blew up her VIN scratch, so
Oh, that's a VIN scratch.
yeah, so just
Oh,
please be
no.
careful.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Well,
I
I'm
gotta-
locking the
I
door
gotta
to
go
school
make
in
sure
case she gets
she's
out while I'm
taken
still
care of.
there. Because I told her everything about me. That was a mistake.
I'm sorry, Patrick.
If I had known, I would have shut up.
I didn't realize the gravity of what was going on until it was a bit
Neither
too
did
late.
I.
I'm sorry.
Because the first time I met her, she shot at my car while I was giving someone a driving
Yeah,
test.
she's a bit of a psycho. Just be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
And call
locking the doors like
911
this.
if you see her.
Okay, well, where's my car? Oh, it's over there.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, there's a lockdown going on, so I can't really process her yet. Why is it that I always find the people who are injured that have warrants? It feels scummy, but I can't just ignore it, you know?
Were they in a vehicle or anything? Or
Red work
She's definitely gonna go after Patrick, though. She is gonna kill him. Oh, I feel bad. I didn't realize it was that bad, but
Tenfold, thank you.
you know.
You're welcome.
Ah!
Thank
Hey, Tessa.
Hello.
Ooh, so you were at a gas station and exploded. Got it.
Right.
Okay, let me trade some of these burns here. I'm also going to listen to your lungs and just see if there's any smoke damage.
All right. All right,
Thank you, Miss
sweetheart.
Bundy. You're
welcome.
amazing.
You're in good hands, sweetheart. I hope your day gets better.
I'm listening to your lungs. Take some deep breaths. Let me see if there's any smoke inhalation there. Gave a little bit of a rasp. Do you smoke at all?
Yeah, I smoke.
Oh, how many a day?
Half a pack.
Oh, okay. Well, considering you smoke half a pack, honestly, your lungs sound pretty good. I think any rasp that you might have is from there and there alone and not from this incident, so we don't have to worry about that.
Oh.
There we go. Let me just flip you over onto the front, and I'm going to rub your chest out as well. There we go. Get your chest. Hi there, Miss Tessa. Are you here for this lovely lady?
I sure am.
Okay. Here we go.
Hey, Tessa.
Hey.
How's it going? Long time no see. I hope you've been really well. I'm
doing great.
been
Just
pretty
got out there
decent.
on patrol, and the
good to
first thing I
go.
see is your happy face.
Oh. Listen, if your skin starts to slough off at any point in time, you need to come on back because you're having a really bad reaction to the cream. But otherwise, you should be good to go. All right.
Sounds good.
Okay.
That's
It's all yours,
that is a
Tessa.
horrible reaction.
It is. You should see it when it happens to a person.
I'd rather
gross.
not.
It also smells bad.
Anyway, you good? You off the bed?
Yeah.
All right, you know the drill. Right to remain
Tessa,
silent.
let's talk.
Anything to say?
Talk to me.
What? Do you understand your rights?
Face to face.
Okay. Do you
Tessa?
understand your rights?
Tessa, let's just talk face to face here. Tessa, I was injured today in a horrible car accident. I was heading to the Sandy Shores Hospital because my friend was there and they needed help. Because they were having a panic attack. They were on the radio and they needed help. And I was heading there. And I tried to overtake that car and end up almost head-oning that, or I think it was, I don't know, it was close. My car got flipped around halfway and I backed into the back of a gas pump. It was horrible, a very horrible outcome to this entire thing. And I understand I have a warrant, but the thing is, Tessa, let's be honest here. I was decapitated, and
Incapacitated.
Incapacitated. Give me a chance, Tessa. Give me a chance.
I mean, I can't just let you go knowing you have a warrant, you ding dong.
I don't have a warrant.
You do, though.
It'll end soon. Look,
It'll end tomorrow.
Tessa.
Jesse.
Give me a chance here. All right? You will uncuff me, and then you chase me. Here.
I can't just uncuff you.
Tessa, please. I got exploded by
Listen,
the fire.
I know it feels like I'm being a scumbag right now, but unfortunately, I recognized you, I knew who you were, and then you started acting funny, lying about who you were, which, made me suspicious, and then I saw you're literally at the top of the warrants list right now.
Tessa, because
I'm
I'm the
sorry,
only one
I
that got a
can't
warrant.
unlearn that.
Everybody's too much of a pussy to fucking do something. Look. Tessa,
I have too much integrity to let you just waltz out of here.
Tessa, if not walk, you can literally call out 75s or whatever, 77s, right? You can get the whole PD on me, right? And you can chase me on foot. Tessa, please. Tessa, we go way back. We go way back. All right.
I mean, I realize that, but I
We used to study
cannot
guns
just.
together.
What?
We used to study. We used to study things together. Yeah,
Study
I can show you-
things.
Yeah. The thing. Remember when I lost my gun license and we did the thing? The ranger like
Not
thingy
really.
thing to get the gun license back. Look, Tessa. Come on. Let's be honest here. Look, I wasn't doing a crime. It's unfair. I'm
You
a
actually.
victim of a very
I mean, you
of a-
were
of
doing a
crash.
crime.
A very mediocre one. That is not an arrestable offense.
Tell you what. I won't throw in the issue that I found on your car. You know, I won't arrest you for anything like that or anything pertaining to that or
100K, Elia.
speeding.
100K, Elia. 100K.
Don't.
You know I am kind of
Oh
bad.
my
I'm
God.
kind of bad. I'm kind of bad. What's the what's charge? Is it like bad? What is it? Bad ones? Is that what is it?
Well, I'm just saying, like, do you want 100K? You know, like.
I do want 100. I do want 100K. Yes, I do want 100K.
You don't want
I do
100K to
100K.
break this individual out of prison.
What? Who said anything about that?
Who
What
says
the hell?
that?
That's
What
the
the
implication
Tessa,
here.
Tessa, what the
I just
fuck?
want 100K.
Tessa, you're
Whoa,
on one, Tessa.
I would never. I
What
would
the
never.
fuck?
I think
Why do we have the
I
guns
think
out,
what
dude?
you want to
Oh,
do is
I was
go
just
about
saying,
your
I was just
business.
saying,
I'm just here to
I
see a
was just
doctor.
saying-
I'm just here to see a doctor.
I was just saying 100K, dude. I was literally just
Oh.
saying 100K.
Oh.
Is that a
I love
problem?
money.
Not illegal, Tessa. I'm just saying, I know she's down bad.
No, I
was going-
suppose that's
Yeah,
not
really
illegal,
perfectly
and
balanced.
you know, I'm just
Right.
saying the implication was there.
I'm sorry you thought that, Tessa, but that wasn't. That's not
Wow.
what.
No, not.
Right.
All right, well, what's it
give
gonna
me a
be
favor.
then,
Do me a
Elia?
favor, Elia. Just
Never
just
ever.
call Theodora Thatcher, okay? Call Theodora. Hey, yeah. She's
yeah.
one of my friends. You know.
All right. Well, what's
Yep.
she here
I'm
for?
just-
She going to the
See a
hospital?
doctor. Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
appointment.
well-
Is something wrong with it? Like, my bad. You know, sorry. It's my
All
bad. I
right.
go, you know,
Well, the
medical
doctors
bill,
are back
sorry.
there, not up here.
Yeah, like, jeez.
Okay,
Well, yeah,
then
but
I-
she just walked in, and I was
I was
just
on my way
bringing
to
up to
see
the money,
him.
like.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah,
My
you're
bad.
gonna have to go get that done.
Yep. I'll leave now. I'll leave.
Right.
Sorry about
Anyways, so we were
Anyways.
talking. Sorry.
I think we could probably talk down at the station where it's probably a little safer. And there's no interruptions from your friends who you want to give $100,000 to.
Big bro Tessa.
Little bro, come on.
Dude, please.
No, ma'am. You're under arrest. Thanks for the backup.
What?
For what? You really gonna
You're
for
evil.
what me?
You're evil.
I'm not evil. I know it
You are
sucks.
evil.
I'm sorry. Okay, for what it's worth. I can't, in good conscience, just ignore the fact that you have a warrant. And I feel bad that it had to come down to this, but
Can I grab a ride
Alright.
with you? I do not have a car
yeah,
here.
absolutely. Let me just search her real quick.
Got that Kara westbound over.
All right, what am I feeling here? What's this on you?
It made a right eastbound San Andreas.
A gun!
Oh my god.
Around towards low power again. It's heading towards Vespucci.
Oh my god, what do you have these for?
Tessa.
Oh, I see why you're being so excitable.
Oh, you gotta let me go and
No, I don't think I do, and I don't think I will.
That's enough,
What
Genius,
the
for
fuck
that.
is wrong with you, Tessa? You're evil.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm just doing my job, you know, and I'm doing
turn a
it
blind
well.
eye to those things in my possession.
What
It's
is
a
it, Tessa? You don't
delivery
mind me asking?
list
Oh.
and the marked bills you have on your person. There's an awful
Oh.
lot of them. like 130 plus. That's a lot.
Tessa.
Makes me wonder what you were doing exactly.
Tessa. What is your deal? Why would I be doing anything? I'm not even wearing.
I don't know. I
fucking
think
criminal
you're
outfit.
doing
Okay, this
something.
is my casual outfit.
All right. Well, listen. I'm gonna have to process you for this warrant.
Alaya! Alaya!
You're gonna
Bro,
have to move
bro.
on, Alaya.
You
You
can
can
move on.
literally
It's a
shoot
police
them both
business.
in the fucking head and be fine.
Whoa! Whoa! I'll never. What the hell?
Okay,
You
go
can
to your
literally
vehicle
shoot them
and
both
move
in the
on.
fucking head.
Hell?
All right, especially Tessa. Kill this bitch first.
Oh, okay. Let me.
That's a bit messed up.
Kill her.
100K.
100K.
You sure you want to do that?
Do I? I just want to be. I believe it now.
This persuaded you. We might need urgent additional at SMH.
1-2. Just a quick 1-2 test. I mean, Alaya. I'm just saying, just a quick 1-2. You know,
Black and
just
color AMG
just
can't
give
stop
me
on
just
Crusade
give me
Road.
your state ID. Just give me your state ID, and I'll give you 100K. That's I'm just.
I would recommend you don't.
I'm busy.
Help! Gatto!
Oh, what's up?
Yo,
Move along.
Yo,
Move
you
along.
motherfuckers right now 100K.
Oh no, I don't want to get
Fuck,
arrested.
Gatto?
Wait, what'd you say? Clown him?
The fuck? Gatto, no, what?
I'm just gonna say at a safe distance. What were you saying?
I said the fuck, Gatto.
Why'd you call me over? I don't know. Break cuffs
Help!
next time, bozo.
Dude, I couldn't. I was dead on the fucking ground, and it hurt. Well, I wasn't dead. I survived.
All right. Well, looks like that didn't work for you. Sorry. Look, I even gave them the opportunity. And they didn't take it.
Opportunity this.
Oh, whatever.
Toxic.
You want to? You're toxic.
I'm calling you toxic.
You want to
Oh,
hear
evil.
toxic?
No, I don't want to hear toxic.
Good.
It's a good song. Not gonna lie. I do like Britney Spears.
Cause I can give you toxic, all right?
Oh, can you sing?
Sure. I mean, I can sing.
Isn't that what you're talking about, Britney Spears toxic?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I want to hear it.
All right, you want to hear her?
Yeah.
Fuck the PD. Unlock!
I don't think that's how the lyric is going.
All of them can fucking die. And a lot of them deserved it, like Rose and Bass.
Is that how toxic is going? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, this is pretty fucking toxic.
But it's not Britney Spears toxic.
How's the morning going? Missing Bass? You missing Rose? You missing any of the cops that died in the fucking war?
No, I'm
That you
kind of
corrupt
tired.
motherfuckers were a part of.
Kind of tired, you know? It's been a long day.
Hey, you mind grabbing her out?
I can get her. Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here. Watch
I got the Cara, the orange Cara. We're going
Wait,
into White Garage and
what?
towards Vespucci.
You need 77 for that?
Yes, please. Right, westbound Vespucci, right
You have
again.
no idea how
circle in
much
the
you just
White
fucked up,
Garage.
Tessa.
Actually, I
I'm
don't think
sorry.
you did.
Final ending, southbound Calais.
Gonna get you in here. Watch the door. And watch this door here.
What class is that?
Eastbound
Jessica,
Adams
you lock
Apple,
door up for me?
Cara, I don't know, I'm keeping up an A.
It's a B. B plus. Yeah, B.
Left northbound Alta, thank you, Carman.
Gonna get you in here.
Welcome to prison.
Left westbound Vespucci.
Oh, you heard the words. Welcome to prison.
Right, northbound Peaceful.
This isn't prison, dumbass.
It is right now.
Right, eastbound San
There you go.
Andreas.
I have not
prison.
taken anything off her.
All
I don't
right,
know if you wanna
thank
search
you
her
very
on the-
much.
Right, southbound
Yeah, you're
Alta. Oop. Minor 50.
So make sure
still
you
south
see
on
the
Alta.
listing because it's still
Oh,
there.
Bob, I'm good on PBS as this was interfering.
All right, let me just double
hitting me
check, make
earlier.
sure I got everything.
Look
I
at
think I
that. Eastbound
did.
Vespucci.
All right.
Continuing eastbound Vespucci, right into the alleyway. Parallel. Oh, left. Sorry.
All right. You know the drill on everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell you your charges. All right?
I don't need to hear him. Not guilty.
Okay, well, I have to tell you what your charges are. The warrant was for first-degree speeding, reckless evading, reckless driving, and disobeying a peace officer.
Bullshit, it was second degree.
Okay, well, I mean, I think they clocked you, and they have a photo of the radar.
Whatever.
So I don't.
Whatever.
I'm just saying. I don't
They're
think
wrong.
there's.
I'm right, Tessa.
Okay, I'm just saying. You're welcome to contest it, but I don't think you're gonna get in the way.
Contest this.
Okay. So, with the addition of what you had today, obviously I can't really prove what you were doing with that delivery list or the money that you had, so I'm not gonna really charge you with anything on that. But I will charge you for the browning.
Tessa, I'm kind of poor. Can you give me 25K?
No.
All right. You're dead. You better watch your fucking back. I don't give a fuck. You're getting shot in the fucking head. Add criminal threats. I don't care.
Jesus.
Why are you so mad?
Oh my god.
That guy tried to kill me. Even he's going, oh my god.
Jesse, come on. Relax. It's gonna be okay. Is $25,000?
Hey, I'm gonna say the same shit to you. I'm gonna say the same shit to you when you're on the fucking ground bleeding. All right? It's gonna be okay, Tessa.
Okay. So, this money I'm taking, is that about how much? Is 25,000 how much those marked bills will get you? Or is it the brownie?
No comment.
Is it
But if you want to owe me
collectively?
something, it's gonna be 100K.
100K?
I'm just saying. Like, to make this all easy and
Is
go
that all
away.
I'm worth to you?
You're worth a fucking dollar for all I care, Tessa.
You've changed, man.
You know what's changed? The fucking PD.
Is there something in particular you're mad about?
The corruption. What you guys go by. How about you fucking do something about it?
What did I do that was corrupt?
I don't give a fuck what the fuck you did, Tessa.
If I was corrupt, I
You're
would have
still
let
a
you out of
cop.
cuffs. So your point is moot. It makes absolutely no sense. You were
You
at
obviously
the
don't
hospital
understand.
5 minutes ago begging me to be corrupt, and now you're telling me you don't want me to be corrupt. Do you understand how insane and asinine that sounds?
No, because you don't understand. There's good corrupt,
What do I-
aka ones
what?
that help the fucking criminals, and ones that don't.
Oh, brother. Okay.
So you want the
so
cake, you
you
want to eat it.
Yeah, you want me to be corrupt for you, but not for, other things.
That would
Is
be the
that
smart thing, Tessa.
all right? Sounds good. All right. Well, then I will just tack on the charge of the gun.
Can we add in the profile? She's not a good singer.
What'd you say?
Can we add in the profile she's not a good singer?
You did not just go there. I am a good singer.
You told me you will sing Toxic by Britney Spears.
Wait
but
a
you didn't.
minute. Take you there. Wait a minute till you
Yeah, that was
you
going to
put
be
her
your
hand in
discretion.
school,
You can
but
put
now
that
I'ma
on a
show you
profile
how
if
to
you want.
graduate. See, I can
All
fucking
right.
sing.
So you said not guilty?
Not guilty.
All right. You're looking at 58 months, 116 parole, and a $6,475 fine, and 9 points on your license.
Jesus.
I mean, do you want a response? Because it's the same shit
No,
as
I'm
before.
I'm
Fuck
just
the
getting your
PD.
bill written up here. Hold on.
All right. What are you guys staring at, huh?
There you go.
I'm looking at the
All
box.
right. You want any time served?
Yeah.
Prison's
All
in
right,
lockdown
come here.
right now.
All right. Do 27 months off.
Is it still in lockdown?
31 months. I'm not
Yeah, it's still
sure.
in
Could you
lockdown.
check?
Yes, it is.
All right.
I can see you if you're wrapping up.
Yeah, that would help.
Status on lockdown?
Radio check. I'm in here, still ongoing. Affirm.
Yep, ongoing.
You know that Patrick guy? Might want to give him a call.
I've already warned him that you're a psychopath.
Thanks, Tessa.
You're welcome.
I am a psychopath.
I'm happy to help.
Whatever. Can you call me crazy?
No.
Am I
Don't make
crazy?
it weird. What the heck?
Fuck. Yo, Tessa, what's wrong with you?
Why are you asking me to call you stuff? That's weird.
Everyone inside of the.
No, I'm just saying.
Not sure what it's
I'm
called.
just saying, like,
in cuffs.
am I
We're gonna start moving
crazy?
them outside of
Listen,
7,
all I'm saying is your beef is with me, alright?
Am I
You
crazy?
want to come after me? That's fine.
Tessa, there's no question about it. Of course I am.
Okay, well, are you gonna go after Patrick?
Once they have been cleared in bunk search,
don't know.
where do you want to put them?
Maybe you'll find out.
Alright,
Back in the
well,
same spot?
he doesn't deserve that.
Negative.
Send me up.
Documented already. Let's get them
I wish I
into
could.
the-
That's why I said welcome to prison. We can't.
Copy.
Ah, son,
Actually, let's-
lockdown.
Sure is.
just
Sorry. I'll take it into account.
No dishes.
Don't speak to me.
Seems like they're trying to clean up. So.
Yeah.
I'll just have a
Probably about 10
lethal since
more
you guys are all
minutes.
moving people just in case.
All right, all the people in EDS are cleared out. We're almost done here.
Considering my injury, I'm breaking off.
Yeah, all right, you've done well. Enjoy your rest, sweets. Huge improvement from the meat grinder yesterday.
Mm-hmm. How's your day going so far?
Oh, who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's all right. Dealt with someone who fucked around and found out.
Sir, if you want me to help you flip Zach, just let me know.
What?
Says, ooh, oh, so
Oh,
cool.
she's singing again. I thought she
Scissors
was
shaped
screaming.
across the bed. You are red, violent
the difference?
red. You hollow
I'm
my
not too
hungry
sure.
eye. You hollow out my hungry eyes. Together, it's not too close to close.
The individual with the blonde hair, black top, and orange pants had a knife on him.
Copy. DOC is gonna give them all search individually one at a time. We're just gonna provide security while DOC does their job here.
PD, are you guys able to perform up on foot?
I think it'd be best if Harvey does it, if anyone. Do like some bunk flips being conducted by Harvey?
Hey, firm, they've been locked up long enough. I want to try to get this set up as quick as
We'll
possible.
start bunk flipping.
Grab some.
Is this situation stable enough that I can break off? I need to go 42, if that's all right.
Bye, Tessa. Have a good day, Tessa.
If you're if you have to go 42, yeah, you're good to break off. We should have this place under control with the units we have here. We just want to keep what we have.
Yeah, homie.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm going to break off then.
Wait, so am I good to put them inside themselves here? Or?
Leave them where they are. Some of their cells are in sick. Gotta keep that in mind. If you want to start moving to them towards the cell block where they belong, you can. You can find out what cell they're in by, asking local DOC where their cell is.
Copy. How do they normally point it out to you?
With your prison actions.
They point it out with like an arrow, or I'm not seeing it anywhere in 7.
Like a orange circular light.
Copy.
It can also be in 6, by the way, because 6 is now available to have bunks now.
Copy. Okay, this one's in 6. I'll take them over there.
Yeah, Tessa, can I talk to you for a quick sec? An idea I kind of been mulling over, which I can go through COG if need be, but I was kind of just bring up to you first because you're this kind of pertains to driving, which I know is your forte. We had this conversation like a few months ago, this discussion about it. I'm kind of the mindset of, how robbery of financial, assuming nothing goes violent, it's just a all-in-one charge for pretty much everything, right? I feel like we should be charging reckless evading separate. What was that? I can't hear you.
Oh, is it so that they get points on their license? Is that why?
Yes. That's the biggest thing, because people can just do constant bank jobs, get caught recklessly evading during the bank job, and no points on their license for it. Sure, their cars might get striked, but like it's the individuals, like, because technically someone doesn't have to own the vehicle to still get the
Carmine
points,
awake?
right? So more of that. And adding points to the charge itself wouldn't work because one, not everyone would be the driver, and two, if someone was someone robbed a bank on foot, then why would they be getting points? There's no reckless invading inherently.
For the garden, if you can help get them into the garden and uncuffed securely.
Yeah, I am not opposed. It's something I would definitely need to talk with the DOJ about, because obviously it has to do with the charges and points associated. I was trying to work on that a while back, and a lot sort of just got dumped into my lap after that, so it's been on the back burner for me, unfortunately.
Take bricks and take.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge pressing thing. It's just I've been kind of thinking about.
No, it's definitely on my agenda, but it's kind of it's had to take a backseat for a little while, so I apologize for that.
You're
But
fine.
it
There's a lot of
it
stuff
is
that happened in
actually
the
on
last
my
month
list.
Anyway. All right, that's good then.
Vote Jeff
Yeah, I mean, it's
developer
one of
regarding
many
where he's
things
talking about
that's
trying to break the fence down, so keep an eye out.
trying to figure out. Like another thing that we were talking about the other day was
788. I might need
when
to help
a
me transfer
bank
some
scene
stuff. I
does
found
turn
a
violent,
massive,
do we charge possession of
where?
stolen goods, or is that
I'm
inherently
currently
part
running
of
some
first
such
degree
evidence right
robbery?
now. I might need you to follow me.
I think it depends on what they've got.
So that's what I was thinking. Because, like, for example, my argument would be, you can rob a bank, attempt to rob the bank, and not get inside. However, you do get inside, and if one of the people, assuming it turns violent and everything's separate, one of the people has the stolen goods on them, I would argue they should still get the charge. But the problem is the wording on first degree robbery, I think, is the fact that, like, they stole stuff, basically.
I'm ready for my next flip.
We were having this discussion because a Harmony turned to an OIS yesterday. I mean, it's just one thing, like, among many of, I mean, we all know the charges are not sometimes the greatest with the wording.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure, to be honest with you. I think it would just depend on who had what and what actually happened with the robbery.
Yeah, because that's what, like, my thinking on that, because it's like it's the same kind of like when we separate the charges, if it turns violent, then we assign whoever was driving the reckless speeding. I think it's kind of the same ballpark where whoever had the stolen goods on them, if multiple people or just one person, they get that possession charge.
Yeah.
It's usually like how these bank jobs work. Usually they give it to
Details
one
and gen
person
pop,
that's the
right?
quote unquote VIP, and they do everything they can to get that person out. So I feel like having an extra charge for that person inherently goes with the risk of being quote the VIP. It's kind of like the balance of that. That makes sense.
Upcap Jones is a temp.
Same like reason why if you choose to be the driver, you run the risk of getting the reckless evading charge.
Which ones have not
Yeah.
been flipped yet?
Um,
Upcap Jones hasn't.
I would just use your best judgment in those situations and try to interpret the charges as you think. And
Yeah, I
if
mean,
there's
it's
any
conceptual.
Do you want to bunk flip the
if there's
10th
any,
or,
you know, debate about it, maybe a bench trial can clear that up.
Negative. If it's a temp, check their time. If it's up, let's get them out.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm not really too sure how that would all be handled.
Well, I guess how we met.
Yeah, that's
I don't
one
wanna
thing
tell you
I'm
the wrong
hoping.
thing.
I'm hoping with
was
this
an
like next
interesting
generation of
meeting.
an
It was an
NBW,
interesting
there's like
meeting.
a separate tab. Like we have the legislation tab. I hope there's going to be like a tab for like quote unquote precedent, which is stuff that's been established with previous court cases and bench trials. Because that's not really like firsthand knowledge for a lot of people. Like one good example of that I've been having conversations is like, is a meth table inherently drug trafficking?
To the front to leave since the time is done.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Apparently,
Yeah,
it was told
that's a
by
good
us
question.
that it was, but based on precedent set during trials, it's not. It's just manufacturing. You still have to prove felony
Yeah.
possession to intent. The problem is like usually all these lawyers know all this precedent because that's their bread and butter. Like they have like that's their job, knowing all the previous court cases. But we have like that is obviously part of our jobs, and court cases are
There's nothing else in there.
a weak point for a fair many cops, myself included in some aspects. But we have a lot more like on our plate to deal with in terms of like knowledge wise.
Yeah.
So just having like a nice like roundabout way to check certain precedent, because I mean like we have the bolos and stuff like that, but those are like
St. Clair just woke
can only
up,
go
like,
so far with information.
5 seconds, like 2 minutes ago. Do you want to bunk flip him?
Leave that up to Bell Tower. He wasn't bunk flipped yesterday, so probably.
All right, I'm gonna get back out there. But good to hear that you're already like on that
Yeah.
reckless
I
fading
definitely
thing.
want to update some of that.
Have a good one, ma'am.
You too.
What you want to do, Bell Tower? Do I bug flip him?
Harvey, are you sorting this by who you searched, or?
Huh?
The evidence locker, are you sorting it by who you've searched, or how you?
Yeah, I just, every time there's a new person, I go down a row and add it.
10-4. St. Clair Sanguini?
Affirm.
10-4. Let's up on.
You want a sandwich?
What?
Do you want a sandwich? Fine. Don't have a sandwich then. The sandwich is too good anyway. God.
You're already threatening to ride again, so let's just keep them in cuffs until.
Maya, I don't know if I said thank you or not, but thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back.
And then we have one more outside with St. Clair.
St. Clair, I'm just gonna leave them.
I mean, I feel bad. I just, like, once I knew she had a warrant, I couldn't just let her go. Like, I can't. It just completely would be not a good thing to do. You know, it's it is what it is. But, you know, I don't like being scummy. Obviously.
He's got nothing on his person.
I just finished. I probably don't need to say this, but just to be safe.
Alicus,
if
thank
they
you for the
ask what
49
started
months.
This, just say I don't answer to you.
What?
Alright, are we bunk flipping anybody else right now?
I'm finishing with Aubrey, and then that's it.
Take a picture, it'll last longer.
Over in cell block 7 or 6?
7. I'm bringing her out right now.
10-4. I'm gonna go ahead and unlock 6. Are the inmates over
You
in cell
ain't
block
got
4
shit for games.
still cuffs?
You're like a twig.
Yeah, I know. Look, for what it's worth, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be scummy, but I can't just let you go. I'm doing my job.
Ready, check.
$100K and this can be swept under the rug.
I'm not giving you 100K.
$50K.
All set to set him
No.
hard in or outdoor eating.
It's okay, you're dead.
I mean,
We might be good. Is anybody currently still bunk flipping?
Tessa, I don't want to hate you. You're not worth
well,
hating,
why,
right? You're
why
like
are you
you're like a little
extorting
bird.
me then?
It's not extorting.
Hey, well, what are
That's
you
just
doing
asking
then?
for money. It's a threat. Like, Tessa,
I'm gonna
let's
start
be honest,
lining them
that's a
up
threat.
in outdoor eating areas. So they can
It's
get
extortion.
What is extortion?
You're blackmailing me essentially into letting you go out of the prison.
Bell Tower.
No. I'm saying
You're threatening me.
I'm threatening you. If you give me 50K, I won't kill you. That's called a threat. That's not extortion.
The use of force or threats to compel another person to relinquish money or property, or to compel a public officer or state
extortion?
employee to perform an official act within the course and scope of their employment, aka let you go.
Or. That's or. That's not and.
Unlock
What?
6 since we're done with it.
That doesn't
wouldn't be
help your
extortion.
argument.
No, that wouldn't be extortion.
Why
You're
wouldn't
an
it be
officer.
extortion? Yes, it says
Because
Still at prison.
the use of force or threats to compel another person to relinquish money or property, right? That's one side of it. You're not doing that, but you are using force or
Damn.
threats. Or to compel a public officer or state employee to perform an official act within the course and scope of their employment, aka
that
me
wouldn't-
letting you go.
I'm not asking you to let me go.
What?
I'm asking you for 50K. $50,000. So I don't kill
Okay, so then
you.
you are doing the first part.
That's a threat. Yeah, exactly. But that's not extortion. That's just a threat.
No, it is extortion.
You're
It's
so
literally.
dumb.
I just literally read you extortion.
Yeah, but that literally doesn't count because you're a cop.
They unlock the gate and they're all
You're not a
locked up, they don't
person.
Start charging that officer.
Selena, Bell Tower,
That's-
anyone with
I
the
mean-
cat? Has she been flipped yet?
That's your opinion, I guess.
Alright, 10-4.
But
I believe she's already been flipped.
That's kind of messed up.
not messed up. It's true.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's how you feel, then fine, I guess.
Lock the doors, uncuff them.
Yeah, it is how I feel. And it is fine.
We're
I
getting all
guess.
the after now. We'll give you cover.
So it wouldn't be extortion.
Is there anybody else to put in the
Like,
outdoor
you wouldn't be
area?
committing a crime if you give me 50K. I'm just blackmailing you.
Think we have everyone in there?
I mean,
Well, actually, no, I'm just saying,
Make sure the outdoor eating
it's
area.
bribery.
like, nah, it wouldn't be bribery, though. It's not
I
bribery.
would be bribing you.
Okay? Sure.
I'm not going to break the law.
What the fuck? That's not breaking the law. Tessa, you're giving me 50K. So I
So
can
you don't murder
not
me.
be mad at you. Yeah.
I,
Dude.
units up
Accidentally fell. Sorry.
That isn't.
Hey,
units up on the catwalk.
listen.
Okay, Tessa, let's say if we were at war, right? And those were the
Can we get, most
negotiations,
of the people cleared out of there just so we
then it wouldn't be that.
I'm gonna.
Okay, but we're not
We're
at
just
war.
settling.
Sage by the eastern gate.
Do you want to be at war?
No.
All right, I'm ready when you guys are.
Okay, exactly. Then let's.
What?
I'm going.
What are you saying?
Tessa, if you don't give me 50K, then we're gonna do war.
Harvey, I'm out.
All right.
So it's treason then.
What the fuck?
Make sure Harvey.
Treason this.
I'm a state employee. You're an enemy of the state.
Tell us when you're out, Harvey.
Right,
Ah, Tessa, you're so dumb.
No, you're so dumb.
You're dumb.
Hey, I literally
50K,
read you
it's
the
50K.
the
It's just money.
definition of extortion.
That female's
It
running
fits.
into a bush.
Dude, it doesn't count. It
I'm not
doesn't
even
count.
charging you with
Running
that.
into a bush.
Bro, I know. I'm not
Whenever you
saying
saw something in the bush.
what. I'm saying it doesn't count as extortion. What I'm
Going
saying.
through the bushes
It does though, and I could
No,
charge
it
you.
doesn't.
It does.
If there's just stuff
Bro,
there,
it doesn't,
we got
because
everything that we got
extortion
out of there,
would
I
be
think I'd-
if I'm threatening a person for something, and you aren't a person, but the other part is a state employee or whatever, like the thing you are, the cop, right? Does the thing, so I get the thing. That's not the thing. That's not extortion.
Still down there?
Negative.
Aside from today, what have I ever done to you, Jesse?
Copy. Yeah, we'll give you cover from the rafter.
Why are you so angry at me right now? What did I do?
Can I stop the lockdown?
Okay, are you stupid?
I don't know. I just genuinely don't know why you're so mad at me.
What did you just say?
I said, aside from today, what have I ever done to you?
Aside from today.
That's up to DOC.
Tessa, is there anything other than today?
So
Today is today.
today is why you're so angry?
Yes. I don't keep on being angry.
That's
if you don't give me 50K.
irrational.
Literally told us that no
Your fucking face is irrational, Tessa.
What the heck?
50K, and we'll be cool again.
No, I mean, I don't want to.
Okay, wow.
I don't want to pay you that.
Wow.
I'd
You're
like
such
for
a
us
fake
to be
friend.
cool.
You're an out friend.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, a friend wouldn't do this to another friend.
I fucking killed my friends before, Tessa.
Okay, so
He's right outside
that's psycho, and I don't know what to tell you.
Cool. This is
I
exactly
don't really want to be your friend.
I don't want to be your friend either. Let's get that straight.
Okay, so why would I pay you $50,000 for us to be friends again?
That was just another part of it if you wanted it.
Got your 6 from
I don't want that.
from Southbox.
I don't want
Okay.
us to be enemies, and I don't want us to be at
so
war,
give me
but
50K. Tessa, you're literally a millionaire. I bet you $1,000 you're a millionaire.
I am.
Okay, so give me 50K.
I'm actually a multi-millionaire.
Okay, so give me 1 mil.
No,
Why?
because I'm
You're
not
so
giving you
rude.
1 mil.
You're so rude.
I don't owe you anything.
Yeah, you do.
I don't even owe you this conversation. I'm just having it because I know you're stuck here and I feel bad.
Who the fuck who, Tessa? Boo-hoo. You know what's funny? Somebody on Twitter said fuck people, and I replied with womp womp. That's pretty funny, huh?
What? No,
Womp womp.
I don't even get that.
Well, you know the trumpet, like the sad trumpet? Womp womp.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I replied to that twat with womp womp.
I don't.
They're bitching like a little bitch.
Oh. When people do that on Twitter, I just say, who asked?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Honestly, who asked is the new OK Boomer, but it applies to all generations.
Well, yeah, I mean, who asked is a way for the boomers to get back at the non-ones. How old are you,
I
Tessa?
mean, not really.
We're still waiting for them to finish.
You shouldn't ask a woman her age.
What? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Jesus Christ. Grandma
How
over
old are
here.
you?
23.
Oh my god, that explains why you're so immature. You're a little
Shut your
baby.
fucking mouth.
Little bro. A little baby. It's gonna
Yeah,
cry.
you need a fucking walking cane, Tessa?
Where?
You need a walking cane?
Where?
Oh, I'm so old. I'm Tessa. I'm so old. Retire already, all right? You old,
No, I don't think I
oldie.
will.
When were you born? 1980s?
93, actually.
Holy shit.
When were you born? The 2000s?
So
Yeah, I
did he call
got
me
you there.
bro?
You probably were born 99, weren't you?
No,
That's
if you
why
could
you
do
didn't
math,
wanna
that would
answer.
be 2000 if you're stupid.
It could still be 99, couldn't it?
I mean, it could be if my birthday was in like 4 months or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
So you call me little bro.
Yeah.
So I'm your brother, and we're family, so
No.
give 50K.
We're not family.
Prove it. What's your last name? Lamb?
Bell Tower, you
Yeah?
Lamb. I mean, we're pretty similar. We're family. You're probably my
Nah.
cousin.
Family doesn't extort each other.
Family kills each other, though. I killed my dad.
Okay, well, that's fair. Is it safe to send anyone up yet?
Tessa, you're an asshole. We know that.
You can send someone.
All right. I got a very angry Jessie Adler coming up. She's real mad.
Fuck you, bitch.
10-4, what did she do?
Well, I had to scrape her up off the pavement because she was speeding around, and then, I found out that she had a warrant. So it was for, like, reckless evading and stuff, and then she had a gun on her and a bunch of marked bills.
Totaling over
Well, we're gonna
60K.
make sure,
Give me
we talk with
50K.
her. Thank you, Tessa.
Alright, sending her up now.
Tessa! Yo, you're so fucking dead. You don't even understand. Tessa, you fucked up.
Alright, PD's clearing out.
I'm sending you up for 2 months.
You know what? We could talk about this. Let's just.
I don't
just
think
walk
we
out.
need to.
Oh, because you're so scared.
You done?
Are you done?
Yeah.
Little bro.
Goodbye.
Odie? Oh. Fuck you.
Heck you. Okay. Let's see. We got her noted down. I will put a little statement.
Welcome aboard.
You know what I didn't do while I was distracted is run the gun. That's probably bad.
Howdy, ma'am. I was just going to ask
Hello.
where I can, where someone reclaims possessions at Beaver Bush, but I found it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Bye-bye. Merger, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Chat, we once again have to make that climb back to 1,000 for our sub goal. Oh my goodness. Oh, our car's in the back. Bum, 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 bum.
Unlock!
Oh, God.
Lock! Sorry, my bad. I'm sorry.
Hey, Tessa.
Hello. I'm
How's
sure
it going?
Well, it's alright. I'm sure you've been inundated with meeting after meeting after meeting. I don't know if you
No,
want to
actually,
talk or...
yeah, we can. I was just, I have Bundy here, Kiki, Lennon. We were just talking about my garden, getting a garden in here.
Oh, are you
there's a,
at your house?
yeah, I'm at my house.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll come by.
Sure. I got some drinks. We can hang out. All right.
Maybe...
I can have one or two. Do you have any food?
I do, yes. I have some
Okay,
food.
fantastic. I got it. I'll bring the drinks if you bring the food. I'll see you later, guys. Kiki, I'm probably gonna need to talk to you soon. We're changing the world. Okay, sorry about that.
All right.
But I'm here. Yeah, I got some cocktails and oh god, this pig stinks. Oh, there's a hog here.
A hog?
Yeah, with IBS.
Oh.
So be careful where you step when you get here.
Okay, I'll
All
be
right.
there soonish.
All right. See you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Dabster, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out.
You good?
It's on my way.
She'll get there. She did it.
What
Well,
you doing, game
hello.
warden?
I was just about to go off duty and go talk to Toretti.
Well, okay. We actually just came back from his place. He apparently had a rabbit-related issue up there.
It was blocking traffic.
I see.
Mhm.
Was
he
it
has
resolved?
The rabbit left before we showed up.
Yeah, we showed up like 2 minutes later. I think he was just exaggerating, I'm going to be honest. I think I'm going to talk to Rod and get a rabbit crossing sign put in front of Big T's house. That way it's, just understood by general traffic.
Talk to Rod?
Yeah, Rod does like yard furniture and stuff. With Home Depot.
Maybe I should talk to Rod.
Yeah, that'd be
probably.
fun. I got a proper chicken coop built in my backyard.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
Do
cool.
you know he has a horse?
I didn't know he had a horse.
Yeah, we're going to have to start writing Big T citations for improper boarding. He's keeping a horse in his backyard. He doesn't want a stable. Apparently the horse jumped over the glass enclosure it's in and ran into traffic the other day.
Got hit by a car. It's apparently blind and deaf.
I think he's
That's
got
all
more
I'm gonna-
problems than boarding, if that's the case. Jesus.
Yeah, I
got
told
it
him,
from somewhere.
told him we're going to have to start going up there once a week and writing them improper boarding citations if he doesn't get a
10-4,
stable.
thank
But,
you. No problem.
Okay.
Also has an active warrant.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go and do that. Also, Jessie Adler is really mad at me.
Why?
She wants to kill me, so just FYI.
She also threatened Lennon the other day.
She threatened Patrick as well today because basically she was driving like a maniac down Panorama and she crashed into Patrick in the wrong lane of travel, landed on the gas pumps at Ironhog, blew up, and was injured. And when I arrived, she was acting real weird, and when I checked the MDW, she had a warrant, so I arrested her. So she blames Patrick for that, and me for the arrest. So, she's definitely been making threats. She just probably got out of prison, and she might already be looking for me. So I'm gonna try to steer clear of her, but I might end up maybe riding with you guys if I go back on duty.
Okay, yeah, give me a call.
Because she definitely was, she wants to come and kill me.
I'm looking at
Full disclosure, I've got a subpoena out on her right now. You remember when Judge Adams was attacked the other day?
I don't, but doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, so he got attacked by a woman with a short black ponytail who was using a voice changer who transported him into a Frogger and tried to drop him into prison.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I pulled public records. There were only 3 people who rented Froggers within a 4-hour time frame of that attack. She rented one 1 hour beforehand, and she was the only woman who did so. The other one was like Hubcap Jones and then somebody else.
Alright.
So, I've got a subpoena pending for her, but the DOJ is just dono-walling me.
Well, she just twatted at you. I don't know why. Is that her state ID?
I can hear an helicopter above.
Yeah, she wants me to give her $50,000 or she's gonna come and kill me.
Good God.
That sounds like extortion. Should we put another warrant on her?
Well, I could have charged her with that, but I didn't, so I'm not too worried. I don't wanna fuss over it. I already charged her with criminal threats, so you know, I'd like just to be over with it. She'll probably try to come after me. You guys don't mind sticking around for a second and then give me a ride to Toretti's?
Yeah, no, 100%.
No, go for it.
Okay, I don't want to get murdered.
Off and changed up, and we'll give you a ride.
Wait, what the heck? That was weird.
It looks like there's a bang boy currently on top of the garage with the camera filming. He might be coming soon.
Alright. We'll have our gun with us. And...
Addy.
Please don't be hot. Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
Excuse me.
Nice.
Yeah, this guy was he was strong, man. He had both the TV and this statue in his pockets.
That's... What do you mean, no?
Well, the good news is you're going to have a captive audience, because apparently Big T forgot to eat, so he passed out.
That sounds like Tourette. Okay.
I was supposed to bring him food. I have food, but...
Just a lot of things.
Guess I'm too late.
Alright, one game
I did
warden
this.
successfully delivered.
Oh, sorry, I beat it out.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Take
stay
care.
safe.
Call us
Let
when
us
you
know
need
you're
a
done.
ride back.
Hey,
Hello.
50K, Tessa.
I am not giving you $50,000.
All right, I'm coming after you. Sit tight.
Okay.
All right, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay. Hi.
Hey.
Hi. You doing it? Was that you in the car?
In Bundy's
A Ranger
car?
car? Oh, you're with Bundy?
I was. I just got dropped off somewhere.
You wanna come for dinner in 30 minutes?
Dinner in 30 minutes?
At the Rooster's Rest?
Uh,
With Jerry, Quimbley, Copper, myself, a friend. Maybe Vito.
I'll see if I can. Will you let me know when you guys are there?
Yeah, I can do.
Okay, because I'm meeting with someone and I really don't know how long it's gonna go.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, just keep me
Love you.
posted.
I will. Alright, bye-bye. Love you.
Bye-bye. Love you too. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Wait, what? Why is there so much poop out here?
That's from the hog.
Is it okay?
It has IBS, apparently. Not good. You know, I needed to resod the grass anyway.
So you're really sticking to it?
Yeah. Axel seemed to have doubled down today too, so after him begging me yesterday, he seemed to.
Well, it didn't help that Owen was completely in his corner.
Yeah, he was. He came here today, actually. He told me Silas is the commissioner, and Axel suspended himself. So no one would get the satisfaction of doing anything to him.
I don't really know if that's why he did it.
I got some texts from Axel today.
Do you need food, by the way?
I could use a little bit of food. I can't just be on this meat. If I drink too much more, I'm gonna get drunk.
There you go.
But what's some alcohol? Want a cocktail? I got a margarita.
I don't know if that's such a good
There
idea.
you go. There you go. Oh, it's like when you're hanging out with a retiree. This is the life. I mean, Owen came over and he dropped me off a produce basket, which was kind of nice. But it sounds like he's totally in favor of the senator.
Who was?
Owen.
Well, yeah, he was making a lot of excuses for the behavior and saying, "Oh, well, we didn't even talk to him," and then this, that, and another, and I don't know. It didn't sit very well with me the way he was acting. Libby walked out, and I almost followed, but I don't want to give up because there's people below me that are relying on me right now, and I don't want to abandon them.
I understand.
And, you know, as much as I might morally disagree with what has been going on and what I've heard has been going on, at least, I'm not a stranger to having people above me being corrupt and doing arguably very stupid things. And I've always survived through that. And I stick to my morals, and I'm going to. Even if it means having to sometimes put up with people being upset with me for staying. Because in my opinion, leaving is just kind of giving into it. Because if all the people that are not morally bankrupt leave, what is left at the end of that? I think that scares me more than anything else.
I get it. I understand. Problem is, I was given this privileged position where I'm supposed to be able to make a difference from the absolute top. I'm supposed to be able to make the change that's needed. And I tried. Went to the senator. I demanded things. He basically spit on him. And then not only that, but doubled down and said they were going to commemorate those people. So I gave them an ultimatum. Are you going to choose a deputy like Walter and what he did? Are you going to choose me? What's more important? And they chose him. I knew this day would be coming eventually, not the way it happened as the way I had to resign that way. But watching Malton and Axel stand there and be complicit, while they stand up for the evil that happened and the people who committed that, it's really hard to be at the tippy top like that and know that you have to sit there and face everybody on the streets knowing that you're in a position where you're supposed to do it, but instead you're sitting there just kind of letting it happen. And also, after I had that conversation with him and I talked to him, I realized that this isn't just about this situation and what happened over there, but it's a lot more than that. What the Senate is, what they stand for, what they're allowed to do, is a danger to the city and everyone who lives here. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's what he has. And I can't arrest him. I couldn't put him in cuffs and throw him in jail. He'd just get right out. Maybe they shoot me. And then what? Maybe I go to jail. And then what? I'm stuck in there with the only way to talk to people is through a pane of glass instead of being able to be here and making a statement and showing people that they don't have to allow themselves to be the person who has to deal with the things that he does and do the things that he wants. And I don't expect other people to follow me really, as much as giving them the courage to do what is right and to stand up for what's right. And knowing that I resigned, they have to answer for that. They're going to have to answer the questions of why that happened. And people maybe will take it a little more seriously. You know, I had a couple MCU detectives here who came over and we talked. And I don't know if we would have had that type of productive talk if I didn't resign. So there's that. The more I talk to Snow and Angel and Jenny this morning, I realized that I hold more fault in this than I originally thought. And somebody should be held accountable. And it's not going to be them, then maybe it has to be me. But it will be them. There needs to be change. But everyone needs to be on board for that.
Well, I know that, you said you can't just arrest the senator.
Right.
That's actually what we plan to do.
Well,
we're gonna see how it goes.
I've heard Crane is pretty complicit in this. So it'll be tough. I don't know what he'll do.
Complicit?
He apparently, when people talk to Crane, they said, or he said that whatever the senator does goes. And you know, I realized something when I had a talk with Brian the other day. I wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do, but it felt right. It felt like something that had to happen one way or the other. And when I talked to Brian yesterday, the day before, he got suspended. Dark suspended him. Whatever. I mean, it's a band-aid over a gaping wound that can just come back. However, his MCU detectives, who I spoke to, and other people have started to question him. I think he realizes that him coming back is not going to be the same. He's not going to hold the power that he had before, or the respect to even do his job. People aren't going to look at him the same. Believe him, rely on him. He's lost that power and that respect. And that makes it almost impossible for him to do his job. So he's thinking of leaving, which is exactly what I hope happens to the senator. You realize that when he comes back, nothing can't do shit. Everyone's turned against him. That's a big deal. That's a huge step. That proves that people like that's power only works if people will listen and obey. Because once they stop, they have nothing.
do we go from here?
We go with change. We remove the Senate, remove the person with ultimate power. We do things the right way. Can't stoop to their level. Can't have a violent coup. Can't do things like that, because then people will just use that as a power vacuum. We need people to believe, be inspired, and know what he did is wrong. That's when we know the city's in a good place. And I can retire officially happily.
There's not anything that would convince you to come back?
Well, like I told Angel and I told Snow and Jenny, something horrible happened. And there's a power vacuum. It needs to be stabilized. I'll come back. Also, if I'm granted once I retire in a few months, officially, if I do come back, I get a little beige. I get Bobby Boulderman's Memorial Island, and I can farm and have a farmer's market there on the weekends and live out my life for good. I don't want to leave you guys or anybody in a horrible position. Not what I meant to do. And that's why I'm still here. I'm still talking. I'm still coming up with ideas and pushing back and trying to make people understand. I can't leave or move away or anything like that until I know this place is in good hands, which there's a lot of good people. That's why I was kind of okay with stepping back from sheriff, because I knew there was good people there that could take the spot finally. Do it better than I did. Because that time is going to come eventually, Tessa. I mean, I have been through it all, and I think eventually I essentially I know now how Bob felt. And I've come to terms with that. But I can't do it unless I know city's in a positive direction.
All right.
I understand people are upset with my decision and they're worried, or there's they think I quit, but I far from the truth. I'm free. Feel like I could do more this way than I would if I was there, under the eye of the senator and Axel and Malton and all those people who are kind of working with them. I don't have them watching me. I'm not on duty. They can't see where I am. They can see who I'm talking to. I can say what I want to say.
I'm just worried that the people that want to say things are gonna leave.
Well,
I've been given a lot of ultimatums from officers and just generally people who are upset about the situation, and I don't know what to do if we can't get anything done that's
we will.
considered adequate.
We will. Don't. There's no reason to. I can't be cynical on this because I made a decision that was based solely on the fact that I believe in you guys and the new people there and the people who are standing up and know what's right and wrong and making sure things actually go into action. And I believe that's going to happen. And you can't think negatively, Tessa. I know it feels like there might be no hope, but there is. Without us, he's nothing. And you can't, at some point, you're going to stop being able to think of it this way. Everybody, let's hypothetically say a majority of the police department resigns, protest, right? The city itself has turned on him too. Who are they going to replace him with? Nobody's on his side anymore. His power's gone. His authority's gone. They need us more than we need them. Damn rabbit, Tessa. I'm telling you, it keeps blocking the road.
Oh, he'll be okay. He'll run off eventually.
There was a backup all the way to Eclipse earlier.
I'll move it on my way out.
All right. Oh! Okay, we're good.
See, there he goes.
Yeah, he keeps doing it. Off. Noise pollution.
Also, in gathering some information, I realized that I had some wrong information, potentially. The intention was not to place a body or a C4 on an officer's body. Apparently it was... She was supposed to treat the Sanguinians, not grab officers. So I misinterpreted that. As I couldn't really wrap my mind around the idea that we would be sending medics in to treat the enemy, and I don't know, that just didn't make sense in my mind, I guess. So I misunderstood.
Sure, that's a little better, but it doesn't make anything else any better.
No, it doesn't, but
I watched the
little,
video.
little less jarring.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they sent their end to die. The information I got when I talked to Kyle, and I still haven't been able to confirm this, is that somebody yelled to them that anybody who comes down that hallway is getting shot before they sent her in. They knew full well that she was dying.
Yeah. I don't know. There's been a lot of downplaying going on that bothers me quite a bit because, yeah, it was war, but we're supposed to be the good guys in that war. We're not supposed to be stooping to their level and doing psychotic things that arguably could be considered a war crime, even though, you know, we all agreed apparently ahead of time that there wasn't a war crime thing. I just think that, you know, morally we should be a little bit higher up than the terrorists hiding in a hole.
Yeah, you should.
And I tried to bring that up at the meeting and, you know,
What was
spend
the
some...
answer? It was war?
Basically, that's what I got out of it. And what kind of surprised me was Stubble he seemed to be defending the actions of people. And I don't really know what to make of that. Because I didn't think Stubble even wanted to go. And
well, that's interesting.
I still have no issue with the fact that we went there. I still support the war. I still support what happened and why we were there. And I would have been there were it not for Johnny. Apparently he wasn't there that day because he wasn't caught or anything, but I stand by what I said. You know, if he had been there and I had been there at the same time, I don't know if I would have made the right calls. And that's the only reason I wasn't there. Because I was really torn about wanting to go. I wanted to go there and hurt the people that either directly or indirectly were the cause of my dad dying. And I would have. I would have gone there and I would have hurt a lot of people. Maybe that's morally wrong, but I don't think I would have committed any kind of atrocities. I would have helped where I needed to help, and that would have been the end of it.
Let me ask you a question, Tessa. Do you know why we started the war? Is that important to you?
To my knowledge, it was because they, you know, we had adequate evidence that they were the source of all the RPGs that were being found in the city.
Do you know how we got that evidence?
Not really. I think it was mainly Johnny, but I sort of stayed away from that.
Look, I'm pretty much in an agreement with you. This is the thing that I struggle with the most. But us sending Johnny Devine over there essentially broke the treaty. The one that we kind of based our war on.
What part of the treaty did it break?
Sending a spy over there?
I'm not really sure I agree with that.
I don't know if I do.
Because they're like these weapons that were being found. The record of them goes back really far.
Yeah.
I think they started it. They were doing stuff that was affecting the mainland.
I agree. And that's why I'm kind of okay with that. Granted, they're going to use the whole him being over there as a breaking. But there's probably a little more to that. I'm honestly not as familiar as I should be with the Aegis and 3D that was made. But I do know they cite that. There's more. The other part is that one Divine, the day he resigned, is obviously the famous 8/11.
I don't like using that.
Me either. And this is kind of why. And this is another reason why I'm so adamant against this. Divine was with me and Axel in a car. Brian was there too. When we were trying to catch Cap Terra Nova that day. Brian was not next to us, but Axel and Divine said some stuff to one of the suspects we were talking to that was not right. Axel confronted him on it, yelled at him, and it turned into an extremely heated argument. Divine was not in a good place. I knew it. He's lost everything, his identity.
Yeah.
He's had to do things he didn't want to do. He was very fragile. I knew this. Axel Axel really went at him.
AutoCAD Wizard, thank you for the 12 months, a whole heckin'
He
year.
was useless. He should have never been a cop. Everything he's done is not, it means nothing. He said some other heinous things. I tried to stop Axel. Probably 3, 4, maybe 5 times. I said, enough, get back to the car. And he refused to listen. He said that I'm not going to let this piece of shit talk to me this way, blah, blah, blah. Refused to listen. I had to call Owen. Owen finally came and picked him up. And eventually we got them to split up. But it wasn't after enough things were said that Johnny kind of, I mean, he was already in not a great state, but it seemed like a switch flipped. And then he basically threatened Axel, and Axel basically threatened him. And said he, basically wishes he was dead, and Johnny basically said, I'm gonna kill you or something like that. We finally split him up. Axel refused to listen to me. He still refused to back down from everything he did, even when it was just me and him and Brian. And he pretty much disgraced Johnny and all the hard work he did. That risking his life, sacrificing everything he's done for this. And after that, Johnny went straight to MRPD with Owen, gave Owen some stuff, came to me, resigned, gave me some stuff, hugged me goodbye. I begged him to stay here, be careful. And that's when he left for the island. He wanted Axel dead. We got nervous. He stopped contacting us. I think he contacted somebody. Brian and Axel were scheming of doing something to sneak onto the island that day, and Owen had to stop them while I went off duty, finally. And that's kind of when the Carmine snuck over there, and Jaeger tried to kidnap him and said that he had a cop hostage. That's when the Shelby thing happened. After that, there was a conversation between myself and Brian and Axel where they were trying to come up with what to do next. Axel wanted him dead. He's always wanted Johnny dead. I tried to explain to him that it doesn't matter. Johnny's made his choice. Let's leave it alone. There's nothing he could do now. We already have his affidavit. And they kind of refused to listen. Instead, they brought up the Aegis stuff. We went over there. Johnny begged us to leave again. And that's when they came up with the extradition order. And they basically said if they refuse to give up Johnny Devine, they broke the treaty and we go to war.
Did you see that?
What?
Water.
Oh, I don't have... What is it? What's
Johnny.
Shit. I should pick it up. If I publicly say call me.
That probably wouldn't be a very good thing.
Need to talk to him. Got an idea. So after that, they essentially used the extradition order to start the ultimatum for war. Jaeger kind of begged for me to not have this happen. And it seemed like they already made up their... Well, they did.
Yeah.
Axel has made some very poor jokes about Johnny because of his hatred for him. He has made that pretty clear. We were at this island, this pirate island over near the that other island when we were doing some recon.
Mm-hmm.
And Axel, this really kind of freaked me out a little bit, but it wasn't out of the ordinary. There's a gallows there. Axel went over to him, put his head through it, the noose, and said, "Hey, who am I gonna be? Who is this?" That's not funny. Who are you? And he said, "This is what's gonna happen to Johnny Devine." I don't know, sinister. It was freaked me out.
Bro.
That guy's a psycho.
You feel that it was just a joke?
No, he does
Little
not.
bit of
No, they do
gallows
not like
humor.
each other. Johnny's calling. Hello?
Rob, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back.
No, I didn't. But I couldn't just say, "Hey, call me." You're kind of yeah, I did. But you know, hey, you know what? As a wise man, well, not a wise man, but as someone once said, prove it. You know? Yeah, prove that I wanted you to call me. I wasn't just making a statement. Yeah, I did. I resigned. Because the senator is a
I like how he
psychopath.
just felt the need to say
So
that
is
in front of
Axel,
me.
and so- Fine.
He clearly wanted him to call
Very
him.
well that I'm not going to do that. Oh, well, there's Malton. There's Well, he wouldn't say shit when I came after the. Well, because here's the thing. Because this is the time to be on offense. This is a little more than the problems we've had. And as soon as I left and I told him I resigned, the senator said take his keys or something like that. Moulton immediately did it with no pushback. He's complicit. He also has been making excuses for all the crazy shit that's been going on. No, I talked to him. He's clearly I don't know, maybe he thinks he's gonna be the next senator. Who knows what he's trying to pull here. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You might be right, okay? I think you might be right. I might have been wrong. It might have been him the whole time. Oh. Wait, what? No, because what Shelby did was not intentional, and she beats herself up every day for this. Moulton is doing this intentionally, knowing full well what he's doing. I did. I talked to him like 3 times. I did. Of course, I have no problem with admitting when I'm wrong, and I hope I am wrong. But he's been pretty complicit. That Axel guy, you know, I don't blame you. He is a horrible man. Okay. Well, Brian. Yeah, of course. I'm trying to make some change here, Johnny. I want this place to be a better place. I'm happy the bombs are gone. Great. Well, I don't know why you're doing what you're doing now. We could have helped you. We could have done something about that. Okay, but there could have been a deal. Okay, we could have done something. I don't know, maybe in exchange for the information that you've given, we give you a I don't know, maybe that, or let me see, what else? A delayed sentence, something. Time served, I don't know, something. Did you have an idea, or was this Axel's fault because he wouldn't shut his fucking mouth? Okay. What? Somebody told you to do that. Who the fuck gave you? I know you're not going to answer me. Please don't tell me that was a police officer. Are you fucking kidding me? Johnny, that was the riskiest thing. I did not want you to be hurt. I never wanted that. I knew you're going through a ton of shit. I wish you just would have listened to me and not some random person. They wanted you dead, Johnny. They didn't know what. No. I'm not talking about them over there, okay? I'm talking about Axel. They wanted you dead. After they found out you went back over there, they want you dead. I wish you could have listened to me. I don't like the sound of that. No, you're not going to do that. Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that? I will not let you do that, Johnny. I swear to God, I will stop you if I have to. Do not do this. I thought we were pretty much family, man. Why can't you let me handle this? You don't. How are you backed into a corner? How are you backed in? I just don't know why you're doing this. Johnny, I've had your back, okay? I try to have your back as much as I can. I know it's not. There was a fucking war. That's not black and white. I wish you would have. I don't know why you went back there. Why don't you trust me? Yeah, no shit, Johnny. But you don't. What you don't understand is I was the commissioner. I had a chance to do something about it, and I wish you would have believed me. I did not want anything bad to happen to the person who sacrificed their life to make sure that we got rid of those bombs out there. You didn't give us a chance to do that. Owen is very negative. Owen can be a little bit of a negative Nancy, okay? Or negative Nick, whatever. I'm not. Hey. That's not cool. I'm not. I knew I was thinking about things I could do, okay? I had that power. But you didn't even give me a chance, man. No, it's not how I feel. It's what happened. I did know that. I tried my best to stop Axel. That's... You could have left to Tijuana and no one would ever saw you again. You could have lived happily ever after. No, when you saved this city from those bombs. Why hurt everybody else? You know how selfish that sounds, right? There was a lot of people trying to help you. And there's no better person to be able to help you than me. I don't know what to do anymore. If I could, I don't know. don't do anything crazy. Okay? You still, even now, you still won't give me the benefit of the doubt. That I can't make the change that needs to happen. I guess I'll go down trying too. I will. Do not do that. Don't do that to me. I know it's not.
I love how I can partially hear him grumbling through the headphones. Tessa's probably not going to remember this, by the way.
There's still a chance. Not if you're gonna think like that, man. Not true. Please give me some time. As long as you don't do anything else, okay? I know.
Uh-oh.
I think there's still a way. I'm not gonna quit, man. I'll figure this out. Bye. fucking longer. I just talked to him for 20 minutes.
Okay. You think you could have gotten word to us a little bit sooner?
That wasn't my first thought in my head.
Don't you want to see him safe?
Safe?
We gotta find him, man.
Do you think he's gonna go peacefully, Dalton? Right now, if you go and hunt him down, you think he's gonna let you take him in?
You think we could bring him in peacefully at any point?
Yeah. I hope so.
You
It
think
definitely won't be this way.
You think that's worth what'll happen on our path to get there?
What could happen? He hasn't done, Dalton. Let's not forget. He has done nothing else. He didn't
so
fight
sad.
in the war.
I got multiple people in MCU telling me he's on their side now. I got people in prison saying the fight's not over. And I got people who are missing in action from Sanguine. I don't know if we ever went over that. But there are 4 people, at least, that are missing from the Sanguine fight that we know are on the island that day. One of which they refer to as Alexander the General, which indicates a pretty high presence.
Alexander the General.
His name's Alexander. He's born somewhere in the Eastern Bloc. He was born over there, so we don't have a fucking profile. We just have a tattooed-faced motherfucker who likes to wear a trench coat. We saw him on the island that day. His body never fucking made it into custody. So it's possible he could have been shot and made his way to the ocean.
You know, I got some information from him that was a little questionable.
What was that?
The day he left, to go to that island.
You're talking about the day we saw him?
8/11.
Oh, 8/11. Okay, yeah.
Somebody, he refuses to tell me, but a police officer told him he should go undercover and go back to the island.
I mean, let's be honest. Was it?
It might have been Tessa.
There's only.
There's a few people.
You think
right?
there's a few people?
Owen? Because, well, he did tell me Owen basically told him there's no hope.
Tessa kind of insinuated that,
which
but
probably
I don't know if she told him
contributed to him
directly.
leaving. There's Brian.
That's who I would have my money on.
Yep. And then there's 2 others. One of them doesn't make much sense. There's Aurora.
Ain't no way.
Who he's been in contact with, and you're right. Ain't no way. She's very rational and logical. And there's one other.
Who?
Bruno. But I don't think it was her either. He loved him too much to see him.
We're doing
go
a
over there
weird thing
and
now.
die.
We're doing a weird
She
thing.
wanted him safe. I
Weird
don't
things are
think
happening.
Encouraging him to go to the island is that.
You know what's actually hilarious
Unless
too
he
is
twisted
Tessa
her words
basically
somehow.
told Malton this.
Did he say like it was a quote like they told me to go back to the island?
They gave him the idea to do it before he left.
He's off the phone, Aurora.
Or,
I mean, maybe that
or
could
Axel.
be a.
But there's no way they were talking at any point.
Brian, not Brian. Sorry, unless they met up somewhere. Axel never had direct communication with
Does Tessa realize it might have been her? I don't think Tessa realizes where she is right now.
He didn't know the meeting spots. So if they met at any point, it would have had to have been an intermediary, which would have had to have been Brian, because it wouldn't have been me.
I don't even think they know where she is right now.
Miss Aurora, hang on. Yeah. No, it wasn't anything like that. It sounded like a natural endpoint. No, I don't think so, sadly. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm hashing over the phone call with Shreddy. I'll let you know if anything comes up. All right. Yeah. Look, man. Going back to what we were talking about. He may not go peacefully. He may not go quietly, but I think we have a better chance of bringing him in before anything happens. We also have to remember that even if Divine is just cuckoo and on his own, those at least 4 missing Sanguinians may be looking for him too. We're not the only. Now it's an unknown number for me.
He said he needed to call other people. It's probably him.
Can you fucking 311 that he's back on the phone with me? Hello? Hey, how are you? Yeah. I mean, hopefully it's more than that.
Yes. Sorry, so.
Help me with no, but I just want you to be safe, man.
You go,
Okay,
Tessa.
I can get you some food, man. You want me to drop it somewhere like we used to? Okay, all right, bye.
Did he just ask you to drop him off food?
He's looking for food right now. Yeah, I'm a little worried about what that means. But he did confirm he was at a payphone. He said he was starving and he wants to not drop dead at a payphone, and he's gonna call me back.
Okay. What is the usual split? What the hell does that mean?
We had a drop-off point where I would give him supplies when he requested it. That we used multiple times as like a dead drop of sorts. Obviously, it was to try and lure him to that dead drop. I wasn't going to give him a person to eat.
Yeah, I would hope not. I feel like the people eating thing was a I feel like, you know, once he gets normal food back, it's kind of like when you do keto and you don't like carbs for a while. Eventually, you're gonna have them. And you're like, okay, these are good again. Yeah.
I would hope so, but I don't know. You think it's an acquired taste?
Well, I think he's been going through a lot.
Yeah.
I think he's just been in a mindset that needs to be broken. He's scared to death. He's scared to death of going to prison. It's really hard for me to say that he deserves to go to prison for the Dundee thing. What he did was wrong.
I mean, we have Parsons. I'm sure we could certainly arrange it for something of this magnitude.
I agree.
Yeah. Yes, Kit. Hey. Yeah, sorry, it was an emergency. I got it though. Yeah. Yeah, it's with me, Bob. Don't worry, but
I love how neither one of them has checked on Tessa at all.
did he say he was going to do
I don't even know if
anything
she's
on the phone?
conscious.
Yeah.
That might help us track him down.
No. But he did talk about the people, like Axel and Senator.
What did he say?
He just, I don't know. He didn't really say much. I mean, I got a vibe from that. He might try to do something.
Why the senator? Just because of what he did to Sanguine?
Yeah.
Oh, what are you doing?
And because I guess I got fired, or not fired, but I resigned.
He's blaming that on the senator and Axel.
I think I told him, I told him that basically I stood up for what was wrong. And the senator is a psychopath.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, if only to
I'm afraid he's gonna do it for me, even though I told him not to.
Here's my question. You know, if he somehow manages to kill the senator, first off, that would be amazing for Johnny Devine to break through all the security that Senator Davis has and kill him. I would be flabbergasted if that happened. But on the off chance he does manage to do it, yeah, that one may be on you. No offense. But what I'm asking is,
yeah, that would be terrible. Oh no.
Yeah. When he said he might target Axel, do you think it's because you mentioned his name, or because he thinks he's one of the ones who left him out to dry after the transition?
Oh, listen. Their relationship was never good. Johnny has talked about killing Axel since their meetup, basically. That has never changed. Axel has also talked about killing him.
I heard.
So it's kind of a mutual thing.
Hey, I'm just updating you all. Since I 311, he has not contacted me yet. Look, I'm gonna be real. He was eating people over there, so getting food could mean something very nefarious, but I'm gonna give this another 20 to 30 minutes before I decide that he was kind of just leading me on and he's not calling me back.
I feel like Divine's in Polito.
All right. Did he mention anything?
Yeah,
about
there was a corpse call earlier today. That's why I think he's
targeting
in
anyone?
Polito.
Oh shit. He's calling me.
I think I know where he's at. I said that a little bit ago when Malton said he was hungry. I was like, oh god.
Divine. No, it wasn't.
There was a call.
Fuck.
What happened?
He got food at the burger shot. He saw a Granger or some shit.
Oh god.
Was that one of us?
The Ranger, that's usually Dundee. isn't it?
I gotta go call him from a payphone. You two want to come with me?
No. Let us know. Hey, Malton.
What's up?
He seemed pretty fond of you. Still, you know, he still wanted me,
but not you.
No, he wasn't me, but it did seem like still was. Didn't seem like he wanted to do anything bad to you, but be
you,
careful.
he did.
No, not me either.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
You okay, Tessa?
Mm-hmm.
This shit sucks.
What's happening?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Okay. It's ready.
Yeah.
Did you remember that you were my first FTO?
I was your first?
Mm-hmm. On my first traffic stop, you let the person go because they were pretty.
There was probably a little more than
Oh, you
that.
were flirting with them. Mm. It was funny.
Well, I do remember when you were hired. You know, I was worried that that weren't going to be able to make it. Boy, am I glad I was wrong.
I don't. Blech. Ew. Serenity.
Sorry.
Ew.
How did you drink so much and not throw up? This is insane.
I'm an alcoholic. You gotta pace yourself, Serenity. That's gross. I can't believe you did that.
I didn't mean to do it.
Ugh. Oh, it's disgusting.
It was. It doesn't taste good. I gotta get the taste out of my mouth.
I only drink vodka, really. Those other things make you sick a lot faster.
Yeah. Very filling.
I don't think I really made it.
Did? I've never been happier. You know, whew, just hit me. You know, when the ranger stuff was going on, and they
Bex, thank you
needed
for the 18 months, and Geepsley, thank you for the 21.
needed a leader. Honestly, the person who I always wanted was you. And it kind of solidified when you turned it down over and over. Not many people would do that. And you weren't gonna abuse what you had.
I was like Jon Snow for a while. I don't want it.
Done a good job. Rangers are good.
One of them's in prison for 30 years for treason.
That guy should be dead. That's why you're the better leader than him.
Maybe after all this is said and done, I'll rehire him.
Please don't do that.
Why?
I will. Do not do that.
How
Probably because he blew
why
up.
not?
Because he blew up the medics with an RPG
So,
over a scooter.
whereas other people tried to blow up a medic too.
They should also not be cops, then, Tessa.
Oh. Yeah. I shouldn't have voted yes for Shelby to be fired. It wouldn't have mattered, but I regret it every day.
I don't blame you.
shouldn't have done that.
It's okay. I don't blame you.
I don't deserve to walk her down the aisle. I can't even tell her I did that.
Then don't. I won't tell her. Doesn't change anything.
It does for me. I don't do things willy-nilly.
When all things are said and done, and what is she to hire as a ranger?
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Why not?
I was gonna hire Juno.
That's kind of the double whammy. I don't think we can keep that a secret.
I've already told her, I think, kind of.
Juno's leaving the SDSO?
I don't know yet.
After all the begging he did and stuff, now she's just gonna leave?
Why, it's not like it's your department already. Why do you feel upset about that? It's not yours anymore.
You're right. It's not mine anymore. But I'll always be a part of it. Put my y'all into that place. I'll never forget. They put my picture on the wall.
Yeah. It's a big mural.
Yeah. Never took it for granted.
What happened?
There's a traffic jam. I think I need to close off this road here. Somebody left a car with lights on over there.
What the heck? Oh god, there's fire!
Or it's okay, we're over there here, they're over there. And there's a pool.
Oh!
It's fireworks.
Oh my god.
This is why I want to move to the island.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Want to move to Bobby Bolderman's Memorial Island. At my garden. Honor the people that died. Just live out my life. I can't do that until I know everything's okay.
What if it's not okay?
You can't think like that. I can't leave the job that I loved more than anything and the people I cared about the most in vain. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. Juno invited me to dinner at Rooster, so I should probably go.
Oh, okay. You have a ride?
I can walk.
Sure. I don't think you should walk. Are you okay to walk? It's busy. I mean, look what's been going on.
I'll be fine.
Okay. Maybe you should go out this way and go around.
This way?
Yeah. Make sure you let me know when you get there, okay?
Alright.
Nope, not there though. That's a long drop over here. Yeah, yep, right here. Hey, Tessa,
Huh?
if you need anything, I'm here, okay? I'm not going anywhere. You can give it up.
Okay. Thanks, Shreddy.
Of course.
Reflex would be to hire him as deputy warden. Oh man, I think we missed dinner. Nice, dude. Matt Fire, thank you for the biddies, and Shuv, thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. Wonder if we'll run into Jesse. Oh god. Who do you want?
Hey, Tessa.
What?
You got a nice looking house.
Oh, Thanks.
And trying to sell it or anything?
No.
I'll buy it for 50.
No, that's not what's gonna happen. 50 is not enough. This is a $3 million house.
Are you drunk?
I'm not drunk, you're drunk.
Tessa, did I make you drink?
No. You're just a small fry in the grand scheme of all things I gotta deal with, Jesse.
Hey, Tessa.
You're like a
Tessa,
little
where are you?
French fry. I'm not telling you where I am. You're just gonna come and hurt me.
Fair. But I can find you just as easy, so there's no
than
point.
everybody else. So what's the point?
How do you want to die, Tessa?
I don't know, Jesse. However you want to do it, I don't care anymore.
All right.
You're not gonna give me the choice anyway. You're probably just gonna do something, and I'm not gonna have any call.
Are you with anyone?
No.
Why?
'Cause I don't know.
Why are you drinking alone?
Why do you care?
I don't.
Oh, get in line. You just want to make me miserable. So why am I even entertaining this call? I don't know. I'm gonna hang
You're
up
doing
on
the
you.
same fucking thing as your job, Tessa.
What do you?
You don't think
what?
I can do that?
What?
You make me miserable.
By arresting you?
Yes, when I'm on the ground fucking dying.
What? I said her sorry. And contrary to popular belief, I meant it. And if you don't want to accept that, I'm sorry for that too.
If you'd be... If you're sorry, then you would... You know...
Give you $50,000?
That's how much you took from me. Look, Tessa, you're one of the cops I actually, like, fuck with to some degree. I can tell, like, you're not other...
Why are you trying to make me an enemy?
You're making me an enemy.
I don't mean to.
Then don't do what you do. I mean...
What?
Like... I mean, good job. I mean, congratulations, because you already fucking did it. I don't understand why... If you're sorry, then why don't you... do what's normal and respectful?
It's the principle of the thing.
What?
I gotta do my job. I can't just not do my job. And if I didn't do my job, I wouldn't be any better than the rest of them.
I don't understand. You're a fucking cop.
So you just want me to quit being a cop?
Yeah, I mean, that would be great.
I want you to quit being a criminal, Jesse.
Doesn't go both ways.
Put aside who you are and what you stand for and just stop. How does that feel, Jesse?
I stand for freedom and I'm fucking fighting for it, but obviously you motherfuckers keep taking it away.
I don't know what you want from me. Just do what you need to do, Jesse. If you find me, you find me. It doesn't matter. I'm not giving you money, and I'm not just gonna stop being a cop. Because if I
Alright, well, you'll
stop,
never be a
I
person.
can't stop bad things from happening.
You are causing the bad things to happen. The whole PD is.
If that's what you want to believe, Jesse, go ahead. I don't think we're gonna get nowhere.
Where the fuck are you?
I'm not gonna tell you where I am. You just want to hurt me, and I don't want to get hurt.
Fine, I won't hurt you.
What are you gonna do then?
Talk to you.
We're talking.
It's over the phone. It doesn't feel real.
I can't meet with you, Jesse.
Let's meet at the PD.
I don't understand.
Yeah, my word, I won't hurt you.
I don't understand, but why?
Because you seem to be the only fucking cop that has reason.
Then why do we need to talk? I can't
need
take
to.
back what happened, or I'm not giving you money.
I don't need money. I have literally a fucking...
Did you just say you don't need money? If you don't need money, why are you so mad at me?
Because you did what every other fucking cop would do.
My job? I mean, I can't meet with you right now.
Can't what?
I can't meet with you.
Why not?
It's not safe.
That's reasonable. I'm not that good at gaslighting, though. So, like, I'm not gaslighting or anything.
I just don't know what you would want to talk about. And if it has to be face to face, I don't really trust that. I feel like I'm gonna get shot.
You won't. Yeah, I mean,
Or
I know my word
stabbed,
doesn't mean
maybe,
anything.
I don't know, or hit with something hard. Or maybe you'll put bees in my car or something.
Okay, I'm not angry anymore.
You sounded angry when you were telling me you're gonna kill me.
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
If you're not mad anymore, we don't need to meet.
What?
If you're not mad at me anymore, we don't need to meet.
That's the thing. I wouldn't mind talking with you. You sound fucked up. Let me get this straight. I don't care about you, okay? I don't like you in any sort of way. I don't fuck with cops, okay? But you should probably call somebody.
I was gonna go to my house, but I don't think I can anymore.
So I don't give a fuck anymore. I really don't. Are you gonna be driving?
No.
Okay.
I don't drunk drive. I'm not that bad. I'll call somebody.
All right.
I am sorry.
Fucking shoot me if you pull me over, motherfucker. You heard me. Yeah, drive away. I'm on the phone with, actually.
I'm
Fuck
gonna
you.
let you go.
Fuck you. I wasn't. I'm talking with Tessa.
Who is it?
Casanova's pulling me over.
Tell him I said hi.
All right.
You didn't tell him I said
Turn
hi.
off your fucking sirens!
Tell him I said hi. I wonder if that worked. I wonder if she actually won't hurt me. Yeah, we got watermelon mead and an old fashioned. Now, I think Tessa's gonna try to sober up a little bit. Did you tell him I said hi?
Yep, he says hi too, and he didn't believe that you were drunk.
Why did you tell him that?
Cuz?
What the heck?
That's no good.
I could be drunk if I want to.
Yeah, but you're like drunk and like sad. Not that I care, I don't, but I'm just saying, like.
Oh. I'm okay.
Okay. Fuck off!
Are you running
Fuck
from
off!
the police?
I'm on the phone with Tessa.
Are you being
Piss
arrested?
me off, I swear to God. Yeah, keep running, motherfucker!
What are you doing? Jesse? Jesse?
What? I'm gonna shoot your fucking friend. I don't give a fuck. Fucking Caster Man or whatever he said his name is.
Casanova.
Castanova. Yeah, him. Motherfucker.
What are you doing?
No, that end. Box. Oh shit.
Okay, you have fun. I'm gonna go.
Okay, Tessa.
Good luck.
Don't drive, okay?
I won't drive. I called somebody.
Pull your fucking
Goodbye.
face over.
Tessa, over here.
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Tessa.
How are you guys doing?
Oh, hold on. Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, we're yeah.
Am I late for dinner?
Don't worry about dinner. Okay?
What do you mean? I missed dinner.
Here, I got you dinner. Here. There you go. All in the... Oh, wait. Hang on. Don't pick it up.
That.
There's a steak sandwich there. Hang on. There you go. Dinner.
Oh. Hi.
Yeah. Hi. Been drinking.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
heading to my house, and then Jesse Adler called me.
Mm-hmm.
And I arrested her earlier, and she's really mad about it. And she said she
You want
was
me to
at
fight her?
my house.
Jesse Adler was at your house.
Yeah.
You want me to fuck her
I
up?
think so, at least. But now she's being pulled over.
Good. I hope she gets arrested. That's trespassing.
Oh.
Mm.
How was dinner?
It was good. It was good.
So, are you talking to Sweets again?
Yeah, we sorted it out.
That's
I'm
good.
sorry you're hurting, Tessa.
What do you mean?
I can only put 2 and 2 together. You probably received a phone call. We don't have to talk about it, okay?
They called you and not me this time.
No, that's actually not what happened. I went to a payphone and I called him.
Oh.
Why don't you have some of that milkshake? Help sober you up a little bit.
I think I talked Jesse out of it.
How so?
She sounded worried about me.
Yeah, many
Which is funny, 'cause she wanted to shoot me in the head.
Oh, shoot her in the head. You got our fucking number?
You shouldn't. Don't do that.
Oh, give me your number.
Don't know. She's crazy. Don't do that. Do you know? Could you? Please.
If she doesn't call, she doesn't call. I won't push it.
I'm getting a phone call.
Who is it?
Unknown number.
Probably him.
Hello?
Hey, Tess.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm drunk.
Why are you drunk?
I don't remember.
Okay. You, okay. Are you taking care of yourself?
Yeah, I have Juno's here. And Copper, I think.
Okay.
Is that Copper?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's Copper.
Okay. I was just calling. Making the rounds today, making some phone calls to people. So I was just calling to check up, and also, tell you I'm alive.
I'm happy for that.
I'm glad. Look, I'm the last person on planet Earth that should be telling anybody not to drink. But make sure you take care of yourself, okay?
Okay.
All right. You, I think if you're drunk, I'll probably leave it like that. I'll just leave it here, okay? I'll call you another day, all right?
Okay.
Make sure you take care of yourself, though, please.
Yeah. I got a pie and a milkshake.
What do you have?
A pie and a milkshake.
A pie and a milkshake.
Mm-hmm. I miss dinner.
Well, I'm glad that you, I'm glad that you got pie and a milkshake, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Take care of yourself, okay?
Okay.
I'll call you
I
one.
love
I'll
you.
call you on a different day. I love you too.
All right.
You call me if you need anything, and if I don't pick up, text me or tweet.
Okay.
All
Goodbye.
right, bye.
I just got off the weirdest phone call.
Who was it?
The weirdest. Luciano called me about Joe, and I offered two
Joe?
things. Yeah, like his friend Joe. And I offered two things to smooth things over between me and this person. This Luciano person's kind of like the person in the middle trying to smooth things over for us. And he's like, okay, I'll talk to Joe and smooth it over. And he goes over to Joe and he's like, hey, Joe, it's okay to be a freak. It's cool. It makes you cool. And then Joe starts beating the shit out of Luciano with like a chain and then a belt. And then like, when you go into a hotel lobby and there's a bell on the counter? Then he was using one of those and just beating the shit out of Luciano with it.
They had BDSM?
I was like, I don't understand what's going on. I don't know. And then he hung up. I don't know what's going on. It was weird.
That is weird. Why'd they do that on the phone?
That's what I want to know. How are you doing, Tessa? I see you're drunk.
Yeah. Sorry.
Are you celebrating? Are you upset? Is this normal?
Oh yeah, it's normal. I don't remember. I think I was upset. Anyway.
You don't have to tell me about it because I don't want you to have to relive it.
That's okay.
I like your shirt.
Thank you.
Very Miami Vice vibes.
Sometimes I'll wear my uniform under it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I do it when I do command stuff, and it looks cool.
Dude, why can't we have undercover outfits where okay, we put our uniforms on, right? But it's underneath the casual clothes.
That'd be
right.
sick.
Instead of putting a vest on, how it was such a big deal, like in the 90s or in the early 2000s, where you could rip off your Adidas track pants because they had buttons on the side.
I remember that.
We would just grab our normal clothes and just we're the cops, bitch. Rip.
Oh my god.
But instead of the rip, it would be the snaps, like
I sometimes do that with my ghillie suit. I'll throw it on over a uniform. It's wicked.
Okay, that's nice.
And then I'll hide in some weed. And I'll catch them.
Oh shit, an unknown number's calling me.
Uh-oh.
Hello? How are you okay? At the moment. Okay. I mean, she's on her own 2 feet right now.
Divine's checking in on her.
Oh yeah, no, we're enjoying the fresh air in the mountain inside the city. Yeah. Okay, no, yeah, no problem. Myself and Junior are both with her.
Hey, who called you?
Divine.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, no, she's very intoxicated. Right. Well, she knows what mission she's on and she understands what she's doing, so. Okay.
I'm not that bad. I'm okay.
Tessa says that she's not that bad right now. It's, yeah, hearing about things, it kind of makes me, wish I could do something for you. I mean, if Raven was around, I'm pretty sure Raven and I would come up with some diabolical crazy shit. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I haven't left my house in over a month, so it's very rare for you to catch me, so. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she is. All right, take care. Bye.
For the record, I wasn't wandering around in the wilderness or anything. I ran out here because
sitting and
Jesse Adler is mad at me, and she implied that she's down the road at my house, so I ran this way. I didn't want her to see me on the road or anything. She threatened to kill me. Jesse Adler.
Did you know Mom on this end that she made threats to you towards your life?
I told Bundy earlier.
Does she know what you look like right now? Like what you're wearing?
She shouldn't.
Oh my god,
I'm
cop her dress up as
pretty
Tessa, grab a gun, blast her in the
recognizable.
face.
Okay. I'm ready.
It's okay. I think I talked her out of it, but it was scary because she was right down the road. She called me and said, "Nice house," and that's where I was going.
We should go to her house and call her up and be like, "Nice house."
Oh my. I don't want to agitate her anymore. I'm not really that far gone right now. I'm just not,
It's okay, you don't have to explain
not good to
yourself.
drive or nothing, I don't think.
Yeah.
It was pretty bad earlier, I think. I'm not too sure what's going on. But, what are you guys doing?
Chilling.
We just got done having dinner.
I'm probably gonna meet up with Vito here in a bit. We made like a plan finally to meet at certain times during the week.
That'll help.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't have my chair anymore. I gave it to Pond a long time ago when she lost one of her legs.
Oh, shoot. I used to have a spare, but I don't anymore.
But I do have. I have that.
What the fuck is that?
It's the chicken man.
Is that a hidden idol?
Yeah.
I have one of those too.
Yeah. He's he filled my mailbox with like a handful of them. I was like, what?
I want one.
I think this might be the
What
last
a
one. I have to
weirdo.
get on duty and see if my other ones are there. If I have another one, I'll give it to you.
Alright, bet.
I don't have anything cool. I have a civilian gun. I've never owned one.
Oh yeah, we got Copper a civilian gun.
Oh,
She's been off duty this entire time.
Yeah, this is like it's never happened.
Welcome to the life.
God, you look so cool. Wow. I do. Wow. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you talked to Sweets finally.
Yeah,
I was
we
worried about you
sorted it out.
guys.
Yeah, I was worried too. That messed me up. Like that shit made me spiral, dog.
Who else was at dinner?
Sweets actually didn't turn up. It was Copper, myself, Rod Long, Gigi, Vito, and Harrison, who's a new friend.
Oh.
And Bison came for a total of 5 minutes before he said, "Why is this so awkward?" and then he left.
That sounds
Dude,
like
Bison
Bison.
is so awkward.
He's so awkward.
Yeah.
Vito and I are so awkward together sometimes.
Yeah, you are.
Unless
I
we have
wasn't
like
gonna say
serious
it.
conversations.
That Lorenzo dude was not making it better.
Oh my god. No, but the thing is, like,
Lorenzo?
when Vito and I have serious conversations, it's fine. When it's not a serious conversation, it's awkward.
I think when you guys are put on a spot, it's awkward. I think when you're not put on the spot and things are actually just happening naturally, it's fine.
He's such a dork. Like, actually a dork. I don't think I could possibly...
Yeah, why the
like...
fuck was he calling me weird? I was having
Did he call
normal
you weird?
conversations. Yes,
I don't
he
think
did.
that man has any grounds to call anyone
Dude,
weird.
I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna leave my house. I had Sweets say that I'm goofy.
Goofy?
And not like a
What?
haha goofy, but like, are you okay kind of goofy? And then I have, yeah, what's Vito calling me weird? Okay. The guy's a freak. Like a bad freak. He's a freak.
He's not a freak.
He's a freak.
He's not a freak.
Okay, he's not a freak.
He's not a freak.
But he's weird too.
Sweet.
He's a
sweet.
weirdo.
He's awkward. He's a dork.
mean-
he's kind.
I won't
He
say it.
has-
I won't bring it up. I'm not
You wanna
gonna do
say
it.
Oh, the 17 times
I'm-
accomplice the
oh my
desecration
God.
of the human corpse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what I said? The first thing I said? What a freak.
I like him.
I'm never gonna let him move that down.
No, I don't think you are, but we'll
I
laugh about it.
can't help it, alright? It was psychotic.
The thing is, the sad thing is like Fredo, who actually didn't get the accomplice and got the actual, like, you know, he doesn't get as much shit as Vito, who's an accomplice to it.
I'm gonna say that to him. Does this number end in 4589?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been a very good evening, I would say. A bit stressful
Yeah.
here and there.
Cobra, you need to hang out with me off duty more, dude.
Okay. Okay.
Why did you sound so disappointed?
Well, me or her?
So I don't know when that's gonna
No,
be.
she did.
Yeah, well, whenever you're around, just call me. I don't sleep.
It's true. I can attest. She does not
Yeah.
sleep.
I was awake for like 15 hours yesterday and got 5 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys need to get sleep.
I had things to do.
I mean, I get sleep.
I'm a
I
bad
just know
time
she
sleeper.
doesn't sleep.
Yeah. And I have like this, I think I've got a trapped nerve in my neck, which is like shooting down pain down to my collarbone and my arm and my hand.
Oh.
Yeah. But I ordered new pillows, so fingers crossed.
Okay. I was gonna say you probably need a new pillow. Have you tried flipping or rotating your mattress?
No, I might actually do that.
Okay, who is he hanging out with where he got accessory to desecration of a human corpse?
Fredo.
Fredo?
Alfredo, yeah.
And Brooklyn Parky.
I haven't seen her in months.
Let me just set the scene for you, because we got a call one night on Cassidy Trail that there was a human corpse up there, and there were gunshots nearby. So we went up there, and we see vehicles leaving, and we had to do a traffic stop on them. And initially, the officers missed all the evidence that was on the ground because they looked around and they didn't see anything. But when I got there, I looked around, and the first thing I see is a gosh dang human torso sitting there in the middle of middle of the dirt road. And I'm like, how did you miss this? It was sitting here. And then I look around, and there's like 6 corpses around. And then
Actually, I got
a severed head. There's like organ meats sitting in a pile.
Were they... So, did you guys run a DNA and you came up with 17 unique DNA strains?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Like, you know how when, you go up to the hunting zone and you look around and you can see that somebody has skinned a deer and there's like 6 different things that look like corpses?
Yeah.
There were 17.
Oh my god, dude.
And I know for a fact we found 2 severed heads. And I didn't know what to make of it all. And,
I want to, like... You didn't have 17 complete bodies, right?
No. But it looked like there were 17 cut up corpses.
Okay.
Like, when people go out and they skin somebody, they cut them up. It's pretty evident.
Okay. Here's the
You can
questions
tell.
I asked. Okay, do you know?
What?
So I said to him, I said times 15 desecration of a human corpse, and you call me weird, and he said it was times 17. Like, oh, I got it wrong.
Oh my god.
And then he says it's alleged. And in caps
It's not
lock next
alleged.
to alleged. No, I know. And he said it was accessory to desecration of a human corpse, which, by the way, is a non-violent charge. And I said, it doesn't matter if it's violence. Why were you, 1, hanging out with people fucking around with bodies, 2, sticking around long enough to get caught with them, and 3, you didn't leave when you saw what they were doing. Fucking freak, dude.
I still don't know why they were doing that.
Cold like I see him, man. I'll be weird. I think I've earned being weird.
I used to eat people.
Okay?
Okay.
That was a one-time thing.
What? Me? No, it wasn't a one-time thing. Wait, you ate someone?
What?
Okay. Look,
I learned something today, and I didn't need to learn
it
it.
was 2019. Okay. And I was very upset at the time because I was trying to leave High Command. And they said, you can't leave because we don't have anyone that we trust to run the PD. And I had been in High Command for 4 years. And I was like, I am done. I can't do this anymore. I'm too stressed out. So I quit. I quit the troopers, quit the PD, and I went to go live underneath the Vinewood sign. And I became Copper Yaga.
What the heck?
Like Baba Yaga.
Yeah, like the witch in the woods.
Yeah.
If the hikers came near me, I would eat them.
Oh my god.
Ate 3 people.
Jesus,
I was very, very angry with my job at the time. It was a very different
That's
time. You have
okay.
to
That's
understand.
what High Command does to people, and I'm pretty sure that's why I was drinking. Anyway.
Yes, you get it.
I get it. I do. I really.
Yes.
I do.
Okay, but this doesn't leave this circle.
That's
No, that's
okay.
fine.
I don't need to
I
tell
ate
anyone
like-
that.
I ate like 12 people.
And I didn't eat all of them.
Okay. You
Just
know,
like their arms.
it's okay. This is
It
fine.
really isn't that bad
didn't
once you
live.
get used to it.
They fell down the
kidding,
trail.
it's-
It was
oh.
natural disaster.
It's a natural disaster, so
Yeah.
you decided to desecrate a human corpse and eat it?
Well, I mean, what's the difference between a cougar going over and eating their arms and me eating their
You're
arms?
human.
If I ate
I wasn't
a
a
people,
human anymore.
if
Okay.
I ever ate a people, would I then not be able to tell people that I'm vegetarian?
Yeah, it would still be classed as meat, yeah.
I guess.
Maybe I should
Yeah,
be
once you're a
vegetarian.
cannibal, you're kind of always a cannibal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess
You
so.
can't
Wait,
just
no, what?
uncannibal.
I feel like I
No.
had like a psychotic break, you know?
I grew up in a cult. I ain't a cannibal.
I don't
I
think
mean,
I'm a
you
cannibal.
can't really get rid of that, though, right?
Oh yeah, they're definitely a part of me forever.
What the
Yeah.
hell, Tessa?
I mean, I'm not saying it like it's a bad thing. I mean,
You're
it is a
my
bad
best
thing,
friend.
but I feel like it's kind of like once you do it, you
Is
can't
it
really
what,
take that back.
So, like losing your virginity?
Yeah. I can't just say I'm not a virgin anymore, you know? Like that. You can't really do that.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm not advertising to people that I did that.
So should I just continue eating people then?
No,
It's once a
No.
cannibal, always a cannibal type thing?
it's not even that good.
No. Oh, God. Ew.
I was
Oh.
having a identity crisis. Okay.
So you decided to eat people, Cooper?
No, I
think
was
you
just
said you had
gonna
a
move on.
psychotic break.
I didn't know what else to do with my career. Okay.
You accidentally
I had
tripped and
I
you
had ran
accidentally...
the PD. I ran SWAT. I ran the investigative unit. I ran our pursuits unit. I gave Snow the air unit. I think I was done. I peaked, right? I peaked. And then, like, what else can I possibly do at this point? And instead of going up, I went down. A dark, dark spiral. It's like a negative effect happened. And then I came to the realization that for the health of everybody else and me, that I can't quit the PD. And that's why I haven't. Because I don't know what will I do next time. I don't want to find out.
What if I just ate Jaeger?
That'd be gross.
Ew.
You.
I
Have
bet
any
he.
idea how many drugs he does?
I'm gonna
Yeah, I
eat
bet he's
Baker.
really stringy.
You.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat him.
You know, don't say that. It's weird.
Yeah.
If you get used to saying it, you're gonna casually say it.
I'm gonna
And
eat
people
him.
are gonna be like,
Isn't
It's
he
kind of
like a
kind of
weird
like the
alien?
into thing,
Wait,
you know,
I
that we
have a
talked about.
really wait. No, I have a really great idea. If he's an alien and we prove that he's an alien, and there's that law that says supernatural beings can just be shot with no repercussions and they don't have rights, could we then go to the Chief Justice and be like, "What about aliens?" And then he was like, "Yeah, no rights, you know, so we can just kill Jaeger." We can kill
I
Jaeger.
don't know if that is a thing we should do.
I don't want to kill him.
We could. Okay.
Not a bad idea, but
Just want to see
kind
what
of
an
a bad
alien he's
idea.
like.
Look, I wanted to kill Michael Simone for a very long time, and then I realized that it would be
Mickey Yell.
more beneficial that if he didn't die and instead rotted forever in prison. But I didn't get that either.
Oof.
Did he shoot you with a sniper rifle as well?
Yes, he did.
Oh shit. Okay.
Because of you.
What? Oh my god.
Because of me?
No, not you. Sorry.
Jesus, the baggage there. What the heck?
What did I do? Cobra, I wasn't even around when he was like shooting people.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I've also been shot by Nick Simone.
Okay,
Michael's also
was that
planting bombs
because,
on my cars.
Was that because of me as well? What the hell?
It could be. Honestly, it's everybody's
What?
fault. Yeah. I mean, Tessa wrote in my public profile that I need to be 5150 about birds.
I did be doing that. Actually, earlier today.
And I wasn't wrong though.
No, listen. Earlier today, there was a 911 call about a nest somebody found. With eggs.
yeah?
There were eggs in it.
They're not real.
They're
chicken
real.
eggs.
No, birds are real.
How does the bird stay still in the sky?
I don't know.
All right, well, world may never know.
Thermals?
Okay.
Yeah, it's thermals in the atmosphere. Hot air rising.
Okay. A hot air balloon holding up the birds
Yeah.
so that their
Yeah,
arms don't get
definitely.
tired.
Definitely. Birds are real.
Okay. Well, I
Birds
told
aren't
you I stopped shooting them a long time ago.
I put that in your profile as a meme and it just kind of stayed there. Nobody
Dude, you
moved
have
it.
no idea. No one's removed it. Like, I'll get random cadets when they're like, I need MDW help. They'll come over and they're like, what's wrong with your profile?
You can remove it if you want. I didn't mean for it to stay forever.
Maybe next time I get on duty. I think it's funny though. But
I don't think birds are real.
What the heck, Juno?
I like birds.
I'm not gonna shoot them, but I don't think they're real.
Oh, okay. I guess I can abide by that.
Tessa. Bold.
We're just we can't shoot them. That's the only issue.
I would never, bro. I love animals too much. Like, I didn't kill animals, I killed humans.
That's not unhinged at all.
You think Hannibal Lecter was a vegetarian besides the human meat? I feel like he's the
Probably
type to be a
not.
vegetarian.
nah. I think he was open to all of it.
The TV show, they really, like, Hannibal and Will were, like, definitely into each other. Like, 1,000%.
Oh yeah, for sure.
good show.
Yeah. You know what I wish had more seasons? Mindhunter.
Oh my god. I
I've
fucking
never
love
seen it.
Mindhunter. Oh, watch it.
Oh,
It's
really?
so good.
What's it about?
It's about how the FIB,
the FBI.
no, the FIB,
It's not in the state. It's the FBI.
the
It's
FIB.
how they. It's how they. The development of their criminal profiling unit, like back in like the 50s and 60s.
Oh.
And it's the characters that it follows are based off of real people
Like
that
Charles
put together
Manson.
criminal profiling and how they like analyze people's psyche and
Yeah.
and looked at their patterns and their behaviors to categorize them to determine if the person doing a crime is going to be a serial killer or if this is
Yeah.
like just a one-off thing. And then if they are, based on the behavior that they're showing, they could then predict where and when they'll attack again, or be able to link multiple deaths to one attacker because of the patterns. So it's all just criminal profiling. And there's the FBI, and they worked with like a bunch of like local agencies and traveled around the United States. Their primary job was to just educate on how to deal with suspects that are high profile killers. And then it evolved into them creating this like personalities book that categorized killers.
And
Sounds cool.
the casting for those serial killers were like just so
It was
accurate.
so perfect.
Like
Yeah.
literally perfect. I don't think there's
I watch-
any other TV show or movie which has like better casting.
I watch a lot of like true crime stuff, so I bet that will be kind of up my alley.
Yeah, no, I think you'd love it, honestly.
You should watch it.
I'll give it a shot.
Actually, I'm kind of curious. Wait, do you watch that kind of stuff, Tessa?
Yeah, well, probably not like that specifically, but I watch like true crime stuff.
Yeah.
So it'd probably be interesting to me.
It's
Watch it.
it's actually really crazy because the direction that the series was going in, they were going to like the major overarching story that the characters that eventually were going to lead up to was investigating and chasing down the BTK.
I just watched a thing about BTK.
Yeah. Fucking wild, dude.
You might like Prisoners, Tessa, if you haven't watched that. It's a movie.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to think what True Detective, the first season. Oof, chef's kiss. So
Yeah.
fucking good. Best TV show. Don't watch the rest of the seasons, just watch season 1.
I'll give it a shot.
Watch party.
That'd actually be pretty funny. Actually, that would be a great watch party.
Yeah, we could drink.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
incorporate. I can't drink. My liver's failing. Tessa, your glasses, the shadow of it is like on my.
What?
You're like a vampire.
Yeah.
There you go. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. Well. Also, by the way, that was Divine calling to check on you because he wanted another opinion of how you were doing, Tessa. He's very concerned and cares about you.
Oh. I told him I had pie and a milkshake.
He just wanted to make sure that somebody that would know what to do knew where you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to spook anybody. I was just trying to get home.
Mm-hmm.
Vito's gonna come pick me up. Are you guys okay being here?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we could go to my house and make sure no one's trying to kill me there, that'd be good.
Oh yeah, we could go with Vito.
Yeah.
Before the merrier. We all have guns. We're all legal.
Yeah. And this time, I won't hesitate to knife someone. Okay.
I do have a gun.
We have guns. We're meant
I
to
have a gun?
pull it. We're meant to pull it out all at the same time.
That's brandishing.
So
I
you took
put
it
my
out
gun
anyway.
away.
What's Vito's last name?
DiCenzo. Capital D I capital C and then lowercase E N Z O. Z O. Fucking Z.
Zed. Oh man, you're becoming American.
Oh god, I hate this so much. I'm so Americanized.
That's what you get.
Yeah, that's what you get.
Fuck off.
That's right. That's what you get for leaving your island.
Hey, I moved to Wyoming when I was young, okay?
Wyoming.
Wyoming, why are you moaning?
Wyoming's cool.
There's nothing there.
It's very.
There's nothing there.
There's rocks and tumbleweeds.
Fields.
No, it's full
There's
of
lakes.
mountains and lakes.
Mountains are rocks.
It is
Rivers and
Mountains are rocks to me. I don't know.
and forests. It's pretty.
Yeah, it
can
is.
be
It is very pretty.
Yeah.
But there's a whole lot of nothing.
True. True. You don't if you don't want any neighbors, it's a great place to go. And if you like the snow,
Great place for a cult.
you could say that. You could say that about Oregon
Yeah.
and Idaho
Yeah.
and Montana
Utah.
Yeah.
and Utah and Nevada
Utah, very
and
specifically.
Arizona and California.
Why Utah specifically?
There's a lot of very bad stuff happening in Utah.
Yeah.
Oh no, okay.
I'll let you do your own research on that one.
Yeah. Actually, look into Arizona. Woo!
Arizona?
Yeah.
Arizona just reminds me of
Yeah,
Twilight.
Utah is messed up.
What?
Yeah.
There's like
They make shows
one
about
scene
Utah.
with them at a hotel, and that's oh my god.
I mean, it's the opening of Twilight. She's in
The
Arizona.
whole movie's in Washington or something.
Yeah. Forks.
Forks, Washington.
I don't even know where that is.
Bella, where have you been,
Stop.
Mocha? Every time I answer the phone to you, I'm just gonna be like, Bella.
Oh,
I really wanna twat out Tessa's the Bella to my address.
Ooh, cops. Oh, they're chasing.
Wow.
There's no helicopter.
You could be that.
That could have been me.
It could have been you.
Whoa.
Could have been me. Neither one.
Where's Vito?
You should call him.
What?
Nah. He might start to
Harper, you
think
should-
I actually kind of like him or something, so I don't know.
Copper, you should call him and be like, call Juno,
Why would I
she's
call him?
crying. It's my favorite meme now. Call insert
Okay.
name here, she's crying. Actually, don't say that, he'll actually get concerned. Bless him.
Okay. So I'm not calling him.
Should we just go to the house?
Okay.
Hey.
All right. If you guys have guns, you should reload them. And put them in your lab. I don't know where you live, Tessa.
She must.
Right there.
Okay.
Just down the road. I bought this house because it's between Beaver Bush and the driving school.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
What's up, Bun Buns? Hi, Bunty, if that's you.
Did you call them Bun Buns?
Yeah.
That doesn't look
Don't
like
Oh,
like
Bundy.
that.
I don't think that's Bunty either.
He doesn't dress like that.
Yeah, he doesn't. He has a katana in his back usually.
I'm a fucking nerd, dude. While you guys were being cops, I was learning the sword. Okay.
I love Bunty. Alright, my gun is out.
Okay.
I'm aiming it.
Me too.
Oh, we're so cool.
It's
We're
this
like
one
assholes.
right here.
Right here?
Around the
Ooh.
side here, if you turn,
Okay.
there's a spot to park.
The fuck
Oh my
was that noise? Hang on. Hang on. I
Alright.
got this.
I fell. Ah!
Is there a helicopter? There's always a helicopter. Gosh dang noisy neighbors. Oh, God.
Tester?
Hello.
Tester?
I don't know what they're doing over there. They're always so noisy.
Oh. Worst neighbors ever.
And there didn't used to be all these trees here. I used to be able to see in there.
You need to... you need to tell them that you have a tree complaint.
I did.
Excuse me.
I'm
I
planning
used to
on
be able to creep on you guys and your tree.
exactly.
complaint.
So you see my big tree back there?
Yeah.
I want to be able to climb it onto my roof.
Ooh.
And then I'll look down on them from my roof.
Actually, what if...
You can see a little better from up here, but the trees still block it.
Yeah.
And technically, I don't know whether or not I should be up here. 'Cause this is the neighbors.
I think this is that person's bed. No!
I almost finished decorating. You guys want to see? Ow!
Oh, hey, Tessa. Hey. Hey, hello. Oh, hi, Copper.
Hello.
Hey, my bad. Illegal parking or what? What's going on here?
Yeah, that's right.
What happened? Oh, she has her gun. Oh.
Just,
How much money do you have?
shakedown on me?
Yeah.
Like $2,000?
$2,000? Okay. We'll let you go for $10.
No, I'm not a part of that.
Pretty sure this right here.
I'm just saying, give me $10. Yeah, I'm just saying, give me $10.
Oh, what's going on here, huh?
Now you're brandishing.
Actually, you know what? Keep that gun. Keep that gun. I feel like I have better odds with this.
I feel like I got a better
Wait,
chance
what
with
is
this right
that?
here.
Okay, it was a good. No, that was a good
You know what
day.
I'm talking about?
Are you on that out?
Yeah. Sure.
Alright. Tessa, call me if you need me. I love you guys.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks for helping me with the house.
See ya.
Of course, I got you.
Slow down.
That's what I do.
She always so angry.
Cover?
Goodbye.
Bye, Tessa. Take care. Whee.
All right. Okay, so I did do a little decorating since the last time. So let's see. I'll show you guys kind of the doorway in here. You guys already have seen some of this already, but I'll show you anyway. And then I got the front area. I'm not sure. I might redo this a little bit, but I'm not too sure. I'm not sure I like the backdrop being the same as the fish tank. But, for those who haven't seen it, we have the snow leopard enclosure for Acheron. Has 2 doorways. And then right in here, we've got another enclosure. We have Tessa's office. She's got a lot of her, confidential documents. And some self-help books. And we put some stuff on the shelves out here. Added a little bit more decor. I added some stuff to this wall here. And then I redid the kitchen. I was not a huge fan of what I had with the kitchen before. So now, I have a cool little area, I think. And it's a little less, obstructing when you're walking by right here. So, this is the kitchen. Kitchen's pretty much finished. And then this is the animal room. So we've got all that. Got the litter box. We have the cat tree and the cat shelves. Place for Scout and for Pickles. Little potty zone in case they have to be here for a while. Tessa works long hours. And then I made a little custom shelf. Kind of little, like a nook here. Out of a boat. I think this looks cute. And we finished kind of cluttering up the living room space. So that is finished. And I redid the fireplace. I was not happy with how it looked, so I changed it up, used a different brick, and I like it better now. And I think it's cute. It should be fireproof. I don't really... Seems fine to me. So yeah, that's, the whole upstairs is pretty well sorted. And I'm happy with how the kitchen looks now. I was not before because I was not happy with how I did the shelves. But I like it. I think it turned out good, and there's cabinetry. And then we didn't do too much new with the basement. I was working on it a little bit last night. This hallway I definitely want to work on a little bit because we have the closet and the other enclosure. And we'll skip the room for now. We've got our crooked paintings, our laundry nook. Pretty straightforward. And just a little back area before we exit to the garage. So that's kind of fun spot there. And then into the room, I added a little bean bag. You can hit a pretty good sit lean on it. I like it. And then we got a crooked painting there. It's just a cozy spot. And then we have a bookshelf. And Sherman's enclosure, which is the turtle. It's cute. Sherman. Then we have our bed area with the closet over there and some cute decor. And the bathroom, which is basically just the normal bathroom stuff and a shower with a shower seat. So I think it turned out pretty good. I'm happy with it. Still cluttering things up, still adding things, and I added this carpet last night because I wanted it to be a little less empty in the middle here. Not really much you can do with this space. I could put like a table, but I feel like it disturbs the flow of the room, so I just put a rug in. That's the house, though. So far. Probably put a little bit more in the stairwell, too, just to kind of pull things together a bit more. But overall, I'm happy with it. I think it's turning out good. I'm really happy with this shelf, honestly. I like how it turned out. It's very cottagecore, kind of outdoorsy, sort of. Oh, and the butterflies. This is a callback to the old house. The original purple house, by the way. For those who don't remember that house, it was the house on Power Street. And there was a bush that we kind of bought the house for that reason because the bush had butterflies in it. That was like one of the main selling points for me. But it looks good to me. I'm happy with it, I think. I was feeling a little bit like I didn't know where to go with the house, but then when I started getting into the groove, I came up with some cool stuff. I do like how the little kind of patio scene turned out. With the windows. If it wouldn't reduce the space so much, I probably would have put more windows in like that, but it takes away from your walls quite a bit. Overall size of the house. One thing I wish I could change is this light. Can't cover it at all. It's impossible. Overall, I'm pretty darn happy with it. Kind of the last thing I need to do is finish the clutter and then add some clocks and a doll. So that's my signature move. You gotta find places to hide them. Invite friends over, people who notice the crooked. Yeah. I like how this wall turned out. Oh man. And this whole area is great. We can get in here. Oh god. Oh god. There we go. So yeah, I think we'll probably call it a day, chat. I know it's super early. It's like major early, but we did start early and I didn't get a whole lot of sleep. And we're coming up on 7.5 hours, so I think we're good. Oh, okay. You're just squished under the pillows. That's fine. Yeah, tomorrow probably gonna be another early day. We'll see how that goes, but anywho, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Let me see who we can send you all off to. Who is Strimmin? I think we'll raid Mantis. We don't get a chance to do that very often, so I'm gonna do that. But yeah. Again, thank you guys very much for hanging out with me. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. I hope that you stay safe and that you are kind to yourselves and one another. And I'll see you all next time. Goodbye. Goodbye.